Are we live? Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, it's already a big week. We had a little bit of relief yesterday. You got a little bit of that today. The earnings came out. They weren't that bad. UPS was actually up and then went lower. Other than that, I think the rest of them actually did decent. You had no more war tensions once again, which helped out. The PMIs in Europe kind of chilled things out. If anything, Europe hit another high, but all in all, this is still the same setup from what we had the last couple of days. And now today, the relief continues. The earnings have supported it. And now we're going to see how that plays out with more sets of big tech and then everything else. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. You're making some moves. We're going to have a lot of debate, the bull-bear debate, everything from yesterday and even the relief. I mean, it could all change. We get a little data 15 minutes after the bell, but our work is cut out for us, Chad. So I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you're having a good Tuesday, but yes. Good morning, baby. What's up, baby? How you living, Jeff? What up, Dino, Rico, Najee Wolf, baby, Fast Music, Adam O'Donnell, NRG, Big Curly, baby, Ali B, you feel me? Tim Whitman, baby, good morning, Wise, Gary, Jake B, baby, oh, now the chat's going, good morning, Big Curly, Mike, Kurt McGirt, Carissa Hines, Cam, Christina, Samuel, Ricardo, Professional, baby. Good morning, Uncle Terry, Agent of Chaos, Ari, Lunatic, Humble Business, Habibi. Isaiah, what's up, Sam? Good morning, Luke. What up, iPack? How you doing, Laura? What's going on, Project Will? Me, not you, Troy Landman, baby. Oh, he ready to go. He ready and he fast, baby. What up, Wanda? What up, Trey Cuss? What up, Eric? Connor P. Sean Park, Mark J. Wookie, Katie. Good morning, baby. What up, Prabo? Brooks P. the Tiger Man. Oh, my goodness. Chatatoria. Good morning. What up, Seventh Gear? Skrilla, Winning Loser, Peggy, Joshy. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, I hope you're locked and loading. I hope you're ready. What's this? OpenAI, Meta, and Google agreed to incorporate new safety measures to protect children from exploitation and plug several holes in their current defenses. When did OpenAI get mentioned in those headlines about children and children effects and negative, all, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, but Chatadonia, our work is cut out for us. Again, there's everything from plays all the way down to the data, and we're going to get a little bit here after the bell. But now let's get into the news. Let Josh AI take it over from here, and I'll be back to close it out with some plays, and we'll see what you got as well. Good morning.
Stock
like that video.
Futures rise as earnings take center stage. U.S. equity futures wavered as the busiest week of the earnings season gathered momentum, with hopes for a sustained rally hinging on whether big tech can justify lofty valuations inspired by the artificial intelligence boom. Contracts on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 erased modest gains to trade little changed after Wall Street's rebound from a $2 trillion sell-off. Early results Tuesday were mixed. Shares of United Parcel Service, Inc., Lockheed Martin Corp., and General Motors Company rose in pre-market trading after earnings beats. PepsiCo, Inc. slipped after reporting falling volumes in North America, with MSCI, Inc., Invesco Limited, and Philip Morris International, Inc. also among the losers. But the main event will be the Magnificent Seven cohort of tech megacaps, with Tesla, Inc. set to be the first to report after today's market close. Next up is Meta Platforms, Inc. on Wednesday, followed by Microsoft Corp. and Alphabet, Inc. on Thursday. Earnings will stay front and center of investors' minds this week, with about 180 companies representing over 40% of the S&P 500 market value reporting results. The focus on corporate profits comes after a rout fueled by geopolitical fears and signals the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to lower rates. Whether markets see further consolidation from here is likely to hinge on the assessment of the sustainability of AI demand ahead following the earnings releases, said Eddie Chung, a senior strategist at Credit Agricole CIB. The Stoxx Europe 600 index climbed 0.7%, with the technology sector leading the advance. SAPC jumped more than 4% as a boom in demand for artificial intelligence fueled the German software company's growth. Drug maker Novartis AG aided as much as 5% after lifting full-year guidance. PMI data on Tuesday reinforced the positive mood in Europe. Private sector activity advanced to the highest level in almost a year, driven by a buoyant services sector and Germany's return to growth. Barring any economic surprises, a rate cut in June is a fait accompli, European Central Bank Vice President Luis de Guindos said. We remain focused on the current earnings season, which could refocus investor attention on solid underlying fundamentals. Citigroup Inc. strategists Mihir Tiradkar and Beata Manthe wrote in a note, "We would view the recent pullback as a buying opportunity." Treasury yields rose before a flurry of bond auctions that will test investors' appetite after yields hit the highest in 2024. A gauge of the greenback was little changed. Gold extended losses after its biggest daily decline in almost 2 years, with easing tension in the Middle East and signs the Fed will keep rates higher for longer, crimping demand. Oil nudge dipped as traders weighed the next steps between Israel and Iran amid signs of easing hostilities following a tit-for-tat exchange of attacks last week. Elevated multiples, and the challenge to S&P 500 returns is that companies will have to produce earnings and outlooks that support the already elevated multiples. Profits for the Magnificent Seven are forecast to rise 38% in the first quarter from a year ago, dwarfing the overall S&P 500's 2.4% anticipated year-over-year earnings growth, according to Bloomberg Intelligence. But excluding NVIDIA, the leading chipmaker for AI technology, expected net income growth for the group falls to 23%. NVIDIA, which Goldman Sachs Group Inc.'s trading desk dubbed the most important stock on planet Earth, doesn't report its earnings for another month. Investor positioning on megacap growth in tech stocks continues to be cut, down from the 97th percentile in early March to the 77th percentile now. According to Deutsche Bank age strategists, the group is still the only sector where positioning is above historical average, even if no longer extreme. The strategist wrote, stocks rise. U.S. futures edged higher, European stocks rose, and the UK's FTSE 100 index finally hit a record high as a rebound that took hold on Monday gathered momentum. Treasuries were steady before a flurry of bond auctions that will test investor appetite, starting with a 2-year sale today, while a gauge of the dollar was little changed. Citi optimism. Citigroup strategists say the recent rout in global equities makes them more attractive, removing market froth and leaving investors to focus on robust corporate earnings. We would view the recent pullback as a buying opportunity, the team, including Mihir Tiradkar and Beata Manthe, wrote in a note. The current earnings season could refocus investor attention on solid underlying fundamentals. Earnings bonanza. Earnings are very much front and center of investors' minds this week, with about 180 companies representing over 40% of the S&P 500 market value reporting results. That kicks off in earnest on Tuesday. Pepsi and UPS have already reported better than expected numbers, while Spotify's were more mixed. Firms including Tesla, Visa, and GM are set to announce their own figures later today. In Europe, software firm SAP and drug maker Novartis are both rising after posting their own strong results. Apple's China woe. There's also a host of other tech earnings due this week, with Meta, Alphabet, and Microsoft all releasing numbers. We have to wait until May for an update from Apple, which is in the midst of a bad year that has seen its stock fall by almost 14%. Sentiment may have taken another hit on Tuesday after data showed iPhone sales in China fell 19% during the first quarter, the worst performance since COVID struck. The weakness is remarkable because the first first quarter, when China celebrates the Lunar New Year, is traditionally a period of heightened consumption. U.S. as EM play Mercer, the investment consultant that counts giant sovereign wealth funds, insurers, and pension managers as clients, says smaller investors seeking exposure to emerging markets are best off doing so by buying shares in U.S. companies. If you're trying to get exposure to the underlying GDP growth, the favorable demographics, and all the long-term favorable things in emerging markets, you get a lot of that by investing in global multinationals, said Rich Newsom, executive director and chief investment strategist at the firm. Top overnight news: the U.S. is drafting sanctions that threaten to cut some Chinese banks off from the global financial system, arming Washington's top envoy with diplomatic leverage that officials hope will stop Beijing's commercial support of Russia's military production, according to people familiar with the matter. Wes J. Chinese universities and research institutes recently obtained high-end NVIDIA artificial intelligence chips through resellers, despite the U.S. widening a ban last year on the sale of such technology to China. RTRS China QE drumbeat grows louder as the country's finance minister expresses support for the PBOC to resume trading government bonds, although many doubt this would lead to Fed/ECB style QE. WSJ, AAPL's iPhone sales in China fell 19% during the March quarter, according to data from an independent research firm that marked the gadget's worst performance there since COVID struck around 2020. BBG Japanese Finance Minister Shunichi Suzuki said last week's meeting with his U.S. and South Korean counterparts has laid the groundwork for Tokyo to act against excessive yen moves, issuing the strongest warning to date on the chance of intervention. RTRS, ECB's Luis de Guindos, says a June cut is all but guaranteed, but what happens beyond that could depend on the actions of the Fed. Wei J, Europe's flash PMIs for April point to firmer growth and inflation, with the slump in manufacturing showing signs of easing, while services rose to 52.9, up from 51.5 in Mar and above the street's 51.8 forecast, and overall price pressures intensified slightly. S&P and Tesla headlines today's earnings after 7 straight days of declines. Margins, its robo-taxi, and the fate of its lower-cost EV will be the focus. The company is also being sued in California by a former employee who claims it failed to provide required notice for layoffs. BBG, MSFT launches smaller AI models that provide good enough capabilities for many, but at a fraction of the cost. The models don't need high-end NVIDIA chips to function. NYT. I wanted to end on a BBG. Oh my goodness. I know, dude, it's weird. I'm like taking a dump and I'm like listening to myself. It's a trip. I was like, damn, am I talking right now? But don't worry, there's still more news. I got a little bit for you. S&P futures are up by 0.3 Tuesday morning trading. Comes after U.S. equities finished higher on Monday, with the S&P snapping a 6-day losing streak on fairly broad-based strength. Over 80% of the S&P gained. Growth, momentum, and lower quality tended to outperform. Treasuries weaker across the curve. Dollar down by 0.1. Gold is down by 1, adding to yesterday's 2.8 pullback. Oh, and I closed my gold short. I made 2,500. Bitcoin futures off by 0.9. WTI down by 1.1. Recent bounce has been chalked up to oversold conditions. Thought that the drawdown was more technical than fundamental. Lack of escalation in Middle East tensions and rate stabilization. Also talk about lower bar for big tech earnings, which kicks off this week. In addition, today's higher profile earnings have been generally well received. Firmer U.S. growth backdrop, still the key bullish talking point for stocks, along with stable expectations for low double-digit earnings growth in 24 and the AI secular growth tailwinds. Bears are focused on sticky service inflation, related hawkish repricing of Fed pivot, still stretched positioning and valuations, lagged effective Fed tightening, overly optimistic second half profit acceleration expectations, and geopolitical uncertainty. Flash PMIs, the highlight of the U.S. economic calendar this morning, along with new home sales and Richmond Fed. Price components expected to be a key area of scrutiny after the composite on PMI hit a 10-month high in March. Reading global PMIs largely surprised to the upside, with services an area of strength. On the geopolitical front, U.S. reportedly drafting sanctions that could cut some Chinese banks from global financial systems due to support for Russia. Financial press discussed pressures of big tech to deliver outsized growth, headwinds facing lower-income U.S. borrowers, UBS's China's stock upgrade, earnings volume ramped up, SAP boosted by acceleration in current cloud growth, NVS beat and raised, Pepsi Q1 a bit better, and reaffirmed full-year guide, though North America lagged. Danaher beat and improved order trends in bioprocessing, GE beat and raised full-year EPS and free cash flow guidance, UPS EPS beat and volumes improved through the quarter, FI Merchant Solutions outperformed Clover volume growth, Schwab or Sherwin-Williams saw volume decline in U.S. consumer brands, CD&S guided below for Q2, though takeaways flagged timing issues surrounding product release cycle, Spotify upgraded operating profit and guidance ahead, GM beat and raised full-year guidance, Nucor missed with corporate eliminations a drag while Q2 guide was also disappointing, MSCI results pressured by expenses with subscription run rate metrics soft, PKG EPS guide missed though demand commentary was upbeat. Not bad. So again, earnings, baby. We got a little bit more. Markets now pricing in growth risk of Fed rate hike amid stronger U.S. data and hawkish Fed speak. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda signals inflation outlook implies more rate hikes. Bank of Japan expected to leave policy rate unchanged Friday as economists eye October rate hike. ECB DeGuendo says June rate cut seems like a done deal in absence of shocks. City strategists say buy the dip as global equities are more attractive after the recent rout. Big tech under increasing pressure to deliver on AI contribution to revenue and profits. Bank of America says UBS upgrades China stocks to overweight, citing earnings resilience and capital return. U.S. lower-income borrowers increasingly struggling to keep up with low payments. U.S. student loan interest rates set to reach 6.6, highest since 2008. China Q1 fiscal revenue weighed down by tax cuts and base effects. Eurozone expansion gains momentum on service sector activity. PMI show fastest UK output since May 23, but inflation picks up. Japan flash PMIs show manufacturers stabilizing as services strengthen. Apple's Q1 sales in China fall 19.1, while rival Huawei recorded a 70% gain. Microsoft announces cost-effective small language AI model. Tesla expected to report lowest gross profit margin in more than 6 years amid growth and product strategy doubts. SAP stock rallies the most since January as AI adoption drives cloud demand. FTC sues to block Tapestry's $8.5 billion acquisition of Capri Holdings. TikTok getting ready for a legal battle against U.S. after House passes divestiture ban bill. Iran crude sanctions bill set to become law, but Biden not expected to enforce it amid risk of energy price spike. China's big wave of steel exports and flaming trade tensions across the world. U.S. drafting sanctions against Chinese banks for aiding Russia war effort. Biden tells Kyiv military aid coming quickly after long-delayed $60 billion funding approved by House of Representatives. And tenders show China acquired recently banned NVIDIA chips in Supermicro and Dell servers. Wow, that's a lot. That was a lot. We still got good time, though, baby. So, again, generally relief. Hopefully you heard all of the earnings. I mean, again, more things were better than not. If anything, the only bad part here is rates, and we'll see what the PMIs end up doing. But I got a couple of pre-market movers for you. Let's see. Most of them are going to be earnings. DHR is up 8.4 off earnings. Spotify, 7.4 off earnings. NBIX up 6.0. Phase 2 data of NBI, 1065.845. KMB up 5.1 off earnings. NVS, 4.8. GM, 4.5. GE, 4.5 off earnings. PHM, 4.2 off earnings. Roblox up 3.8. JP Morgan upgrades to overweight. SAP, 3.7 earnings. FI, 3.5 off earnings. DGX, 3.4 off earnings. Datadog up 2.7. Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight. First Solar up 1.8. Evercore upgrades to outperform. AMD up 1.7. CNHI up 1.7. Bounce after losing 6% on CEO change yesterday. Meta up 1.2. Grab up 1.2. LMT up 1.1 off earnings. NVIDIA up 1.1 and RTX up 0.1 off earnings. IBRX up 19%. FDA approves Nogapendikin alpha in Bacicept PMFN. Penn up 4.8. That's the 10-year. Where's Penn? Penn is up 4.8, appoints Aaron Labarge previously with Disney as CTO. Truist upgrades to buy. BHVN up 4.4. NEP up 1.9 off earnings. HWH up 37. NKGN up 20. Telsa, TLSA up 20. FDA allowance for additional 20 patients to be enrolled. HIB up 19.3. JD Sports Fashion PLC to acquire for $87.50 in cash. OPRT up 13.7. Holder Findell gets board seat. LSTA up 12.5. First patient treated in Quillo PHILO's phase 2 trial. HRTX up 5.4. Capital Securities initiates overweight. Select Chinese ADRs trading higher. MSCI trading down 6.6 off earnings. CDNS down 6.4 off earnings. Sherwin-Williams down 4 off earnings. WBD down 2.4. Wolf Research downgrade. Coin down 1.2. MSTR down 1.1. UPS down 0.9 off earnings. Philip Morris down 0.9 off earnings. CalX down 16.6 off earnings. SSL down 11.7. 9 million production and sales metrics guidance. JetBlue down 10 off earnings. XRX down 9 off earnings. ADAS down 9.1. Comments on HHS rule. Affirm down 7.7. Walmart back 1 launches BNPL at select U.S. stores. Billy down 6. LU down 4.3 off earnings. Capri down 3.2. FTC lawsuit. Hertz down 2.2. Amends credit facility. Upstart down 1.9. ABEO down 45%. Regulatory update on PZ Cell. AUID down 15. Gold and silver stocks all trading lower, and mining and materials all trading lowers as well. Wow. I didn't know that. Affirm news. So apparently Walmart is doing their own buy now, pay later. I learned something. I learned something new here. So Chad, we got some good time here, baby. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. I hope you have gotten all of the news. You should be informed all the way from Asia to America now. You got the pre-market movers. The bell's about to ring here, and then we'll get into all of it. But I'm going to be right back, and hopefully you got plays when I come back. I'll see you in a little bit.
Elon. I mean, it's almost like, Thatcherism, Trumponomics, and then there's Muskism. It's a question of whether you believe in that. Would you be more sated if we had an AI day, the AI story, autonomous driving, Optimus, etc.? Would you be more inspired if you understood what the AI component was really within Tesla and the monetization prospect of that?
Here's the problem, right? I do understand it. And the reality is that we can look at companies like Alphabet and what they're doing, with their self-driving cars, which that's generally what you're talking about when you're talking about AI in cars, the ability for the car to operate more autonomously. Ford is doing a lot of interesting things on that front. Cruise, certainly at GM. And so we can see that, right? When you're in San Francisco, the self-driving cars are everywhere. So we know what that looks like. And the reality is it doesn't really play to Tesla's strengths. And candidly, nobody's making a lot of money right now from AI and self-driving cars.
No, it is very difficult. Let's just shift the conversation along because Congress has now voted on TikTok, and there's a whole lot of discussion around the demise of TikTok. What will TikTok be if it's sold off from ByteDance? Where will the algo go? But I want to understand a broader construct, which is the others who benefit as we have TikTok angst. And if I look at Meta, I mean, it's just way, way ahead on Reels. 200 billion views on Reels, and Alphabet has YouTube. Is TikTok's prevarication about TikTok the ultimate opportunity for Meta and Alphabet?
It certainly is an opportunity for Meta, probably bigger for Meta than Alphabet, just because, while YouTube Shorts has certainly done decently well and people spend a crazy amount of time watching YouTube, it doesn't monetize YouTube as much. Alphabet doesn't. But when you look at Meta, yes, I think that when creators get worried that their livelihoods are going away, when brands who depend on TikTok to get their revenue see that, hey, it might go away, they have to be pragmatic and say, where else can I go? And the reality right now is that that's primarily...
Ladies and gentlemen, I missed it? Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that Peach. Holy crap, it's so early. Oh, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach Nation. Get your ass up, horn. Oh, my goodness. But come on, I need the other. There you go. That one has a little more kick to it. I need that. You know what I'm saying? My goodness, Bradley Frizzle. Oh my gosh, here, actually we need to get into plays, but I got sent this morning and it was the funniest thing ever. This isn't a joke. A Chad wrote a paper for school called Bradley Frizzle, From Being a Farmer to a Businessman. He got a 43 out of 45. He literally wrote his college paper on Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. I'll read this to you later in the day when we get it. It's beautiful. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. But Chadadonia, honestly, we only got a couple minutes. You got 1 minute right now. You are here. I need to know what is the first play of the day. Let's go. Post it in the chat. Like the video. Let's get it poppin', baby. SPX call, puts, AMD, JetBlue puts, Frizzle, add into the long term, SPY calls, PXS, GE, Tesla puts, short GE, Datadog, first play ups, SPY call, Metacall, Tesla, Amazon, long term, PayPal, shout out to the Bates donate, short cat coins, GE call, short gold, ARM call, outlet, Tesla, Meta, Metacalls, NU, GCT, puts on puts, 10% for the long term, LMT, GLD, JetBlue short, sell GE calls, LMT, NVIDIA, SPY, calls on the Peach, Tesla, Procter Gamble, GM, Tesla, cashiers, PM, puts, AMD, Pepsi call, IZN, long NQ, GM, Tesla, earnings, Peach, 52 months, holy beep, Tesla puts, Bitcoin, Baidu, PDD, Riot, SPY, scalps, Tesla, and the final plays. SPY calls, SQQQ, PM, more Pfizer, and SoFi calls. Wow. Chattadonia. So I got a couple plays. I'll give them to you in a second. And again, I closed out my gold short, so I got a nice gain on that. But there's something more important than all of it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. Whether you agreed with orders or not, you made a commitment for your American brothers and citizens that you never met, man, and it often goes overlooked. So, Chad, don't ever forget, the least we could do is show our love and appreciation. So, veterans, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their communities run, baby. That's where it all happens. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Oh, Chattadonia. Y'all ready? So I didn't even go over my plays. We got 2 minutes, baby. So, honestly, it's kind of simple. All earnings or activity this morning. I'm going to be watching Tesla. We'll keep our eyes out for that. Visa, they're after the bell, so watch out for them. Humana's tomorrow morning, but we're finally going to get to hear from healthcare, so we'll see what happens with that. Datadog, it's upcoming tech earnings. They got an upgrade here. Roblo got an upgrade too. Then watching the GE, UPS, and GM. They all hit. I don't know if they're going to do 2 standard deviations, but it's looking good for now. And then keep an eye on Telsa. That's the life sciences play. That one came back. I think we had that one for a while, and it just came back to green, I think, like after a year. And then GC, keeping my eye on gold now that I'm free from that hellhole, but maybe we could double dip on it. So we'll see how that all plays out. Other than that, it should be very simple. And now you have 1 minute. Oh, wow. 1 minute, and you are lacking like 400 likes. I don't know you guys have done 300 before. I've never seen 400. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that. It's okay. It's earnings season anyways. It's not like these are the plays when you miss them, they go 1,000% or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like at least this is a good time to not like the video when all of the earnings plays are, you know what I'm saying? Like that's at least you're picking a good time. You know, that's the better time than not. So we got about 30 seconds, Chattadonia. Like that video. Make sure you all subscribed. And if you have any questions, let me know. Again, the relief is still holding. So we'll see. GE, UPS. I mean, UPS was actually going to hit. and then that ended up selling off. But all the other plays, they all went up what they priced in. So if they continue, we will be good. Oh, wow. 50 likes in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, you guys didn't do it. I'm sorry. J&J? Okay. We're up by 0.48 on the NASDAQ. 0.44 on the SPY, too. So everything is holding up here. Let's see. Then Meta. Reports Walmart Affirm news is for 2022. Oh, Affirm might bounce then. Walmart back fintech. Check that out then. That might bounce. Because again, I was telling you that Affirm news. Oh, Affirm literally was down 8 and it came back up. Coca-Cola and Microsoft 5-year partnership. Ooh. Scammers. Alrighty. Alright. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, I made one play for now. And then Affirm, watch if that one ends up bouncing up. I need to check another biotech. MPW back. Yeah, the Tesla. I mean, Tesla was cheap last time. So I made a Visa call, not a recommendation. I don't know. I don't want to hoe you guys on the light. You guys were close, but still. So just Visa call. You guys will figure it out from there. Not a recommendation. JetBlue falls 20%, biggest since March 2020. Yeah, Spotify, they were pricing in 10, but they actually beat and did good. And Netflix plays from yesterday, those are going up. The GEs are actually up too. So the GE, you got a little bit of a gain. What's the other one? I don't know. Or UPS, those are down. And then GM. The GMs are clapped as well for now. And then Affirm starting to come back up. Pinduoduo. Remember, they killed it yesterday. And then I need to update these charts. Let's take a look. Oil's down a lot too. That's another play I'd want to keep in mind. And then again, bonds are just getting murdered. Yeah, oil was down 1% earlier. Oil's down by 0.4 right now. Yeah, PMIs are in about 12 minutes, 9:45. And then gold came back up, but still, yeah, gold's still down 3/4 on the day. Netflix is going up. Again, the plays from yesterday. And then those GE plays want to go up, but still struggling a little bit. And then Pinduoduo, I mean, that's up 4% now off of yesterday. Where's that other one? Telsa. And then Meta, too. That one's still going up. Don't forget about the chips as well. Just remember, we want to see if they keep dying from yesterday. You got a little bit of relief. Meta's doing great. NVIDIA, I see NVIDIA's up 12. SMCI is even in the green for now. Spotify's still going. Yeah, Spotify's up $39. It's actually killing it. So, again, they were pricing in a lot. You could double-check the contracts, though, because some of the ones like really far out the money might still be cheap. I'll take a look. Oh, no, Habibi. No, Spotify very much. Yeah, even the spreads on Spotify are insane. Procter & Gamble, Pop, weed. What price is the weed at? SPY going lower. So first little low of the day. Again, we were up by like 0.45. So now you're up by like 0.3. Russell and Dow, the weakest. City on the high. Banks 860 or weed 864. I wanted a little cheaper. Philip Morris. Well, they were down earlier, so that's good that they're coming back up. Keep in mind, Altria, they're on Thursday. They responded to that a little bit. Tesla in the red. Again, watch out for that 140 level. And then Visa, that was the only play I made. That's what we're starting with. LMT. They're up 2.1. Philip Morris. GE flipped. So, again, GE was actually looking good for us. And then GM. So, all of them stayed within the 3%. UPS started to wake up. Bonds selling off lower. And then SPY going a little lower. I'm seeing a couple of energy names on the high. Weird. How bizarre. And CL. Sell the rip, homie. That's what they say. That's what they say. Macy's. Honeywell on the high, up by 0.65. Where's the other one? LMT, are they starting to move? And Datadog, Roblo, they're still holding. Boeing has earnings tomorrow morning. PHM on the low. Tesla at red right now. SPY near the low of the day, but again, Tesla's going into that 141. GL run. Oh, I didn't get to see their earnings. They're up 4%. Honestly, not bad. They were pricing in a little bit more, though. 3M is on the high. Decent candle there. Watch out for the value effect again. I don't want to call it a rotation, but just watch out if you notice, again, the dividend value names start to hold up. Because remember, half of your gain yesterday, like, don't underestimate how much all the broader value names really contributed to that until the tech and chips start to level out. Yeah, SAP actually found a way to do good. That one was a little surprising. Who was the other? And then CD&S got murked. So they're still pretty clapped there. They're Gildan. Wells Fargo again. Bro, these banks, I'm telling you. Banks reminds me of like gold. We're just like, I feel like 8 days they've been up. 7 days. After selling off on the first set of bad earnings. STLD and Nucor not happy. Yeah, GE flipped. Again, GE, those contracts were up 50%. And then it just started dumping there. So, again, that was another post-earnings. UPS was up like 5% and then sold off, but now they're coming back. So, watch out. UPS, that might go back up a little more. Again, they were doing better pre-market, and then they sold off. So, they are coming back to that. And then SPY right at VWAP, pretty much right where we open. I have not looked. We're at 50.31. So, again, 50.33, 50.37-ish. These are going to be the little levels, pretty much the highs of yesterday. And then, like, what? I want to say, like, 50.53, essentially. Maybe 50.47. You might get a little bit of resistance. Danny here popping. They were one of the earnings here already. Yeah, they were holding from the morning. Spotify still holding up. Take Two up. TLT a little bit. We got PMIs in, like, 7 minutes. No news on SMCI, but just don't forget SMCI was literally down 20-something% on Friday. You know, yesterday it barely moved too, but, I mean, SMCI's been going through a lot. Nike on the high, SPY starting to break out a little bit. So NASDAQ just under 0.5%, same with the SPY. Russell and Dow are lagging behind a little bit. Nike, some big candles here. Not too crazy, but it's moving up. Again, that's one of the values. Do we think gold will bounce or go lower? Gold has a lot of things going on with it. So the reason why I traded it is I think it's a good trade if you want $50 to $100 a week. But essentially, there's a lot of reasons why gold can go higher, and then there's even a lot of reasons why gold can go lower. So, like, even then, the dollar is really strong. Gold is outpacing. There's many things that could bring it down. Tensions easing up. Again, like last time, I mean, to give you an idea, last time that the market pivoted from, like, Fed expectations on rate cuts, gold was at, like, $1,900, $1,800. So the fact that we have priced out all rate cuts and then everything, you know, it's wild that it's still up. But then, like I'm saying, the fear and people trying to front run, it's bringing it up. So that's why I was in it. I mean, I got out of it last night.
So I've been out of my play, but I'm gonna double dip. I'm gonna play gold again, and I've been pretty much playing it since December, but I'm not really sold on, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sold on it has to do this, it has to do that. It just, I know it's in a wild range. It's moving like it's never done before. So hopefully that helps. Coal's up 2, nice. That's been going up. I mean, I wanted it to come down from the first time we talked about it, but literally been straight up. Straight up. Hell yeah, it's 10%. You could play with GLD. If you're going to play GLD, I would play with shares. Just do not play GLD options. I'm telling you. That's my personal view. Not a recommendation, but I'm pretty sure that if you went to the toilet right now and took a dump, it would be worth more than a GLD option on any given, by the end of the week at least. So even like if gold moved up $100, I think your poop would be worth more than a GLD option. I'm not serious. Ask anybody who's traded GLD options. I'm just saying. So like if you want, just try to be attached to the price of gold, like letting it move. So miners are another thing, but like even GLD with options, like, because again, gold can move up $100. If you're on the wrong option, you'll still lose. So like shares, that'll do its thing. You paper traded gold futures, made $6,000. Yeah, it's, if you play the big ones, it's there. But even the small ones, I mean, after that last gold trade, again, it was really ugly at one point. But I mean, since December, I've made some good money on gold. We haven't missed a gold trade, knock on wood. So finger to the sky, God is good. But gold but then again, it's not for the faint of heart. You literally saw me down 10K, and it was literally insane how it got there in 24 hours. I went from break even to down 10K and then back to green on that trade in 48 hours. PMI's out in 3. Load up. But then if you trade the micros, they're better. But then I was down like $1,000 on a micro, and then that one came back too. But gold is moving crazy right now. That's what you have to realize. It's one thing about the futures, that's leverage, but it's the fact gold moved like 9% this month. Like, that's insane. So those are the factors that really weigh into it. But any which way from here. But yeah, PMIs, you get them out here in a little bit. You're expecting global PMI composite 52.2, global manufacturing 52, services 51.8. And then is there not a price component? I thought there would be a price component. Is $20 $20? I don't know. I feel like I'm in Narnia when you ask me that. I feel like Mr. Tumnus. There's $20. Oh! So I don't know. I mean, there's inflation and then inflation adjusted and all that stuff. GE Aerospace CEO Cope tells Reuters Boeing still taking deliveries of engines at the same rate. I'm glad you got the horse gallop. Thank you. It's about the details. It's all about the details. All right, you got 1 minute. 1 minute, 10 seconds. So again, I don't know. It shouldn't move us too much, but it's the only data we have. And like I'm saying, I thought there was going to be a price component, so be on the lookout for it. There should be, but I don't see it on my calendar. And then what's next? And then you got real estate data, 15 minutes, and then Richmond Fed right after. Walmart on the low now. I love Spotify is just holding. Visa flipped. SPR Boeing buyout. Yeah, SPR is moving on that. And then data's coming out in 30. Good call out on that. SPR dollar candle down
Chad saying, I don't have a headline on it. Chad just said something about S buyout, but they're moving down. Watch out for that. Boeing and SPR. Data in 10 seconds. Dollar hits new 34-year high against yen. Boeing talks for purchase of Spirit progressing slowly. All right, where is it? PMI's 49. Wow, very good. They came in weak. Holy shit. Last time they came in the highest since like March of like 2020. So PMI just came in at 49, and then services plummeted too. What the hell? And then composite 50.9 versus estimate of 52. Services 50.9, estimate 52, and then manufacturing 49.9. I'm pretty sure that's contraction, and that's estimate was 52. Yeah, no, that's very accommodative data, to say the least. I don't know about rate cut back on, but that's your first set of economic data in at least a month and a half, a little longer, that didn't make you vomit. Because again, this same data, you vomited off of it a month ago when it came in hotter. That's surprising. Literally, PMIs just backtracked the whole year. That makes, honestly, very little sense, but like I'm saying, it's borderline contraction from services all the way down. Like, that's crazy. So, very good. I'll take it. I don't know. It could have moved the Zaza. I mean, I think bonds got a nice knee-jerk reaction off of that. But let's check. I do think that's generally bullish. Yeah, the Zaza pop, Dow December futures, they got a bid off of that. So again, bonds just even went red to green off that. Chips loving it. So that's your first economic data that's been a good sign in a while. Like, again, most economic data has been hotter. That's what I'm saying. Most people were freaking out on the economic data along the lines of, again, every time it being hot, and then we were like, oh, ignore it, wait till Powell, and then we started getting worried. But now, I mean, that all around is actually decent. There's more things important than the PMIs. Again, ISM is a little bit more important, but it's good. All of it just came in lower. Gilt futures jumped more than 30 ticks after weaker U.S. data. So, yeah, even Europe's benefiting off of this right now. I wouldn't say rate cuts are back on the table, but that data helped push that helped bring that discussion back up. Like I'm saying, the Fed futures caught a bid. It's not like this is this does not void all of the shit data you've gotten in the last month or two. You know what I'm saying? But this is it could be a potential wind change. But that's at least, it's just a good sign. That's it. Thank God you just didn't have hotter data that hurt you again. And this is the first set of econ data that hasn't ran hot now in at least 30 to 45 days. So that's it. That's how I wouldn't take it as a good sign. I wouldn't read too much into it, but it's definitely, the news is the PMI data. It just came in good. It's not screaming. It's just one set of data, but I mean, again, you did just drop 5% on the month. Bonds are near 5%. You get what I'm saying? So this is that, okay, finally, data did not contribute to making the problem worse. It just now eased us up a little bit, and now we could punt. Now wait for PCE. That's going to be even, if this is your reaction off of PMI, just, wait till you see PCE then. Amazon dying. SPR still dying again. There was that Boeing news too. And TLT shot up a ton. They were red. RTX going up. They were only up by 0.1 in the morning. Yeah, stocks gain after flash composite PMI data. Gold went up. Gold is still down on the day, but it popped. PCE's on Friday, and then GDP's on Thursday. But I mean, what you just saw here is just think about it. When was the last time you had economic data? When was the last time you remember economic data coming in lower than expected? Like, again, every data for the last couple of months has been hot. That's why I'm like, it's weird to see that PMI gauge. It just gave up 4 months of that progress that it had. Probably last year, yeah. December, or maybe like a random jolts. But even then, very impressive. We'll take it. Bonds coming down. That was a big bond move. See what they do. AstraZeneca on the high. RTX still going. High tickers in full gear. Again, you just bounced. I think you're at 50-40. 50-44? Yeah, 50-47. This is the level. Then 50-53, 50-55. If you could get above that, then we're going to go up to like 50-68. Baba is up too. Yeah, back to 72. Baidu's up again. Pinduoduo, I think that's their leader. LMND. It's a good concept, good company, but I haven't looked into them too much. I know a lot of people have been liking it, and there's been a lot of things going on in the insurance space too. UK PM Sunak says competition between countries has sharpened pro-family, says UK to increase defense to 2.5% of GDP by 2030. Says UK to spend extra $75 billion on defense over 6 years. Take me to your leader. Where is Jerome? CLF on the low. Tesla coming back up. Again, Nordstrom's on the high. I was just looking at that one. MPW is coming back up to 470. That's actually big. Like I told you guys, it did the ex-dividend sell-off. So that's kind of dope if you get back there. Chips gave up PMI pop. Let's see, Intel in the red. Yeah, NVIDIA. Even the SPY. If anything, bonds are holding it up. Because like I said, it's not the biggest set of data, but it's a gust of wind on a very hot day. That was just a breeze of better data than you've seen recently, but here gone just as quickly. Just see if the bonds end up holding. And then I'm sure that gets you a little peaked for the PCE on Friday. Geo, yeah, they started, bro. Last time I looked at it, that was up 3. So Geo woke up, continuing to go up. Again, that was the one, that company that got the fuzzy panda thing. Israel orders new evacuations in North Gaza. Army spokesperson. So I'm getting another war headline. Oil starting to pop. Space up 18. Bonds still holding. Oh, they're up there. Where's ME? ME, that thing's still been going. I mean, generally, it looks like everything's holding up. Again, airlines red. Tesla breaking out here on the high. And then IWM is the leader. IWM was weaker. So that last 30 minutes here, that just opened up the door for the Russell. So, like, literally, the Russell was only up by 0.15 when the NASDAQ was up 0.5%. Now the NASDAQ's up 0.8, SPY's up 0.6, and then the Russell's up by 1.0. So, again, whatever happened there in the last couple of minutes, and then the data, definitely benefiting the Russell a little bit more than that. UPS, yeah, that sucks. They were literally at 157 pre-market. Bonds starting to go up higher. Again, Tesla breaking out. GM, GE ain't doing anything. MCL. I was literally looking at it, but I wanted it in the morning. It's a good price. It's not bad. If you keep the position small, I think oil in the low 80s. That's where I flipped it last time and got a good gain. But ideally, just as long as they're not too big. But I was literally, I don't know if you hear my with one click. I only have to click once to drag it. I had this one. I'm looking at him. I'm staring at him. So we'll see. The bond auction, we have a 2-year bond auction. That's going to be later today. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 2-year no, 1 p.m. And then SMCI, chips, you're going back up. Again, ever since the data, one, you were already doing good here in the morning. You gapped up, but literally ever since the data, you're up another 15 points. You're breaking the high. This is its own little level. So like 50.47, this is going to open up the door to like 50.56, 50.55, and then 50.64, and then 50.78's the breakout. If we could get above there, you'll go back to 5100. Well, it's good progress. Again, yesterday, a little bit of relief. That's continuing now. Today, you finally have bonds. So you got to realize it was a little weird up until the data, but now the data is helping support that. You have Richmond data is not as important, but that does come out in 5 minutes. And then new home sales. I'll tell you, though, if you get a plummet in new home sales, and then even if the Richmond Fed dies too, though, bad data would be very supportive right now. This is what I was saying on Sunday on the watch list. Like we were talking about, just any set of data can ease up after the bonds have been so aggressive, and that is going to open up a big window of relief, but we'll find out. Is the 6-day recession over? I think so. Oil back to positive. I'm not going to play it now. I'm going to wait till it goes negative again. And gold. So I would have been back to break even on my gold play. So gold is back now to morning. Oh, my goodness. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys got to realize with gold, I don't know which direction it's going to go. Okay? But, like, what I want you to realize is how much it's actually moving. So just to give you an idea on a gold contract, from like last night, if you were here, at one point you were down about $3,400 here. You see what I'm saying? Here you're down $2,000. Here you're down almost $4,000. And now here you're back to break even. If you go up to here, you'll be up $1,000. So it just depends on the sizing of it. But like I'm saying, man, gold, you're just the way you're running between $2,300 and $2,400. I mean, it's been a while since you do like $50, $70 and all that. I'm not in gold anymore. I'm out of it. I made money on it. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know if it's going to go up or down, but I do know it's going to move $50, $100 either direction. And I mean, if you have the stomach leveraging or you have a general idea for it, I mean, that's a lot of movement. It's a big ass commodity, and the way it's moving with this, I mean, it's just creating these opportunities. So that's about as far as it goes, I guess. What's up, baby? Notorious, earnest, jet life equals long term, baby. And Naomi. What's up, man? How y'all living? Or not? Long term, baby. The jet life equals long term. Jet life, long term, long term. Long term. Marvel on the high. So chips are coming back again. People were saying there was a chip bounce during the data. I guess kind of. Not just, I think the whole market took it. Amazon. Where's Google? Remember, Google was killing. Google's up another 1% today. Excuse me. Security. You doing good, baby? You feeling good? You feeling blessed? Still long-term bearish on the SPA. I mean, just be long-term patient. Long-term patient. Let's see. I mean, it's in the morning. I don't know. We bounced up. Maybe that's green. People are going to stop telling me that they sold. But yesterday I had 3 people tell me what they sold in the long term, unprovoked. I didn't. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even, like, I don't even look for it. But they went out of their way to let me know. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm still in the intel and I'm getting worked. Like, I might get a W2. That's how much I'm getting worked on it, but don't worry. If there's a will, there's a way. Richmond Fed. All bad, but not as much as expected. Richmond Fed services plummeted. So -13 versus -5. Shipments -10 versus -11. And then manufacturing -7 versus -8. So honestly, Richmond services collapsing is good. And then new home sales 693. So new home sales beat. Estimate was 688 or 668. So services was the better part. Everything else was in line. And then real estate was a little stronger. Honestly, I think it's a dud. Don't about it. Be happy. I like BABA into the long term. As long as it's below like $74, just don't fall in love with it. Don't add too much. You know what I'm saying? Let other names have, more weighting, and then I'm not against it. Definitely high risk, high reward. Bonds coming down a little. If anything, it'll be the real estate stuff. I don't think Richmond gave us anything. But like I was saying, I mean, we were just benefiting off of cooler data. Real estate just came in hotter. Tesla, it's just right there again. SMCI, I have them up here. They haven't gone up to a new high. Bond's still trying to fight it out. Palantir, dollar's down, bro. So dollar got pummeled with the data. I mean, not pummeled on the daily, though. Live it at San Antonio, baby. What's up? What's up, Wembignana? How you living, Brock? Good morning. VRT. MU pushing. I just had that up there. Swedish C-Bank feed in higher rates abroad could also affect the Swedish krona. Micron back to 2.2. Even Dell's up by 2. UPS dumping. Yes, UPS flushing. Again, they were up 3 or 4. Sold off, bounced up again, and now they're selling back off, going down to the red. Pfizer is popping up here. So they're going up. Those Netflix calls might hit. Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah. And then is oil still climbing? Yeah, oil at 82. That's already up 0.3. No. Apple, AAOI. Pfizer doesn't have to pay taxes on what? Bro, high ticker is nonstop, you guys. So it's weird. SPY's kind of like fighting back a little bit, but I'm starting to see a couple more. Toast, Myrna, Affirm, Square, Derm, Banks, Lemonade, Insurance, United Rentals, Crypto. I'm just reading off what I get. WDC, the names on the high ticker. But ironically, you are coming down. LMT flushing. And then bonds giving up here a little since the data. Roblo got an upgrade this morning. They're still holding up 6. ARRY. UPS, sell, and Sherwin-Williams. UPS, Sherwin-Williams, and LMT. All of those are all earnings. They are selling off. And then Nordy's is killing it. Square's going up there too. Netflix starting to sell off a little bit. SPY came to the top end of the PMI pop. Starbucks playing. CDNA, no, it's not CDNS. Philip Morris too, they're still going up. Again, Square just broke out. Bond's trying to go up there. Square's up 2.8. Philip Morris still holding. Interesting. Apple says Apple event to be held on May 7th. That is coming out right now. KLG. Oh, yeah, Pepsi's. You said their main statement was lower income consumers, decreasing demand. This is bad. Poor people can't buy cheap snacks anymore. Yeah, they said they were talking about something like that this morning. It's kind of fucked up. I heard it on Bloomberg, and they're like, an airplane seems a lot like the economy, where the people in the front are doing fine, and the people in the back are struggling to get by. I was like, that's so wow. They said, But I think that was in relation to the Pepsi stuff. MPW is great. You're back to 470. I'm surprised. So that means you sold off ex-dividend, went down for 1 day, and then 2 days later, now you're back. So all of those ex-dividend buyers got rewarded. So you could have literally flipped ex-dividend and got paid out and been up on your shares and got the yield. Mac rumors, Apple reportedly developing its own custom silicon for AI servers. Would be good. But yeah, watch. If they get above 478, or again, 5 really, that's what we're going to need. SPY's working its way up. Waste management on the high. Microsoft starting to go. Alcoa. So again, bro, high ticker's doing it again. This time the SPY's actually playing along, and the bonds have came back to get a bid. He died like a dog. I know. You came to listen to Trump. I'm back. I'm back. Better than ever. I hope you liked the video. We have a lot of work, and we're going to get them out of office, the cheating Democrats. And now the stock market will be booming. Crybaby Baghdadi. Such a shame. How much longer am I banning Twitch? I don't know. I have no idea. Until I feel comfortable, because I was thinking about it. Because I was like, damn, bro. Like, Twitch, you have to think about it. I got banned on Twitch and not on YouTube. You know what so that means it was a result of just like pure pettiness in the chat. And you know what I'm saying? Like, they're the one. Like, so now it's just like So now that I've gotten through the ban, and then it knocked me off of my schedule, you know what I'm saying? It got me out of my cosmic rhythm. So now I'm used to one OBS. So we're gonna see, but now, because again, we made the Twitch for a home for people who got banned, and they wanted to ruin it. You know what I'm saying, though? So it's like, if y'all wanted to take out your own table, I mean, I can't. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't do it. I can't do it. Gotten much better. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I think my Trump has gotten a lot better, because I'm telling you, you guys are honest. Whenever I would do it, you'd be like, it sucks. And honestly, I figured most of you guys were just Republicans and would get butthurt. But at the end of the day, I see a lot more compliments now on my Trump sound. So that's good. I think you guys are. It's good. He died like a dog. I know. Josh had to practice. But now he's getting better. It's good. You're practicing for next year? I hope. You know what's funny, though? And just listen. Is this what I'm about to say sucks both ways? You know that? But like, if Donald Trump wins, and I listen to every press briefing, you better not cry about it. And then if Biden wins, we got another 4 more years listening to that dumb shit. So there you go. But yeah. So that's the only thing. So maybe I am practicing, but I don't know who's going to win. Either way, it's 4 more years of Biden, or you're going to start getting all the Trump things. And I was like, why are you listening to it? I'm like, we listened to the last president. Why wouldn't I listen to this president? Shit. Yeah, 4 more years. Let's do it. All right, SPY coming down a little. Tesla did good. I have MP dubs up there. Visa got worked. JWN, bro, it's killing it. JWN. I'll take it. They're still on the high. Coupang going up, another China name. And then Win. And then Pinduoduo and Summit. SPY still holding up after that little cheek lay. Not that bad. Tesla. Apple, I think that's the first time putting up Apple today. And then Microsoft up 1-3. Speaking of Trump, it's a witch hunt. They're putting me on the low ticker. I don't get it. They're going to send a letter to the SEC. Gary Gensler, what are you doing? How come they can short my stock? Did you let Nancy Pelosi buy it? If they let Nancy buy it, it'd go to the moon. But no. Yeah, DJT down 2. It's a shame. It's a true shame. I like BYD, the auto company, right, in China. I don't own any, but it's a very interesting one. Again, DJT, that's down another 1.5. New York prosecutors asked judge to fine Trump $10,000 for violating gag order and hush money trial. That's why it's dropping. That's kind of $10,000 fine. The spreads have sucked, but people hit on that. The volatility and spreads were awful in the beginning, but it actually ended up moving enough where like you got paid out on that. Urban Outfitters, and then Bond's still holding in this SPY, man. So all in all, I mean, it's all still pretty good. Home data came out a little weaker. Again, Urban just bounced. DJT still selling. Win. So again, a lot of China optimism here today too, but Win is running in the background there. Again, Urban Outfitters just got a pop. Oh my goodness. And then SPY near the high. Let me get Win up here. Where is it? Wins at 1.7. NATO Stoltenberg, a strong NATO is good for the U.S. It's only 7:13. We've been here for less than an hour. My goodness. Volume's pretty decent. I mean, still got a little bit of time. Walmart on the low. Or Asana on the high. The ticker top right screen. This is Win. That's what I was saying. The casinos, there's like some China news, but Win, low-key been on a tear the last couple of days. What is that? That kind of reminds me of KSS, but KSS was doing a lot worse. Feel like craziness. Well, at this point, I mean, let's go back to your boy Goolsby. I mean, you're going to need a black swan, or you're going to need like an external shock. Otherwise, I think we're fully in earnings mode. If the relief and everything else is playing out,
how we kind of forecasted coming into this week. I will just remind you, this is like you're right in the eye of the storm of earnings, like if not about to enter the actual storm. So that's a big thing lurking around there because these moves are weird and everything's moving around, and then the rates, they're just still like external stuff is kind of lingering. But without any externals, I take it slow and just don't forget the cat dog that occurs during earnings. So I saw an interesting take yesterday. It's actually a really good one. It was Jay Alt sent me this guy back in the day. Shout out Jay Alt, baby. Jay Alt in spirit. We love you, baby. But it was D Constantine. But he was talking about on Twitter, he was saying how like the buyback blackout period is fake. And he's saying like there's no such thing as a buyback blackout window. Because, I mean, long story short, essentially the 10b5, so you know how executives have like organized plans to sell stock? His argument is that they all outline their 10b5s. So 10b5, like insider buying on a schedule, is an exemption to the buyback rule. So technically, if you have a scheduled sell already in place, the company can use the buybacks to execute it as long as it's pre there. I like to believe Jay Alt is still lurking here somewhere. I do too. I love him either way. Yeah, it was an interesting take. I liked it. But the point is, I mean, it exists. There is like a real, like there's safe harbors and like there's certain restrictions that companies can't do during the earnings in the 48 hours. But technically, I mean, there is a loophole. If you have a 10b5, it's still going to execute your buybacks. So there might be some gap between that. So it's like they're selling their own shares and using buybacks to buy them. Yeah, that's how it usually is. So like most of the time when like executives of the company are selling their shares, they're not dumping it on the stock market. They're like the company's using the buyback money to buy it. And so that's the irony of a lot of people don't know about. So most of the time, I mean, it's already like your buybacks, when they say we're buying back stock, it's a lot of it. I want to say over half of it funds, executives. Mara up 2. And then bonds coming back up. So you might get round number 2, man. SPY's been holding up here for a little bit, dancing around the high. Now bonds woke up, high ticker going crazy, and SPY back now 50.47. Oh, that's gold. Or 50.52. So 50.55 and then 50.68, I think, or something around there. Tesla's down over 60 from the highs. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying. I was like, I don't know if it's priced in. They had delivery numbers and all this bad. Like, they're down a lot recently, but, once it gets into this zone, people get worried about it. But Tesla's literally the worst company on the S&P 500 this year. Zion, I didn't look into it. I'm over the regional banks, low key. Doctor getting surgery? Oh, man, I hope you're doing good. APLS on the high? And that's Win in top right. I got Apple in the bottom right. Lula, basic food items should be exempt from taxes and reform. Nice. Lula. Sweet Green's going up. I don't know if they're still holding those gains. Damn, they're up 9. Remember, I guess
these were the gains I was talking about. It came down a little bit, but bouncing. Can you explain what you meant about insurance companies? Yeah. Can you give me a little more? What was I saying? Or what was the question? Good day for the long term. I mean, after some rough ones, yeah. We'll take it, man. What's going on, Mark? Doing that retrace I told you about. Today's my birthday. Universa. Happy birthday, baby. Or not. Amen, bro. Another year for the long term. So you told me about the reversal. I told you about the long term. Get the long term. Oh, shit. Yeah, long term is liking today. Woohoo. So now long term after today, I mean, it depends if it stays here. So we're at 173 again. So long term is going to bounce right back to the beginning of March again. So remember, we got a haircut. We lost 10 grand, 11 grand in the long term in this month. Now it's starting to come back up. We'll take it. It is a good day, though. DJT still dropping. Higher rates will affect insurance companies, even rates on the loans. Would that affect insurance premiums? It could. Where did this come? I think I said something about insurance, but I'm not following the context. I'm not. Where is this coming from? I'm still. Because I think I said it in passing, but and then someone said something else about it. I'm like, I don't know if that's what we were discussing. So I'm a little lost on the insurance thing, to be honest with you. All right. I'm not going to play GL, no. Too much going on. But, Chad, we've been here for just under an hour. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And I will be RB.
So whether that goes through or not, I think, unfortunately, generally the orders, the backlogs are growing for all of these companies. Again, if they can get the F-35 program kind of running smoothly, we think that bodes well for their orders going forward.
All right, Walter, got to leave it there. Great conversation, really covered a lot of ground. Our thanks, of course, to Walter Todd of Greenwood Capital. Now, still ahead, we'll take a look at the companies making the most social buzz today in our Social Climber segment up next.
Damn it.
This is Bloomberg.
Right when Man. This is Bloomberg. We topped out 50-55. NBC? Nope, nothing. All right, nothing for me today. Nothing for me today. Shorts getting squeezed. Hey, man, it's been, they had 6 days in a row. So, again, this is all part of the relief theme. I hope none of y'all don't read too much into it. Don't get too hyped on it because, like we said, by the end of the week, all of this can change. Home data came out a little bit weaker. And then it was the PMI data that gave us the boost of the day. It lifted the bonds out of the gulag, got the market doing good, and then, I mean, it was your first broader economic data that finally calmed down. 50-52, NVIDIA on the high. Hi. NVIDIA.com. Yeah, it's still super early. We've been here for an hour. So just under an hour, actually. So we got a long way to go. Not much data. There is a bond auction at 1 p.m. Eastern, so 10 a.m. my time, Pacific. And then by the end of that, you're going to just be preparing for the earnings tonight. Again, with Tesla, Visa, Enphase, and a couple of others. Amazon, Apple went red. Again, the video waking up. Microsoft's still up. Meta's on the high. Apple is getting a candle. It's interesting. And then Meta going up. And then oil's back at 82 still, 82.14. It's crazy. Gold and oil did the same thing. They all just, last night dumped. And then they're all right back at that level that they were at last night. So, like, oil is pretty much right at opening of futures, like midnight. And then gold just under it, pretty much doing the same thing. Is the Netflix play up? I haven't checked. In the morning it was. Yeah, the Netflix play is up 57%. So that one actually worked. We literally bottom ticked it. I think I was 4 minutes off of a bottom tick. I went like $3 more lower and then ripped. But that one did work out for now. Ball on the high. Okay, I need to go pee, man. Are they back? All right.
It would mark Apple's second major broadcast partnership in the sport. And finally, we have the FTC saying that it will sue to block Coach parent Tapestry's deal to buy Michael Kors owner Capri. This is the first time that the Biden administration has used its antitrust enforcement to try and stop a deal in the fashion industry. Regulators say the deal would raise prices on handbags and accessories in the affordable luxury space. And of course, you can follow all the latest company buzz on TRE and Go on your Bloomberg terminal. Let's take a quick look at the market right now, because an interesting turnaround after, of course, those manufacturing numbers from a little bit earlier. You can see the S&P 500 currently up about 0.9%, even more so if you take a look at big tech. The Nasdaq 100 higher by more than 1%, and yields continue to move lower quietly, down about 3 basis points on the 10-year. Now, coming up, as I was saying, U.S. business activity cools in April. We'll speak to Raveen Gandhi, GMM non-stick coating CEO, next. This is Bloomberg.
A robot may not be coming for your job, but competitors are coming for your market share. At PwC, we pair the right tech with the right solution.
Oh, I know. They're coming for my market share. They'll put you in jail. They'll prosecute you. They will prosecute competitive advantage opponents. It's PWG. What about DJT? I know. It's a shame. Your Mickey Mouse creeps you out? I think that's childhood trauma. It's not. I'll take the blame, but you know what I'm saying? I used to cry when I would see the lion in Lion King. Or not Lion King, Aladdin. You know, and the little tomb would open up. I would cry. I would be terrified. Spokesperson of Hamas armed wing Al-Qassam Brigade. We call for escalation across all fronts. Wow. Hi. Microsoft. Again, Meta, they started running up there while some of the other big tech went down. Again, Meta's still on the high. SMCI now, Trip Booking. I don't know about B&B. Yeah, they're back 160. And SPY. I mean, dude, you're at the high right now. So levels-wise, this is one of them. But we're making some progress, Chad. So this is a breakout level. And then I think next level is going to be like 50, 68 or 67. 50, 64-ish. So 64 to 68, and then 50, 78, and then that's it. So, that was a big high-low ticker. So we're still going up. The breakout level, I just use open and closing prices. It's just like basic support and resistance. I mean, I've been doing this now for a couple of years, like a year now, because I used to not have any of these. I never called these out, but it was I think like a year and a half ago,
in the market during the rate cut stuff. Like, the market was just getting very computer driven. And, like, I mean, these solid levels, just the opens and closes, I mean, it's very accurate. So, I mean, I don't know if you've been here even the last couple of days. There's been some call-outs on the levels that have literally been spot on. These lines were all for here. I stopped drawing them after here. I just eyeball them and call them out for you. But it's just, it's pretty simple. I mean, you could see how choppy it is and, like, you know, all the little wicks. But other than that, I mean, it's kind of wild, you know, the price action in history that it's based off of. I mean, it's just off of opening and closing over the last couple of months and year. So 50-60, baby level number one, kind of. The higher end of the 50-60s is a good sign. And then 50-78, I think that is the ultimate breakout spot of the day. If we could get above 50-78 on SPY, I think you could potentially squeeze up to 5100 or back up to there. MPW is back at 470. Again, whole SPY, everything is going up now. So it's looking a little bit better. Yeah, MPW 477. We'll take a USD Square. Man, again, high ticker absolutely gassing Chad. I mean, this is one-way road. The funny part is, like, wait till Euro close, but guess what? Europe did do good again today. Now, Europe, Japan, and even France, they all did good. So we still have an hour till Euro close, but this is the higher end. Like I said, let's see where we get above 50-67-ish or even 50-64 and then 50-78. That's what you want to look at. But not bad for now. NVO's ripping. Seeing the bonds and dollar, I mean, it's all kind of supportive. If anything, bonds need to go up a little bit more, but for the most part, man, I think your general relief data, and then you had a set of earnings that wasn't bad this morning. I mean, you're making a nice move. And just remember, we sold off a ton. So, I mean, where are we? You've given up 2 days? So, honestly, I don't know. I don't know why. It's just still, this is good, but remember, these were your last 2 days before the upside. So you're wiping out like maybe 2.5 days right now. Maybe the third day if you're lucky. And then remember, we were pricing in 1.5% on the week. And then we went up like, so I think you're almost near there in a weird way. Novartis shares jump after beating expectations and guidance. Vert, ELF on the high. Is that NVIDIA again? And Google and Coinbase? Jeez. Yeah, NVIDIA, Coin, Google. Bro, NVIDIA's back almost to $900. I guess it's still $70 away, but, like, again, we were just at $750 2 days ago. The data wasn't bad. It was good, bad data. There was weak PMI data that really, it was their first set of weak data, not only on PMIs, but in general, in about 4 months, 3 months, ever since the beginning of the year. It was the weakest PMI on the year after the last PMI was the highest in 2 years. So a very, very good sign there. Other than that, new home sales came in stronger, and then the Richmond services came in weaker, but it was really a non-factor. And then again, earnings were good this morning. We did not wake up with war escalation. You did not wake up with somebody guiding lower, falling off a cliff, and not to mention, you know, the last couple days of the sell-off that has created this environment for relief now on, you know, the smallest little nothing happened. So tomorrow you got even bigger earnings. Today after the bell we still got more. And then you're also, remember, GDP and PCE data. If this was the effect of PMI data this week, I mean, your PCE is probably going to pack a punch.
GM post. No, I didn't do anything with it. I'm still holding it, but they all look promising in the morning, but I don't think any of those plays are going to hit. PCE on Friday morning, 1 hour before the bell. Azul on the high. Azul in Adobe. Adobe 470. Man, Adobe's kind of terrifying. DJT still selling off. I'm going to cover it out. I'm not going to be live for PCE. I don't usually go live for PCE. Non-farms and CPI, yeah. LMT. Adobe's interesting. Remember, we were playing that after earnings. It was both bad and then good, but they are down. And then remember, after PCE, it turns into the Fed. And then after the Fed, non-farms and CPI again. Woohoo! And then you're just back to the good old data. Tesla on the high? Yo, Tesla breaking out. Yallah, Habibi. And then SPY still holding after that little run there. Again, bonds have just stayed pinned ever since we broke out there. There's naughties. Tesla earnings is today after the bell. It's like either like right when the bell rings or like 30 minutes after or 4:20. I don't know. Tesla has a weird time. And then the conference call is like an hour after the bell. But yeah, Tesla is waking up. That's why I keep in mind that is a pre-earnings on the day. DJT on the low again. Damn, they're down 10? That was off the gag order? There's no way. That has to just be dumping in general. Because remember, it was going up when the market was going down. Maybe it's just getting some pain now that everything else is coming up. That's wild. Always 405 for Tesla. No way. I mean, that's the only thing that correlated, but it seems that would be an overkill off a $10,000 Trump fine. And then Tesla's still going. LMT. Again, even RTX, they just barely moved. They wanted to wake up in the morning, but they had earnings. They didn't move that much. Who's the other one? GE came back up, so maybe we get lucky on that one. Those plays were up a lot in the morning. Well, yeah, UPS and GM cucked. We will go over earnings, yeah. I kind of like yesterday we did it a little different. I just made like a speed run through all the previews, outlined all of the expectations, and then I picked the ones that had low premium, and then I just went and then I ran the plays. But yeah, I mean, if time allows, we should be doing previews today. XP on the high. And then Dell came up 3.6. Honestly, them and Micron, they're moving hand in hand. Where's AMD too? 2.8. Damn, Dizzle. Meta coming down. I mean, SPY just hit that high. And, I mean, again, I don't know what level it's at, but we are, I mean, borderline 567-ish, 66. We start getting in those high 70s. I mean, remember, it was last week we started at 5,100 and sold off, but, I mean, you're knocking on that door.
Boeing earnings, I think a lot is going to focus on production. It's very hard to say with everything going on there, but I think it's going to be more of a TV show on drama updates rather than numbers, unless they have a good number. But I think that one, though, is going to be difficult to play. With everything going on, I'm sure the premiums are going to be nuts, too. I did hear about them. They want to make the market, there's a thing they're talking about making the market open 24/7. So, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't stream if it was 24/7, you guys, because we wouldn't have a market open or close. Maybe I'll uphold the tradition. I'll still wake up at 6 a.m. I'll get a bell and I'll go ding. I'll get a gong, and then I'll hit that at 6:30. You know what I'm saying? And we go out boom. But yeah, it's a crazy concept. Spotify going up still. Euro hits fresh 16-year high versus yen. Bro, Spotify's up, so I don't know. Maybe 2 standard deviations might have hit on that. Because that thing's up 15 now. I think you would have needed 20. Yeah, these were going for 50 cents. Nah, you still got clapped. These are going for 100. They'd be up at 300. But yeah, any of the cheap ones, you would have got clapped. You would have made 100%. Crazy. So actually, even though Spotify's up 15, unless you're buying these 160 to like 500. 3. Yeah. It still wasn't 2 standard deviations. UPS, that play, I don't think it's going to come back up. It did look good there, but earnings plays, no. If anything, I just pray they get downgraded and flush so we could add it to the long term. But other than that, no. Euro, MasterCard on the high. AXP still, that thing's literally been running from their earnings. Again, MasterCard following right behind it. And then NVIDIA is still working its way up, man. 825. High ticker has not calmed down. I mean, again, we've spent the first hour and 15 minutes just going straight up. So the other days, too, remember, you would, like, sell off in the morning, make it a little bit more precarious. But you've been cash open, literally straight by. And now it's been like an hour 15. We're near the high, and everything's chilling. Even the bonds after the data. The Suave, yeah, it was acquired. Yeah, they got bought out. Was it by J&J? NEP popping. There's Nordy's. They're kind of coming down on that candle. And Macy's. SLV. Is silver going up? I haven't traded silver yet. That's one thing I want to do, but I've been white-tying. Where is silver, actually? What's like the spot price on silver? Is it 24? Why is weed popping? I think it's just getting relief with everything else. I don't think there was any weed news. So remember, they were getting clapped the other day. Silverprice.org won't load. U.S. preparing $1 billion weapon package for Ukraine once aid bill is passed, two U.S. officials say. Silver's at 27. Is this just my computer? My silver price thing not working good. At 27.17. So silver is back to the prices of the last time they tried to squeeze silver. Neo Concept International opens at 435, IPO at 4, NCI. An IPO. And then LYV on the high. SPY is coming down. Bonds holding, but I mean, ever since the data and all of these rallies, I mean, your red candles have all just been literally like baby reloads. But UF came down almost like 10 points from the high there. So let's see, but two little baby reds. And then gold coming down. Mr. Dollar down 0.4. Again, dollar died after the PMI data. And PMI data was the big driver here. I mean, I think it just stands out. Dollar, fat candle, bonds, fat candle, SPY, fat candle, and we haven't looked back. Mm. 50, 60. It's good though. And then here's her 20-day chart. So still about 200 points off of the high, which was set about literally 22 days ago. And then even then this is actually, believe it or not, where you are right now. Now we are where we opened up on Monday. Or closed on Monday, excuse me. So remember, last week was a lot of carnage. So now you are back to Monday's close, which ever since we've got there, you have not been, again, that's why I say that 50.79, 50.78, you have not been able to break it since we've been there. So we'll see how this plays out. MDB on the high, and then bonds coming down a little bit. SPY was already dropping. See what holds up. Market Cook. And then PMI data. I mean, I had ChatGPT do this for you. PMI stands for Purchasing Managers Index. It's an economic indicator used to gauge the health of a country's manufacturing sector. PMI data is typically collected through surveys of purchasing managers at manufacturing firms who are asked about various aspects of their business activity, such as new orders, production levels, employment, supplier deliveries, and inventories. PMI readings above 50 indicate expansion in the manufacturing sector, while readings below 50 indicate contraction. The index is closely watched by economists, investors, and policymakers as it provides timely insights into the performance of the manufacturing industry, which is a key component of overall economic activity. PMI data is released on a monthly basis by various organizations and is often used to forecast broader economic trends. Yeah, that's about right. There you go. Yeah, bonds ticked up a little bit. I just saw something on the, was it the high or low ticker that popped up there? I think it was just bonds. And then NVO has been running. Again, no, NVS was the one. Novartis was the one with earnings. Yeah, they're up 3. EYPT. Yeah, NVO is actually starting to pop up here. SPY still holding. Wells Fargo, 52-week high. The banks, bro. It's wicked. So JP Morgan back to 191. JP Morgan almost about to fill their whole entire earnings gap. And then SPY still holding. Where's Tessie? So again, Tesla earnings after the bell. MPW, we don't have anything on MPW. MPW is just up today, still from the data, and then post-X divi. Netflix going up. So again, those Netflix plays should be up 50. Where's oil? Oil's actually starting to go up a little higher, up 0.5%. When is MPW's earnings? Isn't it right around the corner? April 25th. Oh, shit. MPW's in 2 days. Well, there you have it. Oh, no. Why do companies reveal earnings after hours? I mean, some do it beforehand, but usually if they did it during the market, like while it's open, I mean, it just moves things too much. It's just too volatile. So Lockheed and Raytheon both crush earnings and it's getting sold. What am I not reading in between the lines? I mean, without looking into it directly, I would just double zoom out. And that's happened probably like 6 times already. And we haven't even had that many reports. So, like, that has been a major theme here. ASML, TSM, JP Morgan, who else? Even UPS today. So, it's like you could beat, but if the beat level is not, like, high and your stock is already up a lot, you're not getting rewarded for that. So, let's see. Lockheed beat. I'm trying to see their guidance. Yeah, so revenue beat. They reaffirmed full year guidance. But yeah, so like their range was 25.65 to 26.35. Estimate was 26.05. So they lowered the bottom end, raised the top end. Again, even revenue estimate, they're slightly above, like all of their pretty much the estimates, guidance again. I think they're all just high. That's for LMT. I haven't looked at RTX, but like I said, my first assumption is, yeah, good but not great, 100% on a lot of companies. That's the thing is that when we're optimistic, you feel it because even the littlest earnings, it gets rewarded. But now, if your expectations are already high up there, like again, I'm looking at LMT, they did good, but some of their guidance numbers, the low end is lower than where they already estimated at. And that's where analysts are. So it's not like anything new is changing that story and justifying the prices. Tesla for the long term after earnings. I mean, all depends what price it goes to, my brother. All depends what price it goes to. Then SPY climbing back up. CCJ on the high. Oh. And then Nordstrom's, they're starting to run still a little too. XLV, healthcare's up 1-2. I just get a checkup, man. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock? So 30 minutes till Euro close? Alrighty. So S&P 500, 420 names in the green, 80 in the red. My goodness. Yeah. Dow Jones, 22 in the green, 8 in the red. And then NASDAQ, 90 green, 10 in the red. So literally, once again, 80% of the market is up. Tesla layoffs to include 2,688 Texas workers. Warn notice says. I might go start looking at Austin real estate. Because remember, everyone's like, Austin, they thought like Tesla was going to make it go up, but now like Elon fired them all. That's a shit ton of people, bro. 2,600? And I think that's just in one area. Excuse me. Let me know I could help in Austin. Find me some people trying to sell quick. Any good deal, I take good deal. MTUS, Wells Fargo. SPY's working its way up here. So again, you're back. Dude, it's been nonstop since the data. I'm telling you, even compared to we'll see what happens at Euro close, but this wasn't any pullback. This was gap in cash open run. You haven't had this in at least 2 months when you would go up every single day. Yeah, Texas property taxes are wild. How do you manage remote properties? Property managers. You know, you got to be willing to let people handle it, but it's makes life easier. Oil's still up 0.4. Again, banks keep moving up. And then MPW earnings is in 2 days. Let's go Nordies. What was the other one? Stressful using property managers. If they're bad or like if they're new. So like when if I have to get a new property manager I've never worked with, and then if the tenant is in the property is a hassle, it sucks in the beginning. But I mean, usually once you get it running and you have, and like the manager gets it on autopilot and then you're familiar with them and then it's all running, it's usually chill. Am I still buying real estate or not so much? No, I'm buying them wherever the deals are. It's been the same way. Like I'm not, I don't overbid for properties and anything like that. But I mean, I've gotten a couple this year. Like I said, even did a flip as well. So I mean, as long as the price is right, I'm down with it. I'm definitely like I'm not as lofty with my ARV. So when people are like, "Oh, I think the house will get this much," I'm like, "Nah." So as long as I'm conservative, I mean, conservatism has benefited a long, long way in that game. Hey, man, shout out to Tony. God bless you, bro. So, man, shout out to Cope. Hey, man. Might turn up after Europe. Well, Europe is very strong. And yesterday, Europe was really strong. Right when Europe closed, we rocketed. So we'll find out here. But today, we're really strong now. NASDAQ up 1.5. SPY 1.1. Russell 1.7. Dow even at 0.68. So we'll see. Thanks, 100% on the Netflix. Good work, baby. Go work. Do you think Passover is why Israel isn't retaliating? It could be a big reason why, but then again, they already retaliated. So even last night, part of the reason like gold dropped, Iran, they said that they're done. Like they said it was sufficient how much they attacked them. So remember, the last attack was by Israel. So if anything, now it's on Iran to, if they want to clap them back.
52-week low Spirit. They report tomorrow, I think, or the next day. The FTSE did good. All of the European indexes did actually very, very good. Germany up 135. I think the FTSE, actually FTSE was up more. It's only up 0.07 right now. But then the Euro Stoxx 50 went up 1.2. Germany 135. The Nikkei 0.8. Hang Seng 0.03. What happened to where was it? There's one more. I said, where's France? Switzerland up 1.3. France up 0.7. Yeah, everything was good. I did make a play today on Visa. But again, I'm not, we're trying something new. I'm no longer going to be your guys' play watcher. If anything, if you guys want an update on the play, if you comment on the watch list, I will put it on the watch list for you, guaranteed, and I'll cover it fully in depth. But if you are going to ask me during hours, I'm going to ignore you. So you got to be in the mix or be in the game, or again, if it's that important, I will get you an update on the watch list. One of the leaders of Iran, they said that something about they want to raise escalation. It wasn't Iran, it was Hezbollah, I think. Watchlist is the second link in the description. YouTube.com/The Trading Fraternity. King of Big Red Candle. It's a decent one on the day. Bonds didn't move. Meta, Netflix, couple of the tech names. You see if the dollar wakes up. Little Raoul there. Yeah, I got a little one. The Houthis. That's the crazy part. You notice we haven't heard about the Red Sea in a couple days? And somebody asked that question, too. They were like, how come Israel and all these bombs have been going off for months, and then we don't react, and then Iran and Israel, and then all of a sudden we start freaking out? It's because, you have to think about it. Remember the beginning, October, when the first thing went down? The war, the issue with the war, it had to do with the Hormuz Strait, the Strait of Hormuz. And that's Iran. So now, once they get drawn into it, that's why we started freaking out more. There's, if Iran and Israel are in direct confrontation, that's more likely to cause an oil issue and 1970s-esque global oil Middle East tensions. So that's why, if any of you are wondering. Something happened. We're getting ready for Euro close, and you've had a massive move already compared to the last couple of days, even off the open. So I don't see any headlines. I don't think this is off anything. I think a little breather and kind of give us a nice little setup into Euro. Bond auctions at 1 p.m. So we still got about 2 hours. 2 hours till the 2-year bond auction. And that will be important. 2 years, important tenure right now. DFS, SPY still holding. Auction in a little later. We just had 2 big candles right there. And again, everything has been straight up, so I'm sure people wondering why it would be going down. But like we've seen from the last week, cross assets, pay attention to oil, gold, dollar, bonds. That'll give you an idea of if something's really happening or not. GL moving on the high still. Subscribe. All right, I'll see you on the watch list, baby. And yeah, let me know. So honestly, if you comment on the last watch list or on that one, let me know if there's a play you want an update on. I will get that for you. Fidelity only has 343,000 IWM to short. How do you know that? I've never looked into that. Fundamental effect of the euro close is that we will be the last market that is open on the day up until we close, and then everybody else opens up. I have a full video on it. If you search the Trading Fraternity on YouTube, search the Trading Fraternity Euro Close. I got a video that pretty much explains the relay race. That's what I call it, because the markets are going 24/7. So even though you can't trade 24/7, right as one market is opening, another market's closing. And as another market's closing, another market around the world is opening up. So it's like it's a full step. While we're sleeping, China's doing its thing. As China's closing, Europe's opening. As Europe's closing, we're opening. As we're closing, China's getting ready to open. And then you do all of that stuff over and over again. So has little effects that you've been able to notice. Title of the video. So I think if you just go on like your YouTube browser. So if you just search the Trading Fraternity Euro Close. Where is it? Yeah. The European close. It's the first video. I think I have a relay. Yeah, see, I got an example. There you go. I got some cool stuff to show you. Geo conference call. I should call that guy back. Hey, what's going on? Are you in the call right now? KBE sound on the high. I heard that in a minute. And then bonds came back up. Yeah, GL up 9% now. Russia court rejects WSJ reporter Evan Gershkovitz's appeal against detention. Talking about Gil. Yeah, Globe Life. I'm trying to see if I could get the event. I kind of want to hear it. Event calendar. Earnings 11 a.m. 8, 9. Yeah, it just started. They want my phone number required? Enter. The webinar has started.
In the first quarter, net income was $254 million.
This is for Global. Again, it's moved up, I think, 6% intraday.
$224 million,
so bigger impact intraday than not. And now the event just started and it popped up $2.
Net operating income for the quarter was $254
Remember, they were the name that got clapped off of the Fuzzy Panda
$2.78
short report.
per share, an increase of 10% from a year ago. On a GAAP reported basis, return on equity
And SPY a little bit red here.
is 21.3%, and book value per share is $53.03. Excluding accumulated other comprehensive income, or AOCI, return on equity is 14.3%, and book value per share as of March 31st is $79, up 12% from a year ago. Before we continue, we'd like to take a moment to address ahead of time questions many of you may have regarding dismissed litigation against the company, the DOJ inquiry, and the recent attack on the company by a short seller. For over 70 years, our business model has stood the test of time, and as we will further discuss today, we continue to generate sustainable earnings growth that provides long-term value for our shareholders. With over 17 million policies in force, our millions of customers value the protection of the company's products, and we strive to be there when our customers need us most. We want to assure you that Globe Life, its management, and our board of directors strive to act in accordance with the highest level of ethics and integrity at all levels of the organization. While we believe the short seller's claims present a false and misleading overall picture of the company and its subsidiaries, as a demonstration of our commitment to operating ethically, the company's audit committee has retained the international law firm WilmerHale to conduct an independent review of the assertions in the short seller's report.
Wow.
As you can appreciate, given the ongoing nature of the DOJ's
they're auditing
investigation,
themselves.
and out of respect for
It's
the
moving
integrity
on
of the
that.
independent review initiated by the audit committee,
That's wild.
we are limited in what we can say. For this reason, we will not be taking any additional questions on
So
these
now they're
issues
not going to
today.
answer questions?
Although our intent is to address questions we understand you may have to the extent possible.
What?
We will provide updates as and when appropriate.
It's I don't do it. It's an
First,
interesting
we
take
want to
on
provide
it.
a brief update on the status
So
of the
now they're
lawsuit
not going
filed
to
by
answer
claimant
questions
Renee
on it,
Fiske, a
but then they
former
said they
independent
hired an
contractor
independent
sales agent,
company
which, as many
to
of you
audit
know,
all of those
included
allegations.
of sexual harassment and purported fraudulent business practices, neither of which we tolerate. And
So it's
declaring
getting
that she
murked
was
off of that now.
misclassified as
Again, I'm glad we
independent
listened to
contractor.
this. You're getting this live in here.
On September 27th,
It might bounce, but then people
2022,
might start
the
doubting
claimant
them.
filed a
That's
demand
very
for
hard to read,
arbitration
honestly.
and
Like, I can't give you a
participated
read
in
off
the
of that.
selection of the three arbitrator
You don't
panels.
really see that too often.
After a year and a half of litigation,
I can't
the
remember the last
arbitration
time we
hearing was
saw a short
scheduled
report
to begin on March
lead
4th,
to a internal audit.
2024. The night before the hearing, the claimant sought to dismiss her claims without obtaining any relief or payment. After a lengthy discussion on the record,
No, this
the
is
panel
Globe Life.
dismissed the case with prejudice. And on April 3rd, 2024, the United States District Court for the Western District of Pennsylvania affirmed the dismissal with prejudice. On March 14th, 2024, Globe Life filed an 8-K addressing this matter in more detail, and the court filings are publicly available for those interested. Also noted in our Form 8-K, Globe Life and American Income received subpoenas from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Pennsylvania. These subpoenas sought documents relating to sales practices by certain licensed insurance agents in the Arias organization who were contracted to sell American Income policies.
Bro, how many cases do they have against them?
The company and American Income is in the process of responding to these subpoenas.
So there's
which
like,
were
bro, he
received
just
in late
mentioned another
2023
sexual harassment
and have
thing
been fully
and
cooperating
a
with the
sales
DOJ.
malpractice thing.
The DOJ has not asserted any claims.
These are
or made
separate from
allegations
the
against
short.
company
This
and
is why the
American
short
Income
seller said
with
stuff,
respect to
but
the foregoing investigation.
it's all on top
And
of
the
that.
company currently is not aware that any legal proceedings are contemplated by governmental authorities. While no assurances can be made, and we are still evaluating the matter, management did not believe when the subpoenas were received, and does not believe now, that it is either reasonably possible or probable this investigation will result in material liability to the company. As such, the company did not disclose the existence of the request from the DOJ in its Form 10-K. We are providing additional information regarding this matter to you now in light of recent questions that have been raised. Matt?
Thanks, Frank. Most recently, both the litigation and the DOJ's investigation were the subject of a lengthy attack on the company by a short seller. As we have stated publicly, we believe the report mischaracterizes many facts, and it relies on anonymous sources, dismissed lawsuits, and allegations that have not been proven in litigation, to present a false and misleading overall picture of Globe Life and American Income. In this instance, we believe the short seller's report demonstrates a fundamental lack of understanding of the life insurance business generally, and of how our company operates and reports revenue. As we have disclosed in our annual reports and audited financial statements, Globe Life recognizes revenue from premiums for long duration life and health insurance products over the life of the contract and when payments are due from the policyholder. Therefore, premium revenue closely matches the cash we collect monthly. For example, during the fiscal year 2023, American Income's collected premium payments and reported GAAP premium income were essentially the same at $1.6 billion. A history of American Income's collected premium, as compared to its reported GAAP premium, is included in the supplemental financial information available in the investor section of our website. Now, we only report net sales and policies after they have been through our underwriting and quality control processes. And as disclosed in our public filings, when calculating net sales for American Income, we exclude policies that are canceled in the first 30 days after issue. Fundamentally, the success of our business depends on our underwriting rigor and our ability to continue selling policies.
I'm not going to play this.
Customers
This
should
is
keep their policies
very
and pay their
interesting,
premiums
but
over time. Now, this builds
I don't
a
know what's
solid
going
book of
on with this
business,
company.
and we have continued to do so.
But
year
I've
over
never
year.
seen that before.
In fact,
Again,
over 80%
auditing
of
yourself
American Income's
off
total
of a
life
short
premiums
report, very
are
interesting.
received from policies that have been enforced for over
This is
1
the
year.
Fuzzy Panda Company,
Please
yeah.
see our first year renewal GAAP premium page under the financial reports and other financial information in the investor section of our website. Now, the more than 11,000 independent agents who sell American Income policies offer products designed to help families make tomorrow better by working to protect their financial future. Each agency office has a structured hierarchy, whereas agents above the writing
This
agent
is their earnings
receive
call,
an
yeah.
override commission paid by the company. While there is a hierarchy, there is no
Literally
pyramid
dropped
scheme,
almost 10
as the
bucks since that
policies require
announcement,
customers to pay
and
the
now it
monthly
started making its
premium for the
first move
policy
up.
to continue. There is no third-party payer of premiums. It is important to note this business model has stood the test of time and is common in the industry. American Income realizes revenue and profits only when these customers pay their premiums over time. We have generated consistent growth, providing long-term
And oil's
value for
popping
our
right now,
shareholders,
about to breaking out.
with a history of integrity in our business practices and principles, while providing our customers with financial protection when it matters most, as well as job opportunities for agents, small business owners, and employees to build financial security. Now, these agents are independent contractors, and the agency offices are independent businesses. Notwithstanding their independence, Globe Life takes unethical agent conduct seriously and has measures to detect and deter actions that are inconsistent with the company's values, including, among others, American Income has internal controls and monitoring processes in place to identify potential agent misconduct and monitors relevant data metrics for each individual agent to identify and assess trends regarding unethical or fraudulent business practices, including data related to policy lapse and persistency. Now, our annual policy count and face amount lapse rates are disclosed in our regulatory filings, and our quarterly premium in force lapse rates are disclosed each quarter in the supplemental financial information we provide. These controls also include background checks on all prospective agents. Agents who contract with American Income must have a valid license issued by the appropriate state departments of insurance, who have their own processes for determining one's suitability to be a licensed insurance agent. American Income has controls to validate the identity and legitimacy of the sale to the customer, including conducting quality assurance calls to verify new applications. And when complaints are raised, including complaints alleging fraud, deceit, unethical business practices, or other misconduct, American Income has a dedicated group responsible for investigating these allegations. American Income has not hesitated to take disciplinary actions against agents and agency owners where warranted, including termination and notice to the appropriate regulatory bodies. Indeed, the short seller's report relies heavily on allegations by a former employee who, following an internal review, was terminated for cause
This
based
is
on
GL.
violations of the company's policy.
Remember, we saw this just a couple days ago. Remember, I called into the company?
This matter is the subject of pending litigation. The companies investigate complaints when they are received and, where appropriate, authorizes independent investigations. The report also contains allegations regarding bribery and kickback schemes. These claims are based on a lawsuit that was filed by an insurance licensing exam test prep company. This lawsuit was dismissed by the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Texas. American Income does not contract with or recommend any test prep companies to prospective agents, and we're not aware of any bribes or kickbacks to the company executives. Additionally, we want to make clear that the projections and guidance we will be providing on this call today incorporate our current view based on our knowledge of the business and the information we have at this time. Now, with respect to our insurance operations, I'll turn the call back over to Frank.
Thanks, Matt. In our life insurance operations, premium revenue for the first quarter increased 4%
Okay, Mike, calm
from
down
the
from
year-ago
here.
quarter.
I think they just got all the drama. I want to hear the questions, but they said they're going to not answer the questions, but someone's going to try.
For the year, driven by strong premium growth in both our American
Dude, there's
Income
a wild
and Liberty
call.
National divisions.
They're like,
We
yeah, we're
expect
going to
life
audit
premium
ourselves,
revenue to grow between
so we
4.5%
won't talk
and
about that, but
5%
then the sexual
at the
harassment
midpoint
is
of our
done, and then our
life
other
underwriting
lawsuit
margins
about
grow
the
between 7
sales
and 7.5%.
prohibits practice is good, and we
As a
don't think the
percent of
government's
premium,
going to sue us
we
at this
anticipate
time,
life
but we
underwriting
don't
margins
have
to
any
be in the range
guarantees
of 38 to
of that.
40%.
This
In health
is
insurance,
10 minutes.
premium grew 6% to $341 million, and health underwriting margin was up 3% to $94 million. For the year, we expect health premium revenue to grow around 7%. At the midpoint of our guidance for the full year, we expect health underwriting margin to grow between 5 and 6%, and as a percent of premium, to be around 27 to 29%. The final tri-agency rule regarding various health plans was finalized with minimal impact to the supplemental health products we sell, and therefore to our business. The final rule requires an additional consumer disclosure, which we will implement as required. Administrative expenses were $80 million for the quarter, up 9% from a year ago. As a percent of premium, administrative expenses were 7%, consistent with our expectations, and compared to 6.7% a year ago. For the year, we expect administrative expenses to be approximately 7% of premium, higher than 2023 due primarily to continuing investments in technology as we modernize and transform how we operate. I will now turn the call over to Matt for his comments on the first quarter marketing operations.
Thank you, Frank. First, let's discuss American Income Life. At American Income Life, life premiums were up 7% over the year-ago quarter to $414 million, and life underwriting margin was up 7% to $187 million. In the first quarter of 2024, net life sales were $97 million, which is up 17% from a year-ago quarter, primarily due to growth in agent count. The average producing agent count for the first quarter was 11,139. This is up 15% from a year ago. This is another strong quarter for American
Apple
Income
into the high.
as a
I mean,
result of
SPY's still
sales
holding
and
up.
agent count
Bonds
that
came down a
achieved
little
in the
bit,
third
but
and
market
fourth
making
quarter
its
of
way after
2023.
selling, and then you got Euro close in 8
At
minutes.
Liberty National,
It's kind of
life
like
premiums
yesterday's
were up
pre-Euro
7%
move.
over the year-ago
Remember that
quarter
15
to
minutes
$91
ahead,
million.
it started to
And life
run up, and then
underwriting
right
margin
after close, we took
was
off.
up 11%
So again,
to $31
50.78
million.
is your squeeze level.
Net life sales
Apple
declined
breaking
2%
out right now.
to $22 million, and net health sales were $8 million, up 7% from a year-ago quarter, due primarily to increased agent count. Now, as a reminder, we report on sales after the policy has been through our quality control and underwriting processes. As we have previously discussed, we continue to make investments in technology to enhance our business. One of these investments is a new business and underwriting platform for our life business at Liberty National, which we implemented toward the end of the first quarter. As a result of this system implementation, our policy issue speed temporarily slowed down. Now, I am pleased to see that the amount of business submitted from the field to the underwriting department is up 11% from the prior year quarter. Now, I anticipate as we finalize our transition to this new system, our throughput of policies will return to historical
How do I decide the
norms.
squeeze level?
The
Because
average producing
it's a
agent
breakout
count for
point,
the
and there's
first
no other
quarter
levels
was
there. And last time we
3,419,
flushed below there.
up
That's what
14%
killed us
from a year
after
ago.
5100.
We continue to be proud of the strong agent count growth at Liberty National. At Family Heritage, health premiums increased to 8% over the year-ago quarter to $103 million, and health underwriting margin increased 13% to $36 million. Net health sales were up 11% to $25 million, and this is due to increased agent productivity enabled by our investments in technology. The average producing agent count for the first quarter was 1,295, approximately flat from a year ago. Family Heritage continues to focus on agent count and middle management growth. Now let's discuss direct-to-consumer. In our direct-to-consumer division at Globe Life, life premiums were flat compared to the year-ago quarter at $248 million, while life underwriting margin increased 4% to $59 million. Net life sales were $29 million, down 12% from the year-ago quarter. And as we have previously discussed,
not as cool as my
this
AI,
decline
but
is
it's like a
primarily
boring
due to
AI.
lower customer inquiries, as we have reduced
Netflix
marketing
breaking out
spend
still
on
too.
certain campaigns that did not meet our profit objectives. We will continue to focus on maximizing the underwriting
I want to hear the
margin
questions. I
dollars
want to
on
see what
these
they're gonna,
sales by managing
if they're
the
gonna try to
rising
press the
advertising
issue.
and distribution costs associated with acquiring this new business. Additionally, the direct-to-consumer channel provides critical support to our agency business through brand impressions and the generation of sales leads. Now let's discuss United American General Agency. Here, the health premiums increased 7% over the year-ago quarter to $142 million. Health underwriting margin of $12 million is down approximately $1 million from the year-ago quarter. Net health sales were $16 million, up 7% over the year-ago quarter, due to strong activity in the individual Medicare supplement business. Now let's discuss projections. Now, based on the trends that we're seeing in our experience with our business, we expect the average annual producing agent count trends for 2024 to be as follows. At Liberty National, mid-teens growth. At Family Heritage, low single-digit growth. Net life sales for 2024 are expected to be as follows. For Liberty National, mid-teens growth.
Liberty,
Direct-to-consumer,
Liberty.
slightly down.
Is that
Net
them?
health sales for 2024
If it's them, this just
are
got
expected
crazy.
to be as follows. Liberty National,
Is it
mid-teens
them?
growth. Family Heritage, low double-digit growth. United American General Agency, low to mid-single-digit growth. Now, based on very recent events, we are actively evaluating the impact on AIL's agent count.
Okay, you're coming back to the audit comments on there. Netflix on the high
Now,
still.
today, we have not seen a significant impact on our agent recruiting.
That's crazy. I
pipeline.
think GL is
As the majority
Liberty.
of our business is
Liberty.
produced by
I think that's them.
experienced agents, any negative recruiting trends should have a muted impact on 2024 sales. In addition, it should be noted that sales in the second half of the year have a diminished impact on premium earnings, especially since over 80% of American Income Life's premiums come from policies that have been in force.
Oh, wait,
for
isn't
greater
that
than
Liberty
1 year.
Mutual? I don't know.
That said, taking into account what we know today and the knowledge of our business, at the midpoint of our guidance, we estimate average agent count growth and sales growth at AIL for the full year to be in the low single digits and mid-single digits respectively. We acknowledge these are estimates, and thus agent count and sales growth could be higher or lower. The range of our earnings guidance
You're popping back up there,
contemplates a range
AXP
of
on the high.
possibilities regarding sales and agent count growth, including reasonably severe scenarios. Due to the significant growth in the first quarter, our sales guidance does assume a moderation of sales for the remainder of the year. I will now turn the call back to Frank.
Thanks, Matt. We will now turn to the investment operations.
Oh, it's popping back up.
Excess investment income, which we define as net investment income less only required interest, was $44 million, up $15 million from the year-ago quarter. Net investment income was $283 million, up 10%, or $25 million from the year-ago quarter. The increase is due to the continued strong growth in average invested assets. Higher interest rates across fixed maturities, commercial mortgage loans, limited partnerships, and short-term investments also contributed to the higher growth rate. Required interest is up 4.8% over the year-ago quarter, same as the increase in average policy liability. For the full year, we expect net investment income to grow between 7 and 9% due to the combination of the favorable interest rate environment and steady growth in our invested assets, especially relating to our CMLs and limited partnership investments. In addition, at the midpoint of our guidance, we anticipate required interest will grow between 5 and 5.5% for the year, resulting in growth in excess investment income of approximately 25 to 30%. Now, regarding our investment yield. In the first quarter, we invested $682 million in investment-grade fixed maturities, primarily in the industrial and financial sectors. This amount was higher than expected to take advantage of opportunities in the market. We invested at an average yield of 5.86%, an average rating of A-, and an average life of 32 years. We also invested approximately $126 million in commercial mortgage loans and limited partnerships that have debt-like characteristics at an average expected return of 10%. None of our direct investments in commercial mortgage loans involved office properties. These investments are expected to produce additional cash yield over our fixed maturity investments, and they are in line with our conservative investment philosophy. For the entire fixed maturity portfolio, the first quarter yield was 5.24%, up 6 basis points from the first quarter of 2023, and up 1 basis point from the fourth quarter. As of March 31st, the tax equivalent effective yield rate on the fixed maturity portfolio was 5.25%. Including the cash yield from our commercial mortgage loans and limited partnerships, the first quarter earned yield was 5.46%. Invested assets are $21.4 billion, including $19.5 billion of fixed maturities at amortized cost. Of the fixed maturities, $19 billion are investment grade with an average rating of A-. Overall, the total fixed maturity portfolio is rated A-, same as a year ago. On fixed maturity, investment portfolio has a net unrealized loss position of approximately $1.4 billion due to the current market rates being higher than the book yield of our holdings. As we have historically noted, we are not concerned by the unrealized loss position as it is mostly interest rate driven and currently relates entirely to bonds with maturities that extend beyond 10 years. We have the intent and, more importantly, the ability to hold our investments to maturity. Bonds rated BBB comprise 47% of the fixed maturity portfolio, compared to 51% from the year-ago quarter. While this ratio is high relative to our peers, we have little or no exposure to higher risk assets such as derivatives, equities, residential mortgages, real estate equities, CLOs, and other asset-backed securities held by our peers. We believe that the BBB securities we acquire generally provide the best risk-adjusted, capital-adjusted returns, due in part to our ability to hold securities to maturity regardless of fluctuations in interest rates or equity markets. Below investment grade bonds remain low at $542 million compared to $596 million a year ago. The percentage of below investment grade bonds to total fixed maturities is 2.8%. At the midpoint of our guidance, for the full year, we expect to invest approximately $1 to $1.2 billion in fixed maturities at an average yield of 5.6 to 5.8%, and approximately $400 to $500 million in commercial mortgage loans and limited partnership investments with debt-like characteristics at an average expected cash return of 8 to 10%. As we've said before, we are pleased to see higher interest rates, as this has a positive impact on operating income by driving up net investment income, with no impact to our future policy benefits, since they are not.
Yo, Sherwin-Williams, that's flipping.
Now I will turn the call.
I don't know. They might be having their conference right now too. I don't know. I think it was muted again. He was talking like held to maturity and bonds.
First, let me spend a few minutes.
That's why it's moving around.
Share repurchase program, available liquidity, and capital position.
And now you're going to talk share repurchases.
Parent began the year with liquid assets of $48 million and ended the quarter with liquid assets of approximately $66 million, slightly higher than the $50 to $60 million that we had historically targeted. In the first quarter, the company repurchased almost 128,000 shares of Globe Life Inc. common stock for a total cost of approximately $16 million at an average share price of $122.13. Thus, including shareholder dividend payments of $21 million for the quarter, the company returned approximately $37 million to shareholders during the first quarter of 2024. The amount of share repurchases during the first quarter is lower than we had anticipated, solely due to the evaluation of a potential acquisition, wherein we paused share repurchases until a conclusion on the acquisition was reached. We have decided not to pursue the acquisition and, as such, intend to continue repurchases as soon as possible. In addition to the liquid assets held by the parent company generated excess cash flows during the first quarter and will continue to do so for the remainder of 2024. The parent company's excess cash flow, as we define it, results primarily from dividends received by the parent from its subsidiaries, less the interest paid on debt. We anticipate the parent company's excess cash flow for the full year will be approximately $450 to $470 million and is available to return to shareholders in the form of dividends and through share repurchases. Excess cash flows in 2024 are estimated to be higher than those in 2023, primarily due to higher statutory earnings in 2023 as compared to 2022. Including the $66 million of available liquid assets at the end of the quarter, along with the $390 million to $410 million in excess cash flows we expect to generate during the remainder of 2024, the company has approximately $455 million to $475 million of liquid assets available to the parent for the remainder of 2024, of which we anticipate distributing approximately $65 to $70 million to our shareholders in the form of dividend payments. As mentioned on previous calls, we will use our cash as efficiently as possible. At this time, we believe that share repurchases provide the best return or yield to our shareholders over other alternative investments. Thus, we anticipate share repurchases will continue to be the primary use of parent's excess cash flows after the payment of shareholder dividends. At the midpoint of our earnings guidance, we anticipate approximately $350 million to $370 million of share repurchases for the year, with approximately one half of that occurring in the second quarter and the remainder in the third and fourth quarters. That said, current market conditions, and should they remain favorable, we will clearly consider accelerating repurchases and may consider accelerating some portion of our anticipated 2025 excess cash flows into 2024.
Yeah, so you're saying they're using buybacks to buy the dip.
At our insurance subsidiaries.
Good. They're back up. They're back up to when they sold at the audit level, and they've raised the buybacks. I think 40 to 50 million higher than expected. But this was already known.
Company action level RBC in the
but again, the acceleration of it, I think, is what's giving you a positive reaction.
At the end of 2023, our consolidated RBC ratio was 314%. At this ratio,
and the crowd goes
subsidiaries had, at that time,
let's see, I just want these analysts
$85 million of capital.
I'm sick of Matt. Matt needs to finish this up.
The low end of our consolidated RBC target of 300%.
Thanks, Matthew.
Now, with regards to
and SPY didn't hit a new high off of any of that. We got Euro close already too, man. So you've low-key been selling off since Euro. Disney and Warner in talks to renew NBA broadcast rights. Global Life breaking out.
Distribution channel. As a reminder, in the third quarter of 2023, we updated both our life and health assumptions, and there have been no changes to our long-term assumptions in the period since. No assumption updates were made in the first quarter of 2024, and we intend to update life and health assumptions in the third quarter of this year. In addition to the impact of assumption changes, the remeasurement gain or loss also indicates experience fluctuations. For the first quarter of 2024, life policy obligations were favorable when compared to our assumptions of mortality.
This is the GL Globe Life conference call.
The remeasurement gain related
this was the company, remember, Fuzzy Panda dropped them the most
$5 million
in like 50 years, and now it's bouncing up. So again, it was at $100 when the report came out, still at 70.
As expected,
but honestly, it's quite interesting. We've been listening for like 30 minutes or so right now.
23.
But it's a lot has happened.
Which we believe is due in part to the seasonally high first quarter life claims versus the rest of the year. We continue to be encouraged by the recent short-term trends in policy obligations experience. The range of earnings guidance encompasses the possibility of future favorable remeasurement gains through 2024. The recent experience, as well as our life mortality trends in the first half of 2024, will inform the third quarter 2024 update to our endemic mortality assumptions. As we noted on our last call, our endemic mortality assumptions currently assumes returning to mortality levels slightly above pre-pandemic levels over the next few years, Recent trends, if they should continue, may indicate a quicker recovery than our current assumptions.
This is weird, bro.
Finally, with respect to earnings guidance for 2024.
Yeah, he just glossed over. Do you realize what he
For the
just
full year
said?
2024, we
that's
estimate
creepy.
net operating earnings.
I hate this stock market. Y'all didn't hear that.
$11.50.
See, I listen. He slipped that in on y'all.
Representing
Y'all don't.
10.3% growth
That's
at the midpoint of our range.
Awkward, right?
The $11.75 point midpoint is higher than our previous guidance.
Dude, he's talking about death trends
investment income results,
and how it
in addition
makes them money
to greater
and how that
impact from the
factors into their
$350
guidance.
to $370 million.
Y'all talking
share
return? He's
repurchases
not talking like return to
in
normal
2024,
inventory.
as discussed
Not,
earlier.
he's like mortality
Those are my
rates
comments.
back to
I'll now return
pre-pandemic
the
levels.
call back to Matt.
Ugh.
Thank you, Tom. Those are our
That's
comments,
spooky.
and we'll now open up the call for questions.
Because that means more or less
Thank you
death.
very much, sir.
It impacts their business
Ladies
greatly.
and gentlemen, as a reminder, if you have any questions, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. Please also ensure your mute function is not activated in order to let your signal reach our equipment. Our very first question is coming from Jim Buller of JP Morgan. Please go ahead.
Is this Buller trying to act like an analyst?
So first, just had a question on what's your rough idea on the timing of the WilmerHale investigation, and then what's your process going to be going forward
when
in
are we gonna
terms
hear
of
this
giving
audit?
investors updates?
So it's reacting already.
Should we assume that once something is completed, or if you get a request from a regulator, you'd actually put out a filing, or is it going to be more around scheduled earnings calls or other events?
Yeah, hi, Jimmy. The investigation from WilmerHale will be happening in the near term, and we'll be providing updates, as appropriate on that. If there's any material updates that are needed, obviously we'll put that out through some type of an 8K, filing. Otherwise, it'll be more through our normal channels.
And near term, is it like a quarter or so, or is it even faster or slower? Just trying to get some sense.
I think as we mentioned earlier, in respect of the ongoing activity, don't have a specific time frame on that. We're not really going to comment.
And then in terms of the impact on your business thus far, I realize 2 weeks is too short of a period, but and you're implying that sales thus far have not been affected. But are there other parts of your business that are affected, where you've seen an impact either on persistency of policies or retention of agents, or any other aspects of the business where you're
Meta is adding video calling to WhatsApp
term from what's gone on over the past couple of weeks?
Yeah, as I'd mentioned in the earlier remarks, is we're really not seeing an impact. The first place I think it would show up would be in the agent recruiting pipeline, and we're not seeing an impact there. As well as from a customer perspective, we've received very limited input from that. For point of reference, we receive about 40 to 50,000 calls a day, and in the
Chad,
early days, we're
push-ups, bro.
receiving 3, 4, or 5
Over
calls.
here, like starting to, I should have told
Recently,
it's
that
hour
trend
2,
has
man.
been
We just
0.
listened into this.
We also
Very
have
interesting
an
call so
agent call-in line
Get the
as
body
well.
moving, baby. This is
and
the
we're
Globe
receiving,
Life conference call.
The same thing,
A
just
lot of
minimal
updates.
to
This is
now
the stock that
0
dropped like
calls
60%
from our
2 weeks
agent
ago
field as well
off of the
on this
short
topic.
report.
And the blackout on your buybacks, is that expiring, or that goes away tomorrow, or is it later on today or next week?
Yeah, Jimmy, that goes away just in the normal course.
Drop
That
them
we're
shoulders.
open tomorrow to be able to start buying back shares.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if your question has been answered, you may remove yourself from the queue by pressing star 2. Our next question is coming from Ryan Kruger, calling from KBW. Please go ahead.
I thought they were about to end it there.
Hi, thanks. Good morning. My first question is, can you help us can you quantify the typical amount of capital strain on your free cash flow from new business in a given year? I guess what I'm trying to understand is, I'm trying to separate the amount of in-force free cash flow you generate versus the typical new business strain. So anything you can do to help quantify that, please.
Yeah, Ryan, thanks for the question. On prior calls, I've actually given a rule of thumb kind of along those lines that for the agency channels, we expect statutory strain of about 40 to 50% of any increase in sales. So that would work the same way as if we had a reduction in sales. So that gives you a good frame of reference for determining that.
Got it. That's for the change in sales. But what about if you had no new sales at all? Can you give any sense of how much higher your free cash flow would be?
Yeah, the same rule of thumb works. So if we had no sales, basically about half of that would be an increase in excess cash flows. And the important thing to note is those would be increases in statutory earnings in the current year, which would then be excess cash flows in the following year at the parent. To the parent, yeah.
Got it. Thanks. And then maybe it will be temporary, but given where your stock is currently trading in the depressed valuation multiple, would you consider looking into an in-force reinsurance transaction to monetize some portion of your existing in-force value to then lead to additional buyback capacity to take advantage of the differential and the price you may be able to get on a transaction like that versus where your stock is currently trading?
Yeah, Ryan, I think we will take a look at various options of how we might generate some financing for that, or just and see if that makes sense. I mean, that would be one of the opportunities that we would look into.
Okay, great. And then just one last quick one. What can you give any sense of the mix
carrying
between
outlook?
First-year commissions versus
check
renewal
retailers
that you pay on
that's
business?
Gucci carrying.
Trying to size kind of how meaningful.
But watch out for
are
any
renewal
of
commissions, or are they the vast majority?
Like Ralph
paid in the first year?
Lauren, stuff like that. Any clothing retailer, they're giving out guidance now.
I do want to
bond
say,
auctions at 2
Ryan,
p.m.
I don't have that right off top.
Hour
here.
15.
I do want to say that the majority of it is first-year commissions, but want to be careful with that.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think I think we could look at the renewal commissions in our statutory filings to give some insight there, but I would think renewal commissions are less than 10% of renewal premiums, so that might be a good frame of reference.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. We'll now move to Wes Carmichael calling from Autonomous Research. Please go ahead.
Hey, good morning, and thanks for taking my question. You talked about, in your prepared remarks, potentially accelerating the buyback and bringing back maybe 2025. Does that decision depend on the outcome of any review by WilmerHale or regulators?
No. I mean, for what we know today, we're looking at just the timing of, resources to be able to accomplish any of that buyback. And obviously we're looking at market conditions as well. And so if we have an opportunity to be buying back shares clearly less than our book value, we believe that that's a very good answer for our shareholders and a very good return for that money. Now, typically, as you know, our historic buyback methodology has been pro rata over the years. As we receive our dividends from our subsidiaries, we get that over the course of the year, and we kind of use our CP balances to kind of help even that out, some of the timing of that over the course of time. And so all things else being equal, we would be kind of doing that ratably throughout the remainder of
Walmart,
2024.
There was that news in the morning with the Affirm stuff, and then it flipped. But
and so we'll be looking
no
at
news. And then again, I watch for retailers right now.
That and depending on the timing of just being able to fund some of those.
Got it. And I guess the press release mentioned that you were blacked out of repurchases for part of the quarter. You talked about that a little bit, but can you just confirm, was Globe the potential acquirer of something, and maybe any more color you could provide on that would be helpful?
Yeah, no, we were looking at an opportunity where we were going to be the acquirer. Early in January, we reached a decision where the transaction would be material enough and it was probable enough that to actually happen that we thought that we should put ourselves into a blackout period with respect to the repurchasing of our shares. As Tom noted in his comments, we're no longer considering that opportunity. Of course, during the month of April, here, there's a time period prior to our call where we're in a normal blackout anyway because of, material knowledge that we have around earnings and such. And then as I mentioned to Jim, we'll be coming out of that tomorrow.
So they were going to buy somebody.
Thank you, sir.
Do some. I'm finishing on
We'll
my
move now to John Darnage, calling from Piper Sandler. Please go ahead.
Good time.
Thank you for the opportunity and good morning. Did guidance for admin expense include the cost of the WilmerHale investigation?
I would say that the overall estimates of everything that we know today would be included in our overall guidance of what we've given.
Okay. And then when you looked at the Beasley transaction a few years ago, did that cause a repurchase blackout during that period? Just trying to get some sizing on what you were looking at. Thank you.
Yeah, it did. It was just a shorter period of time.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Our next question will be coming from Elyse Greenspan, calling from Wells Fargo. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Good morning. My first question, I guess, is also on the potential M&A deal. Did you guys choose to walk away, because you were no longer interested in the property, or did you walk away because it was a function of where your stock price was when you made the decision?
Yeah, we did end up walking away primarily as a result of the stock price of where we're at today, as we got to looking at what would be the best utilization of our funds for our shareholders and being able to give the highest and best risk-adjusted returns to our shareholders. We did make the decision that repurposing any acquisition funds, if you will, toward the purchase of our own shares would be in the best interest.
And then can you just remind us, like, some properties, I guess, that you would, from an M&A perspective, find attractive? I mean, I guess, obviously the buyback, it sounds like you guys are on hold for a while with deals, but just as we try to get a sense of maybe what you might have been looking at in the quarter.
Yeah, as far as M&A goes, we typically look at opportunities that are in our markets. We like the middle income market. We also like the products that we distribute in the form of the risk profile, the profitability profile of those. So basic protection life or supplemental health products. We also like exclusive distribution or opportunities from a direct-to-consumer perspective. And so our current business model, as that's framed up, that's the lens we look through as we think about M&A opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll now go to Wilma Burtis, calling from Raymond James. Please go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Could you talk a little bit about what drove up the 2024 excess cash flow versus the prior guide?
Yeah, Wilma, it really was just a little bit higher statutory earnings as we finalized the earnings from 2023. We're seeing a little bit higher subsidiary dividends to the parent.
Yeah, well, just think about the timing of that our statutory blue books for 2023 really don't get fully completed until sometime in February. So that's after the time that we have that first quarter call.
Yeah, and what I'd add is, I think that's consistent with the favorable mortality results that we saw in the third and fourth quarter of 2023 as well.
Gotcha. And following up on an earlier question, maybe just could you talk a little bit about, you talked about bringing forward some 2025 excess cash flows, but is there any way to quantify that amount or how that could work?
Yeah. Right now, Wilma, there really isn't. We'll take a look at the situation, as we think about where the share price changes over time and just in our availability of cash flows and we'll just have to look at that over the and we should be able to give more update on that clearly on our next call.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question is coming from Tom Gallagher, calling from Evercore ISI. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Just first a question just on the DOJ subpoena. Curious, why there's any involvement by the DOJ here at all.
Favorable mortality
just considering,
rate.
I thought the
that's a good
domain
place
of
to
sales
end it.
practices of life insurers was state insurance regulators, not any kind of federal body. But any perspective on that of what's going on here, and is there subpoena in coordination with insurance regulators, or is it just standalone?
As I'd mentioned earlier, that's a subject of an ongoing matter. I just refer you back to what we said earlier in our prepared remarks related to our assessment of the DOJ.
All right, we're going to wrap it up there.
activity.
Bro, they said a lot of things. So, again, the main thing, if you guys don't know why we listened to that, it started moving. They had earnings this morning. They were barely up 1% at open. And then all of a sudden, they went up like 8 or 9%, or like 8%. And then the report started, and then it started going all over the place. But this stock, bro, it had like the biggest stock drop ever in its history. And they've been around for like 40, 50 years or something like that, a little longer. But there was that short report, Fuzzy Panda. So they were going over the conference call, and then they talked about it, and they said they're not going to answer questions, and they're going to audit themselves. And then they mentioned like 3 other cases. They talked about buybacks, favorable mortality rates, and a couple of other things. But I think it was getting to the end of the questions there. It started to make a move, but it's still up, and it's still $25 to get back up to that other level. Still $10-20 off of the lows. So just a wild story, but it was. I'm telling you, that first like 20-30 minutes of it, every couple of minutes there was a lot of things. Walmart's down again, but I looked into Walmart. There's nothing behind it. They're talking AI powered forklifts. I think Mizuho was talking about the what's it called? The news on the buy now, pay later, but then it was old, and then the Netflixes have gone up. Your Netflix plays are up like 120. So that's not bad. And then the GE plays came back up on the call side. But yeah, we've been here for a little bit over 2 hours, man. I was doing my stretches towards the last half of that, so hopefully you did your push-ups. But we're up 1.4 on the NASDAQ. We're up a little bit more, but still a great day. 168 on the Russell. SPY up 1, and then Dow Jones up by 0.5%. But somebody said in the chat a little bit ago, they're like, this feels a lot different than the last couple of days, and it does. I mean, the fact is, you didn't have any sort of sell. You've had relief. You didn't give back any of it. You got the bonds playing along with it. I mean, and you just didn't have a lot of news that was, battering you and giving you crazy reactions. So here we are, but we still got a few hours left. The big driver of the day was PMI data that literally came in weaker, and we just started running off of it. So, yeah, it feels like no one's ready to panic. And the other days is the panic was slowly setting in. People were telling me that they wanted to sell their long terms. But definitely today, it's cooled down, especially after yesterday was green too. That definitely helps. Big banks face CFTC probe of NDAs in swaps and clearing business. Don't know what that's saying. That's coming out now. I don't know if any of the big banks are moving off of it. I don't think my GO plays. I don't know if they, I think they expired. We had 200%, then they died. It was $30 though. But otherwise, I had no plays on it. I didn't play it during that. I was like, bro, I've never seen a company audit themselves after a short report. So, it's one thing to have, self-audit yourself, but in response to a short report, very interesting. So, but I didn't make a play on that. And then banks did not move on those headlines. You think market will consolidate? It could. This could be a level. This is enough for the day. You still got a squeeze level right above if people want to hold this up. And then, we shouldn't get any data. But if the bond auction is bad, that could flip things. Or if we get, global tension updates in the middle. And then by the end of the day, everybody's going to start preparing for Tesla, Visa, Enphase, and then Boeing and all the other names in the morning.
But remember, today was a lot of companies, and you actually got a lot of support compared to the last couple of days. You actually got, names that went up on earnings. They did good against Spotify, everything, tech, consumer. The defense stocks didn't do too bad. They may have sold off, but like I'm saying, the earnings so far, we haven't been given any warning things. Maybe the data's moving and maybe opinions are moving around a lot, but so far, none of these earnings are too different than last quarter. Sometimes that's bad because it's not enough growth, but at the end of the day, no real warning signs when it's said and done. But today was a different day. Today had a lot of different things that contributed to it playing out a little different than the last couple days or the last week. ARM big dump, low of the day. Let's see. Yeah, they're down about $2 from that level, but still up 2.3 on the day. Intel's break even. They're the ones a little bit. NVIDIA, I think, was up 2. They're up 3 now. So chip index still generally decent. Boeing. I think Boeing, I wouldn't play it for earnings. I think there's going to be way more, unless they come out with a crazy announcement, but for the most part, I think Boeing is going to have just way more hype in IV because of everything that's gone on than any earnings will provide it. Kind of like Tesla, and that's going to be the weird part with Tesla, because Tesla has the what's it called? They already had the deliveries. Globe Life breaking out though again, and then you're moving up. You're about 30 minutes off Euro close. It is 9 o'clock, my brethren. If it's Boeing, I ain't going. Buy shares, sell a call. Maybe if the premium's high enough, I do think Boeing will have that. But then again, I don't really want to. I don't want to own Boeing. ASMI, is this ASML? Hold on, I'm getting ASML or ASMI. Q1 orders, EU 697 million. Estimate was 662. It's ASMI or ASML. I think it's ASML. Maybe it's just the letter capitalized. I can't tell. I think, or ASMI. What the hell is it ASMI real? I don't know. We'll see. I'll keep that up. I hope you're well. First time here this week. I missed you. No Diddy. No Diddy, man. I missed you too. It's only been one day. ASML. There you go. It's popping. It just showed up weird on the ticker. I was like, what's ASMI? ASML. They gave Q1 order numbers. They report first quarter 24. Expect recovery in WFE spending to gradually pick up in remainder of year. ASML outlook quarter 2 revenue at constant currency to increase 660 to 700 million. Buddy Pop, is that McDonald's? And then Pfizer on the low? What happened to Pfizer? They just flipped? What's Buddy? Buddle? Is it Buddy or Buddle? No, nothing? I can't find that, sir. Bunch of value plays flipped red. Philip Morris, they had earnings, and Ultra, they held up. Think he meant weed? Nah, because they're not even popping up. Tesla tanked. And then, but you guys heard that stat, right? I could tell if you watched the watch list or not. But Tesla has dropped 7 days in a row. That was yesterday. It's only done that twice in its history. And the last 2 times it went up 50% in 2 months and then 100% in 2 months. But literally in its history, it is not really this. Oh, he meant Baidu? Maybe. Y'all playing like that word game, that mashup game? Yeah, Baidu would be that would make the most sense. Disney on the high. But ASML is moving off that. So again, they're in Europe. They came out with orders here, earnings. Seems like it was good. Let me check what their estimate was. ASML is a chip company. Capital One. No, that one's, I put DUS instead of D's. D's and DUS. Disney is coming up. Morgan Stanley, too. It's another one of them. Earnings like last week. Well, they just came out with some update right now. I mean, literally, it's on the wire right in front of you. Or is that ASM? No, it's ASM International. No, it's ASMI. It's not ASML. Bro, it's not ASML. It moved, but no, this says ASM International. I think I told you. I don't know if it was capitalized. It's ASM. It's not ASML. No, this thing literally just popped up 1% for no reason. Computers and people are stupid. Because that's not, I mean, unless it wants to move with the market. But yeah, that is that came ASM International. 2 nano. It has chips. ASMIY. That's your ticker here. So I don't know, mate. Is this a different type of stock? Whatever the fuck this is. But yeah, ASML just pumping. I don't know. Just hook him up. Ethan Allen, I remember that. Yeah, full year 24 growth. Well, those numbers are coming out. Owen Semiconductor price target cut by Wells Fargo. Well, ASML is getting volume on that. I don't know. Maybe they're related. Maybe it's a subsidiary. It's related to chips. I don't know, but the other chip makers are moving around. ASML put now. You probably could. It literally just popped up like 10, 15 bucks. Pepsi already reported. Pepsi was this morning. They did good, but then North America, I believe, was slower. So they kind of were a little hesitant off of that. But yeah, so they moved 2.5 there, pricing in like 3 or 4. That was after the bell. Nah, you're good. It was this morning. Apple said to be developing its own AI server using TSMC's 3 nanometer process targeting mass production. Was that this morning? We heard something on that. So I don't know if that's happening now. Cities on the high? VKTX, they report. I mean, VKTX is it's like a BIOS. That's either going to get bought out or not. So I don't even think their earnings might move the stock, but all that matters is their drug trials and then whether or not they're going to sell it. Bring back Twitch too. We'll work on it, man. We'll see what we could do. ASMI is based in Netherlands. It's kind of like ASML, Netherlands semiconductor company. So maybe that's why they're going up, but ASML is moving up still. ASML has literally almost doubled its gain off of the ASMI earnings. Oh, man. JP Morgan's CEO says geopolitical situation is most complicated and dangerous since World War II. And then SPY working its way back up. Spotify, another high. We were just looking at those. Again, those options did not go up on the 2 standard deviations, only 1. And then Netflix is up. You have almost 150% on that play. 5065, you're 3 points off of the high. The J in JP Morgan stands for Jamie. I feel like it always has. Jamie Dimon, JP Diamond Morgan Stanley, Black and Decker, Decker outdoors sportswear, outdoor sports group United. They're all connected. See that? I could just say I'm going off the last Stanley mugs. It's all connected. I'm telling you, and it's all connected to me. Because I made them. You better vote for me, okay? Good. Yeah, good day. Sleepy Joe. I know, he died like a dog. El-Baghdadi. And now Joe Biden sending money to Ukraine, giving the Afghanis guns, all of it. I don't know. It's complicated. If I was in office, it'd be easy, but hey, good luck. I'll see you in November.
Yeah, fuck you. Spotify on the high.
And DB. I don't like court. I told the judge. I'll see you. You come to Mar-a-Lago. We could do proceedings there. Get it done. It's corrupt. Politicians working for politicians. I think that's the same thing, but hey.
Vanny filed the S3 up to 300 million. Well, that's good and bad. Because they're already front running the yeah, they did. Is that today? 300 mixed shelf. And then common stock sales for 75 million with Jeffries. 20, yeah, private placement. I need to check the price, but ideally that just means they're going to they're going to do good on the data then, but they're just front running the dump. But then you already know they're going to dump shares there. The Shane Gillis. Bro, that's how I got better. That's it. I just have to take his line.
El-Baghdadi. He died like a dog. Once I do that, the voice is activated. And then I could become Trump. I could become Donald, the 46th, 47th president. That's all. It's easy. But Joe wants to make it difficult. Wants to shut down the border. Better yet, open it up. Let everybody in. No problems. Like there's no word called consequences. Would you look at that?
That's it, man. All you got to do. All you got. That's it. CGC popping. Am Dizzle finally. And then Disney. So again, a couple of the chip makers. I mean, they're all still holding up again. Some moving lower or not. But we'll see. We will see up 110 on spot. Cause AMD finally. Netflix going up great. Everything still holding that relief. I already gave you the update earlier, right? I think we only went over it once, but again, you only have just everything's green. It's like 90%. Like literally Dow 21 red, 9 in the green, Nasdaq 90 green, 10 in the red, and then S&P 500 411 green, 92 red. I'm excited. I mean, if the Trump voice gets better, we have the Biden. I mean, I could host my own debate. Fuck that. Like, if they don't want to debate, I could do the debate. And I look forward to that. You know, if Biden refuses to debate, if Trump don't want to get on the debate and they don't want to give the American people, you know, like one of the pillars of an election, you know, like a debate, I'll give you the debate. I got you. I could. They call me the Scranton Slammer.
They call me the orange orangutan. I don't know what they call me, but all I know is they love me. Buy my shoes and my Bibles.
Yeah, fuck you. What do you want to talk about? I tell you, we want to talk about the border. How about we talk about Ukraine? Huh? We could do it, man. It'd be good.
Logan Bond, welcome back. Good to see you again, Logan. That's a good guy. I love him. He's like James, but he's Logan. Welcome back.
CGI. And then CGC again. AMD started going up.
Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Are you voting for Trump or not? I mean, I don't know. I want to vote this year. And it's just like I still like RFK, and it's sad because RFK is starting to pull votes from both of them. I was just saying, I was like, I don't think he's gonna win, but like low key, the latest poll, and that's if you believe polls, that's up to you. But apparently, he's pulling votes from both of them. But I do want to vote this year. It'll be my first time, so I'm excited. But yeah, I think the last couple of years have driven me to political action. Because otherwise I was just blaming you guys. Because I never voted. I said you wanted this. Y'all voted for this, man. So, but I guess I'm back in now. My vote does not matter. That's what they taught me, but I learned that with my political science degree. But we live in a very influential world. You got people being brainwashed left and right on social media. The political power goes a long way. So, I'm gonna double. I think you are important. So I think all of you should vote, and whatever you like and support and your stances. It's very polarized and a lot of political identity involved. But I really do think, despite the logic of votes, quote unquote, not mattering, I think you live in a different era. And again, I think your vote and the influence and the way people like demand that you talk about it too. If you haven't know, it has a lot of pull nowadays. So y'all should vote. Nothing beats the rush of talking trash at the polls. I've never got to vote. Do you do that? You know what I mean? To tell me you could go to the polling booth and like beef with the other team? That's crazy. I didn't know it was a team sport. But still, that's nice. JP Morgan CEO says there is a chance that stagflation can happen again. Oh? And then Edward Life Sciences popping a little bit. This is low-key a value play. Remember, we flipped this beginning of the year. Actually, they're kind of back to that level. You've totally talked shit at the polling place? Stop it. Can you tell me this story? Like, what do you mean? Like you're waiting in line and like some dude's wearing like a Trump hat? Or like somebody has like a Biden shirt on with the laser eyes, and then you're like, screw you. Like, how does this happen? Again, I've never voted, so I don't know how you could wind up in that situation. Netflix doing good, baby. You just troll them. You just wear a MAGA hat. I think you get, can't you get charged for voter intimidation? That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm like, hold up here. I'm like, what? How does this happen? How do y'all get into these? That's the rush. That's the rush I'm talking about. Man. We already have Apple. Tesla's doing good. Again, Netflix as well. The Netflix plays are up 160. So do as you please with those. What has politically motivated you? Just everybody. I feel like we live in a very different world. There's a lot of political ideology. Everybody argues about stuff. The world's going apeshit. I mean, your currency and price stability is a joke. And if it's one thing in the United States, you should see all the other countries. But yeah, it's so much. And then the way everybody is, man, I feel like this is it's a point in history we're at where it's definitely, I wouldn't call it a paradigm shift, but we've definitely entered a new era. Again, it kind of does feel like the 70s. Let's see if SPY, bonds held up all day. It's good for now, 50.67. GE is breaking out now. So GE plays are up. GE plays are up 215%. 38 cents to $1.15. Nice. How can you say it feels like the 70s if you didn't live through the 70s? Well, that's good that you know I didn't live through the 70s, so hopefully you would have extended me, like, the benefit of the doubt. But what I mean is, like, more so just the feeling, not, like, living through it. But the last time there was, changes, big governmental, societal, monetary stuff type beat, like the 70s, Bretton Woods, all of those things. You're doing it again here. Again, last time they printed this much currency, the last time real estate prices ever got this expensive, all of these things. And then just literally, I think gold and bonds tell the story. Diamond, even if we get into a recession, U.S. consumer is in good shape. SMCI erased half the gains. Where's Jamie talking? And then, dude, your 2 point, you hit a new high 4 minutes ago. Jason Snipes buys Uber. Uber's on the high. I just saw it on CNBC. And then, yeah, now it's guys. Literally, CNBC's talking about him right now. The volume, well, yesterday's volume was a little lower too. So far, these reliefs ahead of earning, you could see yesterday was definitely the lower end of the last couple of weeks. But right now, 27 million by hour 3 is not that bad. If anything, it is like legit. It's just average. Still banned from Twitch. Well, I love you, Zachary, and I know you love the Twitch, but I'm unbanned on Twitch. I'm just banning Twitch now myself. You see, so they banned me, but now I have to ban them, because like I was saying, it was just that's at that point, if a YouTube ain't get banned and only Twitch did, that was a self-inflicted Twitch wound. So I don't know what is expected. It was just self-inflicted, so I don't know how to. So we'll let it work its way out. I don't think I get your Bezos bucks. You will have to resubscribe. But then again, my loss too, I guess. My loss too. We all lose. See, we all lose. Everybody's a loser. When we don't work together, nobody benefits. That's it. You don't get easy platform. You don't get less ads, everything. You know what I'm saying? Everybody loses. I don't get free Bezos bucks. I don't get my backup channel. We all lose. We all lose in this life if we don't have each other's backs. You know what I'm saying? We all lose if we don't have each other's backs. Amen. Yeah, Uber, CMC mentioned, just popped. Mattel waking up here a little bit. I don't know if that looks like it'd be CNBC too. They're kind of getting the volume there on the highs. Oh, why did Nightbot delete you? Oh, you were 250,000 in line to get the Cybertruck. I got an email. I can order it now. Yeah, because they're trying to upsell you. That's what they did to me. And it's kind of stupid. Tesla popping. So, are they offering you the base model, like the car that you ordered? Or are they saying, we'll give you it if you buy the Foundation Edition? Because I think that's the biggest scam. I love the Cybertruck. I would buy one in a heartbeat. But, I'm not spending $140,000 on that car. You have me fucked up.
Yeah, it's a foundation series. Yeah, that's what they did to me too. Like, it's just not. It's more than. It's like 38,000, I think, when it's all said and done. It's like the grand total is like 130, 140, and I'm like, dude, no. You seen the black one in the Metro Boomin and Future music video? Nah. I've seen a lot of cool ones already. I've seen people put in like wire rims on them, you know, like 100 spokes, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. They look beautifully ugly. It looks like me. The car is me. It's ugly, but fucking sexy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain it. Like, bro, like, ladies, they love me, but I look like a lizard, the Geico lizard. It's just like the Cybertruck. It's so ugly, but it's beautiful. You have no idea. I love it. I want one. I want a matte black one with like 26-inch wire gold rims on it, like an old school Impala. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's what I want, with white walls on it. That's what I want my Cybertruck to look like. Yeah, I want all gold 26-inch wire rims on white walls with a matte black Cybertruck. Yeah, some gold Daytons. There you go. Bro, it's beautiful. I saw one like that, and I was like, oh, it was clean, bro. It was, yeah, floating center caps. Uh-huh, you already know. Uh-huh. Am I Team Drake or Team Kendrick? I think Kendrick is a better rapper, but Drake destroyed his ass. His little five. Like, Drake dissed him so good, Drake got me making fun of short guys, and I'm fucking shorter than Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? Like, Drake's a real homie. Drake said 5'7". In the eyes of someone who's 5'6", 5'7" is a compliment. You know what I'm saying? Like, Drake called him 5'7". I'm like, wow, Drake, that's even like, Drake was even being nice to him on that when it's all said and done. But nah, Drake destroyed him. I'm making fun. I'm like, listen, Pipsqueak. I'm calling short guys Pipsqueak now. I'm shorter than all of them. All because of Drake. Drop and give me 50. A. Drake did not destroy him. His Ghost Rider did. Maybe. Whatever he did, though, it was good. It's good. GL's still going, up 14 now. Dude, we saw this at 2%, then 8%, then 11, now 14. I heard the Quavo diss. It was just funny. But then they just got weird when Chris Brown started making fun of you for beating up girls, and then your name is Chris Brown. I see he lost me after that, but I like that it wasn't subtle. I like it was very straightforward, you know? Yeah, I liked it, but at the end of the day, I'm like, you beat the shit out of Rihanna. You beat the queen, and now you... It's crazy. Tesla is breaking out. Groupon on the high. Apple stopped moving. Where's Nivda and the gang? Remember, AMD was running up a little earlier. Big Bank said to face CFTC. That one came out earlier. That didn't move anything. Bro, Tesla's running. And then SPY might break out. And then those GEs are up just under 300%. You're 1 point off a new high. Remember, 50.78. That's the level. And honestly, you have so much time left. It's disgusting. So, low-key, as long as we keep... There hasn't been the fat pullback today. So, give that some runway to think about. But other than that, you're holding up good. And like I was saying, you know, that 50.78, why that level is so important. Because, one, this is where we closed on Monday after the sell-off last week from above 5,100. But, like, we haven't been above 50.78 since we dropped below it.
And then you start pulling this chart out, like, again, 50.78. You haven't even, man, when was the last time you were here? Drop and give me 50. Yeah, so last time you were at 50.78, this was the gap from beginning of March, and then this is where you bounced up off of at the end of February, and then right around where you closed after Powell on the upside. So this is even like low-key a Powell level at 50.80 right above it. So there's a lot of data points riding around here and ever since we sold off. So that's why I'm saying if we could break that on the upside, I think that would give a lot of optimism, or at least just help out some of this continued optimism you've been dealing with. Drop in, give me 50. Hey. I do like Drake's Ghost Riders, man. How come y'all never blame, like Tom Brady, we never blame the coach? I'm just clowning with y'all too, right? You know, I hope some of y'all, I know rap beef gets people taking it mad serious, so I hope none of you take any of this too seriously, because some of y'all are getting worked up on it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, the coach come up with the play. I'm just saying, I just like the art, man. I like how it all came out. But I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, and it's also hour number 3, baby. So get the body moving. Let's get some push-ups in. Let's relax the shoulders.
Interestingly, we have the 2-year yield
I want to use this
back on the
commercial before it
decline
goes away.
under 493, a 4 basis point move lower. Of course, we have that auction a little bit later in the hour, starting around 1 o'clock today. A lot hinging on the appetite there at yields at this level. The 10-year yield at about 457 on the day, 3 basis points lower. The Bloomberg Dollar Index kind of stalling out here after, of course, a significant rally we've seen this year. And gold here on its second day of declines, though roughly flat now on the day. It's still risk on in these markets. Now let's take a look at some midday movers on the equity side. Lots of earnings. Spotify, the paid subscribers rose 14% year over year to $239 million, making it a profitable first quarter. The streaming platform plans to raise prices again this year. Spotify shares up more than 16%. Another earnings reactions we're watching this morning, GE raising the full year profit guidance.
Shout out Spotify.
As it sees surging
Relax
demand
your
for
shoulders.
jet
Do the push-ups.
engines
Shout out
and
Spotify.
services. GE now up more than 7.5% on the day. Halliburton posting its best earnings for the first quarter despite shrinking business in fracking. It's the best it's performed in like 12 years, but you're still seeing shares taking about a 0.5% decline on the day here. JetBlue also on the decline. Revenue this quarter will fall more than analysts expected as excess flying capacity holds down fares in Latin America, which is a crucial region for the carrier. And GM raised its 2024 guidance by $500 million as robust truck sales offset concerns around EV demand. And of course, speaking of EVs, Tesla investors are awaiting earnings after the bell. The stock tumble has been nearly 19% over the past 7 days. And that's amid doubts about its business strategy as those sales of electric vehicles have slumped. And Elon Musk is expected to announce plans to scrap the rollout of a cheaper model of a Tesla and focus instead on developing a fully self-driving vehicle. We're going to discuss these big earnings ahead with Neuberger Berman senior analyst Dan Flax. A lot going on today, but perhaps start us off with Tesla, given that it's such a moment for the markets.
Good to be with you as always. I think what we're seeing is that Tesla, amongst others, is facing pressure from a slowing consumer, clearly with higher rates. That impacts purchasing. If we think about the near term, it's clearly going to remain difficult. What we're focused on is how this company can continue to innovate, really transform and continue to strengthen the user experience, bring down costs to help drive affordability. And then as we think a little bit further out, there's potential for incremental revenue as they continue to offer new services like full self-drive and hopefully get better adoption of that over time. And so you get additional revenue streams. So we like it here with a 12 to 24 month horizon, while of course appreciating that the near term is difficult.
Well, the near term is interesting because after it saw more than 40% decline through yesterday, you are seeing a little bit of the relief in the stock today as we head into that critical earnings period for this company. What changes the narrative? Do you worry that there's more of a downturn ahead, or do you buy at these levels?
I think the stock is attractive at these levels. But when we look at Tesla and really the broader technology and industrial technology space, we try to selectively identify companies that have differentiated intellectual property, those that can execute on their product cycles and continue to invest and innovate to drive future growth. And so I think what we'll see from Tesla is really this continuation of transforming the driving experience, delighting their customers in new ways. I think that even though competition is fierce, of course, there's cyclical headwinds, the company will be able to emerge stronger from this period. And if they're able to do that, they will of course create value for their customers and I think their shareholders as well as we think about the next 1 to 2 years.
When you think about stocks outside of Tesla, beyond this in the Magnificent Seven, where are you finding the most value given kind of the correction we've seen more recently in valuations?
We continue to like Google, and there's a lot of focus on the competitive dynamics in search in terms of what Microsoft and ChatGPT can do. But what we're seeing is that Google is transforming search yet again. I think they're infusing generative artificial intelligence capabilities into more parts of search, into YouTube. We think their cloud business focused on enterprise customers is very much underappreciated. And so as you have this continued broadening of growth drivers, I think what we'll see from Google over in this quarter, but really over the coming quarters and into next.
All right, thanks, Dan. His name's Dan Flax. What a name. So I think you hit a new high there. Yes, sir, 50.71. And then you came down a little bit, but like we were just saying, everything is holding up good. The GE, I believe, is on the watch list, the strike price. So we talked about that yesterday, but those plays are up, which is good, but I'm still out of the money. But I'm down. Again, it moved more than expected. The fact was they were only pricing in like 3 or 4%. They moved up 7. So even though it's not 2 standard deviations, the options, they still moved up. And then your Netflix plays went up a lot too. Those are just under 200%. NCI, Neocard. That was the IPO. That was the one Troy said in the morning. Yeah. That was it was like 475 it opened up at. And then NVIDIA coming down. That'll suck. And then now it's been 2 days. So remember, last week was every day selling off with chips. But last 2 days, we finally got to calm down a little bit. You only got the GM? Yeah, I feel you, man. That one, I'm surprised. I thought they were going to do a lot better because they went up 5. They were pricing in around 4, but it just went comatose. And then the UPS was looking good until that flipped in the morning. Well, we'll take it for now. Walmart, there's no news on Walmart. They were even up. There was just that like a firm thing in the morning. Then people said the news was old, and then the stock just dumped. And then Nordstrom's still up too. AMAT on the high. Abivi back to 170. Pfizer sold off out of nowhere. Disney, too. He's back up. So right under 114. That's good. But, dude, they've literally, ever since the vote, I mean, the market got bad, but ever since the vote, they literally sold off 10%. Come on. Where's our boy? Nelson. We need Nelson. You got 5,200 shares of Walmart. Good luck. I don't know when their earnings are. I want to say in a couple weeks. PayPal on the high. I know Square was running earlier. SPY's about to go up now. Yeah, Square and PayPal both on the high. Amazon is on the high ticker right now. 50.70. So literally 1 point off of the highs right now. And then 50.78. I mean, very, very close and still a lot of time, and the bond auction still on the way.
Amazon keeps ripping. They keep going up. Who was the other one? There's another earnings this morning. And then you have BA tomorrow morning. Again, we'll go over those in a little bit after the auction. Capital One all-time highs. MasterCard and AXP. AXP, that was the post-earnings. That last Friday or whatever it reported, they were cheap. Walmart split a couple of weeks ago, yeah. That's why the stock is at $58. They did not go down 50%. And SPY still hugging the high. Baba, bro, the high ticker is literally on full gas. Almost. Yeah, I closed my gold short already. I closed it last night. I got done with the gym and I came home and then I saw gold gap down another 1%. So after the 3% drop yesterday, I said that's good. And I walked away with a nice profit. And now I am free to speculate on gold once again. So I'm waiting on my moment again. But I do plan on trading gold again, if that didn't give that away. I liked it. I don't know. There was a lot of, that trade was painful at first. But I'd like what I've been expecting with gold in the movements. It's been quite exhilarating. I'm just waiting on my moment. UAL on the high. Airlines are going up earlier. Bonds and SPY. I mean, I have to pull up this to see if we're hitting a new high. Yeah, that it 50, 71, 62. So you did hit a new high on that candle. Just slowly going up. The margin on a big gold contract is 13,000. On a small one, it's 1,300. The people that said to sell, I mean, hey, I learned something though. I got to learn from it. So I'm glad. And at the end of the day, got to walk away. And since I think October or December, every gold trade has worked. So God is good, finger to the sky, baby. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I like the gold. Again, that one got a little rough, but I mean, 2,400 was pretty high. So I'm glad how it played out, but I think gold the rest of the year, man, it's going to be wild. 50.71 was the high. You just went 2 points off of it. Why do you track the SPX and not SPY? I do both, if you haven't noticed. So we have the SPY on here. I don't really use the levels, but you could generally, like, I could visualize them, and then I use the SPX as, like, the cash main index, and then that's the one I have levels on, but I get both, and I'm also looking at futures as well, too. So, if anything, I mean, we're kind of taking in all the data. What are you getting for lunch today? I think a 2-year bond auction with a side of PHILO. And then some earnings previews as a beverage. You let me know. I think. We'll see. If you're lucky, we'll find out. It just depends. About 17 minutes. 17 minutes till the action, baby. A bond auction is just, they sell the bonds. You know, the government, they're like, we're going to sell the bonds. We need the money. So then they go to an auction. They have like a designated time and place to sell them. And then they just put them up for sale. And then depending on how many people choose to buy them, we get results. And then those results let us know if there's demand for bonds or not. And if there's not demand, the yields go higher, and that's bad. And if there is demand, the yields go lower, and that's good. Ta-da! Starting Josh's full punt. At least the instruction, there was no instructions, baby. Or not. I'll take it. I still got the bond dog. I'm ready to go. I got my lunch. I'm excited. I'll eat some 2-year bonds. We have PHILO on the side. Wash it down with some earnings. Can't complain. We out here, baby. So how do we negotiate? Pump it up at 5,100? I can't negotiate at a level I already pumped it up at. That's just nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to give me like a new comp. I mean, I can't. My shareholders, I can't take that back to shareholders and say, hey, I want to pump it up at the same level we were pumping it up 6 months ago. We have way better growth. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, we got to at least. I said 5,500 last time. We tried to get a bill, but then y'all fucking Mike Johnson did or whatever. Y'all didn't pass it through. We tried to get a vote, but so we still stalled negotiations. We went on vacation, and now that's it. I've been sending money to Ukraine instead. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's crazy. I do a stream. It's crazy. I should have told you, but every night, Ukrainian time, I do a stream and I pump it up for them only. You've probably been missing it. Yeah, so instead of giving y'all the pump it up, I've been doing an exclusive Ukrainian only pump it up. That maybe makes sense why, but hey, it's worth it. 5,500 deal. I mean, do you have authority to negotiate on the behalf of every Chad? I don't know. I could make a negotiation. I don't know, but I don't know if now's the time and place. We've sold off several days. We're down like 3% on the month. I don't know if this is the environment to be negotiating pump it up in. Maybe after a positive NVIDIA earnings we could talk. You approve 55. I think 5,500 is a great price. Gives you something to look for. Your Roth is just cash after rolling over to Hood? Really? Like they sold you out of everything? No. I mean, you could probably just attach it to a SPY or, I mean, you could go for some value now, but otherwise you're going to have to slowly start distributing it back into stuff. That's wild. If Pump It Up chatter marks the top of the day. Well, we'll see, but then again, I mean, you still got that auction coming up. So we'll find out. You got to request the in-kind transfer, or they do that? I was going to say. That's wild. Netflix, he's doing very good again, back up 3.8 now. So it's literally bounced there after the earnings. Getting up to it sucks because if it gets to 580, sells off, it'll cuck you on those contracts. But if it breaks out from there, those will look even better. Model 3 performance tax credit. Woo. Baidu going for new highs. What were you calling it earlier? Buddy? Budell? Should I just buy Bill? Unless, do they have a SPACs? So if it's on or if you have Robinhood Gold, they'll just pay you cash, I think. But see if they have like a money market or like a Vanguard cash fund, something that charges less or preferably has a higher yield. But otherwise, yeah, or fine, put it into something that could collect you and take advantage of the fixed income. Because I mean, you're sitting on cash. I would get some Pfizer. I don't know, not a recommendation, but that's the only thing. And I don't know if you owned it prior or if you even like it. But that's the only thing that's cheap with a 6% yield right now that will be here by the time you retire. So, but that you could do a small allocation there. And then you get some fixed income cash. Everything else is bounced up, like even MO's up.
I don't know about the indexes. And then, yeah, we do have some Pfizer. Then, yeah, that's the only value name right now. If you're telling me you have a all cash restarted Roth there, I would allocate into the higher quality names, see if you could get a discount on earnings. But Pfizer's the only one I'm thinking. Maybe 3M, but I want the dust to settle. MO is literally up 10% since our last purchase. It's not a bad price, but I mean, you can probably get it cheaper. Banks have already went up. I don't know if MPW would be worth it. I think Pfizer would be better. And then Nike, if it comes cheaper. Nike was close. Maybe that could be something there too. I don't know where you stand on that. But yeah, I like Pfizer. I mean, Pfizer's simple. I mean, yeah, we're stuck in the era of the price spiral right now, but like I'm saying, I mean, I think we're going to see Pfizer in the future. I think it'll work itself out for the most part. And then Netflix keeps killing it. There's Baidu. GE still on the high, or they were. You think MO will die upon the ban of menthol? No, I think they'll do good. I mean, I hate to say it because I sound like one of those insurance guys. What do they say? Mortality trends, or they have like mortality guidance, but sadly, like vaping and smokeless is the future. Sounds awful because I'm like, why would that be the future? But generally, I mean, when it comes down to like the tobacco companies, like natural cigarettes are a big part of their business. But like, you know, their growth and the thing that as of lately, even the last like 5-10 years almost, you know, smokeless tobacco, vaping, those have actually been kind of changing the landscape. So like you could ban menthols, but if, you know, smokeless keeps growing or doubles up, triples up its growth, or there's another vaping epidemic like you saw with Juul, you know, I mean, and it captures that different market, then I don't think it'll matter as much. But MO about to hit 43 would be nice. We're going to go over earnings plays in a little. I did make one play today. I made a Visa pre-earnings, so I have one play on Visa for now. Bought PM because Zin is the future. Oh, man, I was telling you, I was Zin for a while. I've known about Zin for a while, but like it was like 8 months ago, a year ago. I was like, bro, the way people are talking about Zin, it's kind of nuts. Zine. Bond auction, I have no idea. Remember, last bond auction, I thought it was going to be bad on the 20-year, and it came in and surprised good. So 2 years sensitive. It's had trouble going above 5. There's kind of a ceiling. So other than that, I don't. If it comes in much hotter than 5, we're fucked. I'll tell you that much. And then JWM still holding. Macy's came down. Is Pinduoduo? They're still up. Baba, Baidunias hit that high, then came down. Tesla's still looking good. Crazy how long it takes for things to catch 3 years later. Bro, the first time I popped a Zin, I think it was 2015. So you figured it out 5 years after I tried my first one. And then 3 years after you tried it, you're like, wow, it's trendy. Yeah, bro. This stuff's been around. But, like, I was a little fiend because, like, I used to like dip. Like, I don't know. I told you guys, I have, like, redneck tendencies. But, like, growing up, I grew an affinity to chewing tobacco. I don't know why. I used to love chewing tobacco. I was a kid, and somebody gave me chewing tobacco, and I was like, oh, I love this shit. And then kids on the baseball team, I didn't even play baseball, but they would hook me up. But yeah, so that's why I was like, cool, they have fake dip, and I tried it. I went to school in Arizona. No, I threw the
the jewel out the window. I haven't thrown dip in a minute though. Like I haven't done that in a while, or Zin. PPG, but that's what I'm saying. Like back in the day though, these Zin's been around. Yeah, didn't they have earnings 2 days ago? But two big chicleys, $2 down. My first time was chewing tobacco. You couldn't stop hiccuping. Oh, I got messed. I was some high school kid. So we had a neighborhood kid. He was like 5-6 years older than us. And he was like, you guys want to try this? And we were like, what is it? I was like 12 years old. I was a child. And he got us. He was 18 and he bought fucking some Copenhagen pouches or Skull pouches. And then he's like, sit down, and he let us try it sitting down, and then we were tripping out. And they're like, dude, we're lightheaded. We're buzzed. And then that was it. And then it was a wrap. I think the second time I did it, I did a horseshoe, and then I threw up. I was like, yeah. Market overall relief, man. Today's a lot different than any of the other days. I mean, right now you're getting your couple candles, but for the most part, I mean, all day today, earnings haven't been bad. No war headlines again, the general relief, and bonds too. And then you had really good data. And it's PMIs. It wasn't supposed to be that supportive, but it was. And then that got us up. Snus. Yeah, snooze. That was the first smokeless. We would do those in class. Again, I was a freshman in high school. If you were 12 in 2015, doesn't that mean you're 21? That's definitely not how the story went, but sure. So I tried a Zin in 2015, but I said I tried my first ever chewing tobacco when I was like 12. Love those in class. Bro, who what was it? I think you were there with me. That was sign language class. I don't know if you were, did I corrupt you? But I would literally throw cans of snus in sign language. It was bad, bro. Good times, man. Good times. Stay blessed, baby. Sign language, yeah. We had this sign language teacher, and she was just funny, and she was like, we were just bad kids, and we just would never pay attention, and like she kind of let us get away with it. Like, I think I still got an A in that class. That's the craziest part. Where were freshmen getting dip from? I mean, I don't know. I feel like by freshman year, I learned how to acquire everything. I think by the end of freshman year, I could have got you anything you needed, man. Anything you needed. But yeah, I got in trouble. I got ground. My mom found my weed, and I got ground. I don't think my parents ever found like a skull. I don't think they ever knew what it was. I wasn't the plug. I just knew where to get it. I just knew things were a lot more accessible, man. Public schools are dog shit, dude. Now that I think about it, man. You know, so watch out. Your kids are bad kids, okay? Make sure you guys hug your children and talk to them, okay? Because I had foreign parents. They didn't talk to me. I couldn't talk to them. So make sure you guys, you know, because they're probably, I don't know what nowadays it's a lot. I didn't even have the internet like that. Elf on the high. And SPY has been coming down. It's weird because we have slowed down ever since the 568. Like, you have hit highs, but, I mean, you just spent almost 3 hours to go up 2 more points. Yeah, 1 minute till bond auction, so get ready. I feel like we usually have a bunch of random talks leading into the bond auction. So, because then some people are like, what the f is going on? And then now it's like 1 minute, baby. 1 minute till the auction, so get ready. The data is going to come out when you see the when issued posted in the chat.
But whenever you see a number that says WI, it'll be like, in this case, probably 4.99 or 5. Anything higher will be bad. Anything lower will be good. It'll take about 2 minutes after 1 p.m. And then we go from there. Then we'll be good. Have I been to Apache, Arizona Junction? No. Sounds familiar, but no. I've been to Phoenix. I've been to Tucson. Tucson and Phoenix. I think I've been to Flagstaff. I've been to northern Arizona, too. You could get plastic surgery using a firm. I think in the right instances, some people, if you find the right person, I think you could buy a car with a firm. I really think if you find, like, just like any business deal, if you find the creative financing, I really think that you can, I think you could get somebody to finance you an automobile on, like, straight up, like, 100 years of $15 a month at 97% interest. Like, you might be paying interest only for the first 100 years. But I think they'll do it. I really, really think. I'm sure of it, actually. If you find the motivated seller. Ooh, you get in a new car today. Congrats. That's exciting. Savor the smell. And listen, a lot of people don't know this, but just know you can keep that thing smelling new for most of its life. Okay? So keep your car clean. Don't eat certain foods inside. I'm a big fan of new car smell. I still got cars that smell brand new. I'm telling you. So just make sure. Okay? Preserve that. I know. It's good. A lot of people, they take it for granted. The smell. You buy a car. It smells good. Smells like America. Freedom. It's amazing. Then you go to McDonald's. It's a great company. Great American company. But then your car. Now it smells like Joe Biden. Now Joe is sniffing your vehicle, looking for food, French fries and kids, all because you didn't have discipline. And now the border's going amok. Why? 'Cause you wanted to eat food in your brand new car. I know. These people. I don't make it up. I mean it.
Yeah, I mean it. No, seriously. I mean it. It's not hyperbole. You're a prick. All right, congrats. Make a good job. Have a good time with the new car. It's a good one. I did that. My economy. Because you're not unemployed. And the rates are high, low, low, high. And the prices are high, low, lower, but higher and higher and lower for longer. And Powell's going to cut rates. Soft landing. But that's why you got a new car. I'm proud. Good job. I'll see you in November.
I know. Josh's Trump voice has gotten a lot better. They're worried. They're scared. I could see it. They don't even want to zoom out. Zoom out the cameras. Show them. Please. The fake news. They don't want you to see. Josh got better. He's great now. He can do it. That's what they don't want to show. Good bond auction. 4898. So honestly, it is good the fact that it's not higher, but the when issued was what, 489? So it came out by 0.008, I think. I think it barely moved. 2-year auction did absolutely nothing. No, it's right here. Literally 4.898, and I think the when issued was 4.89. So it came up by 0.008, I believe. Or no, when issued was 4.9. It came in lower, and then nobody's buying it up. So good. Good or break even. No, bond auction, it's every like 2 to 4 weeks. There's like an announcement, and then the next week or 2 weeks later, they sell off. They sell the auction. So actually a good 2-year bond auction. I'm surprised you're not getting more of a knee-jerk reaction, but then again, that ISM data already got you moving up. TLT's moving up a little, but so far positive auction. food hack for new cars. Sign up for DoorDash to get the DoorDash bag that they give you, and then you keep it, and then that's actually kind of smart. I think you could probably buy one on Amazon. You don't need it. You know you have to get like a background check? Because I was going to do it for a video. I was going to sign up to be a DoorDash or like a Uber. Like you have to like submit shit, and they do a background check on you. And I'm like, I'm not doing all of this. Okay? I just wanted to deliver some food. I don't know. It's not a dud. It was a positive auction. It came in slightly better. I wouldn't say priced in. If any, you might get I think the data in the morning was bigger. So like maybe if there was nothing, we would have reacted a little bit more. But I genuinely think the ISM was so much more powerful, and then we have way more in the future, that I think that this happened. Use my account. Can I? I guess you could keep the money if I do the deliveries. I guess I'm down. Does anybody have an Uber? Somebody let me use their Uber, because I want to do an Uber video. You'll probably get banned, but then again, you might get good reviews if I pick them up in a dope car. You know what I'm saying? We had that little burp at the same time. We're brothers. Like a Uber driving account. Like, let me like drive on your Uber. I'd have to FaceTime you so I could verify it's me using it. They make you do that? Bank of Japan to discuss impact of yen's rapid slide at this week's policy meeting. Yeah, yen pop. Dude, there was a lot of, like, when gold was dumping last night, there was a lot of comments, but people are speculating October. But there is Bank of Japan meeting this week. Yen just got a pop. Again, it might go a little crazy there, but watch the bonds. You just had a good 2-year bond auction. You have to photo verify you're the correct driver? That's crazy. That's crazy. What do I look like? I don't know. A lot of people in the chat, Zach's seen me. Even Inland Empire seen me. The only thing that's fucked up, like Inland Empire, like he's met me, he's seen me. The only thing I hate about Inland Empire that he's seen me is like, he's like, Josh is actually short. And he always makes fun of how short I am. But then homie's my height every time. And I'm like, yo, bro, but yeah, that's my homie. But yeah, all the chaz. Every time he do that to him, I'm like, man, we are twins. We are the same position in basketball. If they got mad, like, you know, we would be guarding each other. No one has seen you. Please stop. Nah, man. We got a good squad, bro. We got a good squad. I thought it was the yield raised, demand lowered. No. When the yield on a bond goes up, that means that demand is lower. When yield on a bond goes up, the price of the bond is literally dropping. That's like, a lot of people don't realize that. So when a yield goes lower, it means that you're buying it, like that people are paying more for the bond, willing to return less. I do sound really tall. Yeah, I know. Get the men heels? No. Not about that life. Hey, I couldn't just, no. We out here, man. That's it. The height's not a concern. I've lived with that my whole life. We're fine, bro. That's the only thing is my hair now, or my hairline. Bro, the hair is just, it's going. I already projected it. I hope we could get better guidance by June, but man, dude, the hair guidance is worse. It's almost Globe Life, man. It's almost turning into Globe Life. Never had height, but boy got heart. Amen, baby. I bet. Lower guidance. I already lowered my guidance in the beginning of the year. I downgraded my hair guidance. I didn't want to. I was like, all right, man, the top is going, bro. But I don't know. I'll take questions towards it. I'll let you know by June. But hopefully it don't get worse by then. If I do have to guide down by June, I mean, that's it. We're going to be talking shaving or surgery really soon. We're going to have to talk strategic alternatives is all I'm saying. So if we do have another guide down on the hair, bro, strategic alternatives could be around the corner. For now, we're good, though. I think we have runway. I'm still, like, you know what I'm saying? We could still operate. Everything's looking good, but for the most part, we just, out an abundance of caution, I see where some of the trends are going, the macro, and that's what I'm worried about. The major shareholders in my hairline. I think my girlfriend is about, I guess, because she has to look at it. Bro, you know what she said to me the other day? Fucking asshole. Trying to be all cute. Josh hairline cut to junk. Moody's lowering. Full life guidance. No. My hair rating? That's fucked, dude. So, my girl's like, she said something because, like, I think I got her something. And, like, she was like, oh, you're the best. And then I was leaving. She's like, I love you, even though you're balding. And it was so uncalled for. It was like, I didn't even bring up my hairline. She just looked at it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I was walking away from her. And she just threw that in there. And she was like, even though you're balding. And I'm like, what? I'm like, that's not even like, I'm like, well, thanks for reminding me. Cool. Cool. Oh, I was just out of pocket. I'm like, were you trying to, like, just encourage me by, like, why did you even remind me? I wasn't even thinking about my hairline at that moment. And then bonds are going up still again. 2-year auction was good. How bizarre. Do. For psychology, tell her she's balding. No, that's it. I already told her, though. I told her if she cuts her hair, I'm breaking up with her. Because I know what women mean when they cut their hair. Okay? So, fellas, if you think you're in a relationship and she just cut her hair like 6 inches, you got some housekeeping to do, sir. I'm just telling you. Nordstrom's popping off. I don't know if we have a headline. Do. Glancing. I don't see a headline, but Nordstrom just popped up 20 cents at the high. Spies dropping a little bit, man. What time is it? 11:15. I ain't see no wires. Then I heard boom from the amplifiers. Yeah, MO value's doing good. I mean, the SPY too, and today was stronger than usual. So let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I'll be right back.
That or ensure that no weaponry that is U.S. weaponry is going to that unit. So on that front, I can support what the U.S. is trying to achieve. I think I understand the broader goal. I understand it because the U.S. is trying to say, hey, that unit and in general settler activity in the West Bank undermines U.S. national security objectives, because we see a two-state solution as the long-term sustainable solution to this conflict, and this settler activity directly undermines that goal. I agree with all of that. I just find sanctions are a bit of an aggressive tone to take at this stage when Israel is in the middle of all this. At this time to take toward this. I would have rather seen that handled in private conversations, even publicly, by the way, is fine. And as the war dies down, if it remains a problem, then you sanction them, fine. And then you've made your point loud and clear. But at this time, it just further highlights the strain that you're seeing and puts it out in the open.
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot put out in the open publicly, Hagar, including what was escalating tension between Bibi Netanyahu and President Biden, specifically over the issue of Rafah, as the U.S. pushes Israel not to potentially put at risk the lives of the million-plus Palestinians that are there. But now, especially that it seems the immediate direct conflict with Iran may have been wrapped up at this time for Israel. Should we expect that it is Rafah next and potentially soon?
Well, the airstrikes on Rafah have already begun on the part of Israel. And what's interesting, and I'm glad you're covering it, because given what you had with Iran, and certainly given what you're having now with protests here across the nation and at universities, including the university I teach at, the focus seems to be on that, and not the fact that things are continuing in Gaza, in particular the airstrikes on Rafah. Now, you have airstrikes on Rafah, but we haven't seen this kind of full-scale invasion and operation that we've all been waiting for or anticipating. But inevitably, it's going to go down that road. I believe it will go down that road. The Israelis claim. The Israeli government claims that they're going to be evacuating citizens, but we haven't seen it yet. And so it remains a bit murky, at least from the public view, as to where the Israeli military is headed with Rafah. Clearly, they've made a decision to go in. That is not surprising. They've said that. I never had any reason to doubt it. But at what point will they be evacuating citizens in order to ramp those operations up?
Boeing and SPR.
That said, they have also said that would indicate the end of their high intensity portion of the war. And so we are hopefully reaching an end to that at some point soon. But Rafah, I expect it to intensify further.
You've got members of the Senate, Tom Cotton and Josh Hawley, calling on Joe Biden to send the National Guard into Morningside Heights. Can you talk to us, Hagar, about how this is going to end on the campus of Columbia University and other campuses? We're coming up on the 4th of May, which is the anniversary of the Kent State shootings. This is very real right now.
Well, how it ends is very unclear, and I can say that with a lot of firsthand experience being an adjunct professor at Columbia right now. It is a very difficult situation on campus, and the administration is really grappling and struggling with its response, because on one hand, you had the response last week where they invited the New York Police Department to remove protesters after they had been repeatedly warned that they were in violation of rules, that they had no right to stay there, and that if they didn't move, they would be forcibly removed. And that's what happened, obviously. I was in support of that, because I believe a university it's a private institution.
Oh, yes. Wow. Chattadonia. How you living, ladies and gentlemen? It's that time. It's time for PHILO. I'm seeing some of y'all pop up here too, and it's a good time, and I'm very excited about this PHILO, man. I got a very, very good one to give to you today. No, we didn't read the Frizzle paper yet. I'll read that for you maybe after PHILO. We could have that one, but here's the deal, man. Before I get in, and this is a good PHILO, man. I'm really I'm actually really excited about this one. So, before I get into it, that's why I'm just as excited to let you guys know, again, on a daily basis, man. Those of you who have been involved, man, it's, it's one thing because, I get excited about things, but knowing that, there's a time and place to share it with people, and that there's people even vibing off of it with me, man, it's even more special. So I'm
honestly just so grateful for it, and I'm impressed by what I'm seeing, man. So let's go. We have a lot of work to do. Y'all are making already progress and steps, and keep going. It's a long journey, bro. I'm telling you, do not get winded and tired. So pace yourself, and I hope today, I hope I could prepare you a little bit. Okay, so keep up the good work, man, and thank you all, too. Those of you who have been involved in being respectful and being a part of this, and honestly, screw respect or anything, man. Those of you bringing fruit. Oh, man, I don't know if they film it. But chat. Anyways, before I get too crazy, man, this one is a good one. Because today, I don't care who you are, bro. You better listen to today. Today is universal truth time. You don't have to like me. You don't matter what I believe or not. It's not going to change the truth of some of the things that we are going to talk about today. And believe it or not, I'm not going to read you the Bible. I'm not. I'm going to read something else. I'm not even going to read it. I'm going to just go over something else with you. But again, these concepts are probably utmost key. And like I'm saying, some of the truth, you'll notice these things elsewhere. So what I'm going to talk about today, my friends, some of you know this, some of you don't, some of you loosely know it, so today might be an opportunity to learn a little bit more about it, but I'm not talking about the Bible. Today I'm going to talk about Sun Tzu's Art of War. Yes. So that's going to be your PHILO today, and there's just a couple of things that I want to discuss, and I love it. Because again, I'm telling y'all, man, you need discipline. You are in a battle. And that's why I'm saying, man, I don't care what you believe. I don't know if you think all the Jesus stuff is cute, this or that, no, it's battle. We're talking war, and there is truth and how you go about it in life and being successful. It's merciless, bro. So that's what we're talking about here. And I really hope you are all prepared, and these concepts, they show up everywhere around the world, different societies and things that make things good. But I hope you're vibing with it. But let me just ask you the general question. There's a couple of main points that Mr. Sun Tzu brings up, but let me give you some of the Josh analysis. I'm going to give you one that should stick out. You all need to ask yourself one question right here, right now. Are you ready? Would you follow yourself? I'm not talking on Instagram. I'm not talking on TikTok. I'm saying put on the armor. Imagine you were in a battle. You are in a life or death battle. How you behave, how you conduct yourself, how you go about attacking, defense, all of that. How you treat others. Would you follow yourself? That is the main question that comes when you read a lot of Sun Tzu. This concept comes up. Would you follow a general like yourself? That's what you have to be asking yourself. It's a good question, and you got to be honest. Because in certain things, I say yes. Sometimes I'm like, I am. I'm like, I would follow myself. Other things, no. Honestly, it made me think about it. You know why? Because you know what I thought about instantly? I thought about plays. Because I was like, would I follow me? It's like, I like the info here. Like, the info I give you on this channel, I love it. There's a reason why I give it. This is how I got into it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm lazy. I wouldn't, if all I wanted was plays, I would never listen to me. I would not follow me. Because I'm late. I know what easy is. Does that make sense? I know what not working and I'm like, I know what it's like cheating off a motherfucker. I know what it's like going, oh yeah, here, give it to you. I'm just gonna sit here and get this. So I know. But that's why I was like, damn. In some instances, I wouldn't follow myself. But this is the basis to a lot of things in battle. Your daily behavior. Again, I've been giving you PHILOs. We bring a lot of biblical morality, ethics, whatever. Call it what you want. The beauty about Sun Tzu, this is war. We're talking battle. Anything goes for the most part. But you still have to ask yourself this. Really, at the basis of everything is what you are producing. Is it something that you would follow yourself? That's a question you got to really be honest about. See, but now let me give you the two principles. The two ones, this is like the beginning of Art of War. There's two things he talks about. And this is what I'm saying, universal truth, because I was telling you guys this the other day. That's why it's funny, because I was like, wow, I smiled to myself. And that's why I was saying, I don't know if you thought it was corny or cheesy. You know what I'm saying? But I told you guys, you need to know the truth about yourself. Do you remember that? And I told you, there is a really good truth about you. Yes, I'm sure there's bad things. But you all have your truth. And I'm sure some of you downplay the real truth about you and you don't recognize it. Again, that potential and what you possess is probably bigger than you may be lending credit to. So I don't know if you didn't like that. You thought it was corny. Well, guess what? Sun Tzu, he says the difference that makes the only difference is knowing yourself. One of the most important pillars to the art of war, not the Bible, not morality, not ethics, war, is knowing yourself. He says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you should not fear 100 battles. But if you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. That's crazy. Again, I was just telling you guys this. And I said, you need to know yourself. You need a guiding light. You're going to hear people. You're going to hear opinions. The world is insane. You need something when those voices get crazy, when the world gets, you need a truth to rely on. Because you need to know yourself. You could study the enemy all you want. That's what I see a lot of. I see a lot of people study the enemy. And again, I'm not talking the devil this time. Whatever you're going, you study the market, but you ain't studying yourself, dude. You get what I'm saying? You could study the enemy. But if you're not studying yourself, that's why I think some of you like PHILO, and this is why some of you are not getting an ounce of value, but you're missing it. Because you got to know yourself. It goes hand in hand with the market. Well, I thought this is the stock market. It is. What good is knowing the enemy if you don't know yourself? And I really thought about this. You have to think about it. Some of you know me. I get in certain plays. I do. You know me. You have ideas of what I'm going to do. You need to know that about you. And again, what is the truth and what are you telling yourself? Do you get it? Because when it does get dark, when it does get hard, if you need to know yourself, and if all you're telling yourself is not good, well, then there you go. But if you do know yourself, it does not matter what you are faced against. But hopefully you see the other warning. The other warning, yeah, you better know yourself and you got to know your enemy. It's the balance. Imagine the people not knowing themselves and not knowing the enemy. There's two elements to the battle. But then again, this is Sun Tzu. You guys know this is like ancient China. This is long, long time ago. The Art of War, one of the classics. This is, you know how many self-help books got written off this concept? Because now here's the other one, he says. You know this, Chad. I've taught you this. It's more important to outthink your opponent than to outfight them. Again, this is hand in hand. You need to know yourself, know your strengths, Know your weaknesses. But again, I hope you all have a good work ethic. You know, we all work. Some of us put in a lot more than others. But at the end of the day, that's one part of it. Again, knowing yourself, knowing the enemy. You can be the best fighter. But you have to know how to outthink. And you can be the worst fighter, but the best thinker. Chad, just listen. You can think yourself out of anything. That's a story of my life, and you better understand it. I don't know what battle you are facing, who your opponent is, who the enemy is. I do hope you realize some things about yourself, but don't ever lose sight of this truth. You can always think your way out of any battle. I hope you feel me, Chad. So these are some of the two main things he talks about. These are like some of the two right off the bat. Art of war, you got to understand. And it goes on. There's a lot. Then I'll give you the two more things. Because again, the art of war is a huge thing. It's deep. It's very, very deep. I'm telling you, people have studied it. People in the military. A lot of people know this. Some of you know it without knowing it, if that makes any sense. But it's big. But the thing, there's just straight off the cuff. There's just main pillars. And he talks about what makes people successful or not in war and battles. I'm going to just give you two. There's like 2 out of 5 of them. And the first one, because I really think you have to understand this. I think it's very applicable. And I think we know what this is, but we forget to really see what it is, like what it's connected to, what it births. This is the father of something. But recklessness. Sun Tzu warns of being reckless. A reckless warrior does not win battles. Because recklessness inevitably leads to one thing: destruction. You do not win battles by destroying yourself. Being reckless is not outthinking your opponent. Being reckless is not knowing yourself. If you know yourself, why are you getting out of bounds? You see, there should be a control over it. That's when it's not reckless. But if you don't know yourself, you don't know the control, it's going to be reckless. This is the number one thing he says. You know, a lot of people say these are the things that you would teach the warriors, that warriors wish they knew before they died. If they had time to do it all over again. And number one would be, don't be reckless. Do you realize that? The biggest destruction in your life, maybe top 3, one of them may just be attributed to your own recklessness. I'm raising my hand. Recklessness leads to destruction. I don't want you to even make this that deep. Okay? I just want you to write this down and never forget it. Recklessness leads to destruction. That's all. This is so face value. Do you get what I'm saying? I could go deep on so many things, Chad. Give you PHILOs. We could talk history and relate it to this and that, but no. Recklessness leads to destruction. If you can't understand that at face value, there's a lot of battles that you will lose. You want to win battles? The number one thing you may not know how to fight. Good, that's fine. But you should just know what not to do. And that number one thing would be being reckless. Do you know what the second thing is? The second thing is a hot temper. Man. This is where I'm like, oh my goodness, the art of war. It's funny because you could find some of these in other books, but he specifically talks about the biggest thing that leads to failure. And then again, where warriors do not become, where they're not victorious. They fail for this by having a hot temper, by letting words get them all out of their element and reacting, not being in control of their emotions. That's it. These two things. Man, you reckless and got a hot temper. You are an easy opponent to defeat in war. Any battle. Oh, man. So Chad, like I'm telling, dude, I don't think you realize. I'm sure you guys love this. I hope you enjoy it. I think it's really dope. But there's so much. This isn't like short. This is pulling out of a very, very big text. But I hope you guys are seeing the concepts at face value. I think there's a lot you could take from this practically. I hope you guys are ready and you got your armor on. But at the same time, too, though, I like I said in the beginning, I hope you realize the universal truths, man. I hope you realize the PHILO, you know what I'm saying? Bro, you got to know yourself. You know what I'm talking about? This isn't, there's, like, you don't think it's weird, the discipline. I could talk to you about Bible and discipline. We talking art of war and discipline. Knowing yourself, and we talking spirit, man. We talking art of war. It's the same thing, man. You go study a lot of the things, and these are things, I mean, again, people live by and studied this. There is some universal truths. So, Chad, we in a battle, baby. But I hope you start moving a little different. And I don't go crazy. Don't be a weirdo about it. But, like, straight up, man, I hope you start moving and move a little bit more militant. You are fighting. Again, I'm a pacifist. You know me. But I'm aware of the battle. I think there's a bigger battle at hand. We all have different enemies. You got different things you're dealing with. Some of y'all got different things making you reckless, different things making you lose your temper. You know, and let me give you the last one. I'll throw in one more thing. Because like I'm saying, I want you to move a little different, man. Like I said, I gave you the truth, and I hope you know the truth about yourself. But like I said, I don't want it sugar-coated. I want you ready to work and grind and get it. But like I'm saying, would you follow yourself? Are you thinking about these things? Are you controlling the recklessness? Are you even giving a shit about your temper? Let's go, baby. Let's renew it. Refresh it. Renew the spirit, baby. But on that, I'll give you the final thing he says. I love it. Because this really got me thinking. This one, I was about to go crazy. You know why? Because it was a beautiful tasting. It was tasty. I tasted it. It was sweet. It was a reminder. Sun Tzu says, don't use what you did to win the first battle to win the next one. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I said refresh it, baby. That's something he brings up. And he talks about trying something new. And don't be afraid to explore the infinite opportunities that arrive in circumstance. That's word from Sun Tzu. Yes. You are not going to win your battle the same way. Going after your same battle, trying to win the battle the same way you won your last battle is a good way to lose. That's what he said. The art of war, do not try to use what already won you the last battle. Mix it up. Use the concepts. Use the principles. but be open to circumstance. Be open to the infinite opportunity. So, Chad, maybe we try some new things, baby. But I hope you're ready for the battle. Hope you got the armor on. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch This main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Camp and Real Estate Course. There it is, baby. There it is. Let's go. Let's get some Uncle. You guys like Uncle? We got Uncle. Let me see him. We got to get earnings preview. We got good time. It's not 11 yet. Oh, we looking good, baby. All right, let me get you some Uncle. Spotify did good on earnings today. We'll play it on Spotify. It's a code, baby.
All right, guys, listen to the blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and it's finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God proved. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude, tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Camping for reactions cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is how easy to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking, what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, my worth is when treated as a god. Cold. Give him there. I'll give you play him Paul. Give him Paul too. Why not? Why not?
Spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch something be like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing then it's needed. Then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the troops. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced.
Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in the
high,
lamps,
baby.
don't get caught without it.
4 points away from it.
Twice to never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you warmed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a coat.
It's a coat. Amen. Post PHILO, market loved it. You know that? Market loved it. We went up. We went up, baby. So now, we still got like 15 minutes till the top of the hour. So, but I'm going to try to get these previews. Who's this old mother? Senate bill Biden holds reproductive freedom event. All right, word. And there's national strategy for suicide prevention, federal action plan. They're doing that. All right, well, you guys are going to get the State Department. It looks a little weird.
Just on your question on security, I think that's best placed to DOD, but suffice it to say that
Okay, I'm going to go get you
IDF is
these previews.
providing, some security
But you are
enforcement
hitting highs. I'll be
measures
here. I
to
mean,
U.S. assets
give
that
me
will
like
be offshore.
5 minutes, 10
And I'll
minutes.
have you ask my DOD colleagues further questions on that.
Honestly, there's not that many. Oh, wait, there's the
Talk
morning.
a little bit more broadly about how you see, since October 7th in particular, the Israeli government's conduct of humanitarian affairs versus Hamas's conduct of humanitarian affairs, broadly speaking.
Excuse me? Hamas's conduct of humanitarian affairs? What do you mean?
Well, yeah, for an example, yesterday the State Department released the annual human
His
rights
reaction.
report and featured Israel alongside
I'm
Hamas
not
on
going
the
to
first
comment
page.
on the human rights report or any aspect.
Right, so I'm asking you about the humanitarian conduct of those governments
Hamas
because they were
has
presented
Yeah,
side
I'll
by
comment
side.
on Hamas. Hamas has
He said, "I'll comment on Hamas."
17 years in expending.
Who is this guy? We
every
ain't never seen
resource
him. I'm
provided for the
kinda
people of
refreshing.
Gaza for its own
Let's see.
purposes, in constructing a network of military facilities, tunnels embedded in, under, around humanitarian facilities as a deliberate act of preservation and advancement of their interests. Hamas has sacrificed those thousands of innocent Gazans who have been lost after their brutal massacre on October 7th. Again, inconvenient truth. I'm going to keep reminding of that. Something happened on the 7th of October which precipitated all of this. Hamas's humanitarian policy is the opposite of humanitarian. It is to use innocent civilians as shields, as presumed protection for their own facilities, for their own terrorist military forces, and for the plotting and planning, which first and foremost victimizes Palestinians and their future. And how there can be any other consideration of Hamas other than as a terrorist group who has proclaimed, I'll remind, they'll do it again and again and again if given the opportunity. That's Hamas. That's why they're an FTO. Now, with respect to Israel, we require from Israel, because it is the right and moral thing to do, a very different standard of conduct. And as I noted in my remarks, the president made clear on his visit to Israel shortly after October 7th, it's not just strategically important for you to do this, it's the morally right thing to do. It is the reflection of what
Spy
Israel
going up
is,
to another high again?
a democracy with values. Does more need to be done? Yes. Could more have been done sooner? Yes, of course. But the point is, over time, progress has been made. With all of the distance that remains to fully meet the humanitarian needs of the people of Gaza, those needs are considerable, progress has been made.
Are you concerned? May I follow up with that real quickly?
We're going to try and get through as many questions.
Say we don't like you.
Can you first of all, clarify that you have not put a timeline on Israel to take certain steps forward when you talked about potable water, more UN trucks. It sounds like it's more of just a constant discussion that you're having with Israel. Also, has Israel provided assurances that JLOTs will not be in lieu of these land corridors, that they will both remain open?
I'll start with your last one first. We have made clear, and Israel has affirmed
So
to
much
us
clarity, you know?
that the JLOTs, the maritime corridor, whoever operates it, military or ultimately anyone else, is an adjunct to, it's additive to, supplemental to land corridors. There is no question that the most efficient and effective way to deliver assistance is via as many land corridors as possible, which is why the increase in the operations at Kerem Shalom, the opening of the Gate 96 corridor into the center of Gaza, the preparation for opening of the 2 new northern crossings, Ashdod Port, which is a perfectly functional port with immediate access directly into Gaza. All of those are critical. So yes, it's additive to, it is not a replacement for in any sense of the word. With respect to timing, I think you all know the president must make a determination by May 8th on the NSM 20 issue.
ERII, smaller cap running?
Here, but I will say our work is focused every day, every hour on seeing continuous progress made. We are not doing this because there's a deadline on May 8th or any other date certain. We're doing it because every day there are people in need. Every day those needs need to be met.
Said, go ahead. Thank you. Good to see you again, Mr. Ambassador. I have 2 quick questions. Would you say that famine that was looming a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, has now been averted? That's
Famine?
one. And second, I mean, this insistence on the
said
6
famine, right?
ceasefire. Why can't we have a permanent ceasefire? Because the implicit message for the Palestinian is that after 6 weeks, Israel can resume its bombing of Gaza and bombing civilian targets and so on. So why can't we have a permanent ceasefire? Thank you.
I'm not going to get into the details, Said. I hope you will understand of the hostage deal which is presented and not accepted by Hamas, the terms of that deal. This administration has always insisted that a ceasefire
Amazon
is
on the high.
conditioned upon part and parcel of not just a hostage release, but hostage releases. Hamas has it in its hands, not just to effect a first phase release, but further releases which would extend the ceasefire beyond that point. Beyond that, I'm not going to comment. On famine, I'll turn to Sanala.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for that question.
Famine?
So we don't know. Assessments on famine are based on a very rigorous methodology.
You don't
is
hear that word
undertaken
too
by
often.
the IPC, the Integrated Phase Classification,
Elf
which
on
is
the
the
high.
expert body that both collects and reviews data. So we will wait for their determination. What I will say is that in order to address this, we not only need to get trucks in, but we need to get nutritional therapies. We need to reach the moms and kids that are most at risk, especially in northern Gaza. We need to get them clean water. We need to get them health care. I will say that with 29% of children under 2 showing signs of acute malnutrition in northern Gaza, this is what was reported in the IPC, it takes time to reverse that trend. It takes at least 6 weeks to get a child who is suffering the effects of malnutrition back on track. So I don't know that we've averted it. We're certainly trying, but we'll wait for the data and the experts to tell us what they see.
Thank you. Go ahead.
John Hedren with Al Jazeera English.
Al Jazeera English?
Will an operation in Rafah affect your ability to get this aid in there? Will it not certainly push back that effort and make things more difficult?
John, you know the position which White House State have expressed, Secretary Alston as well. We could not support a Rafah ground operation without an appropriate, credible, executable humanitarian plan, precisely because of the complications for delivery of assistance, and then on top of that, the consequences of displacement of the hundreds of thousands of Rafans already multiply displaced. Where do they go? How will their needs be met? Shelter, medicine, water, sanitation.
Water.
Rafah itself today poses significant challenges in all of these areas. The compression of population, whatever the number may today be, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 million, poses enormous challenges.
Regional
Shelter,
still going?
Sanitation, water.
Water.
To move them again,
507 again. You're 3
under
points
kinetic
away, you guys.
circumstances would
Water.
complicate that enormously. It's for all of these reasons.
So
that
literally
we have been
4
as
points
clear
away.
as
If we
we
get
have
above here,
with the government
Habibi, you'll have
of
a good
Israel.
day,
And that's
man.
not just a past
It's already a good day.
It is a current sense. We
But if
continue
not, top
discussions
out
with
and
Israel
then yalla.
on what we believe
Still
are
got 2
alternate
hours.
ways of addressing
5
the
minutes till the
challenge which
top
we
of the hour.
recognize, which is Hamas.
I'm almost done with the. I think
military
we'll just start at
present
11.
in Rafah.
I'm almost done with them.
We get it. We understand it. But we think there are other ways to deal with this. And if there is not a credible, executable humanitarian plan, then we cannot support a ground operation.
It's fair to say that Israel views that differently up till now.
That's our position.
Go ahead, Elizabeth, and then these guys got to wrap.
I want to follow up on the pier. How will the U.S. ensure the safety of aid workers who are concerned over the Israeli military's presence in the area
Water.
and role securing it,
Water's
given the past
water.
failures in deconfliction? And also, will Israel's so-called dual-use restrictions be applied to goods entering the pier?
Sure. So what I can say is that there are conversations happening every single day between our humanitarian assistance team, the DART in Jerusalem, CENTCOM on the ground, and our UN partners on the ground. The safety and security of our humanitarian partners is the most important thing. It's absolutely vital, and they need to feel safe and secure. I'm not going to get into specific security measures on what's being discussed for obvious reasons, but just to say that those are happening, and we're very cognizant, again, as I said earlier, that the UN needs to maintain its principles of neutrality and independence and access throughout Gaza. So we are trying to abide by those principles and make sure that everyone involved has the safety and security that they need.
And the dual-use goods?
I'll defer to Ambassador Satterfield on dual use. Oh, I can take dual use. So again, so the goods will be inspected in Cyprus by Israelis, but also by a team which will include the UN, our colleagues in Cyprus. The dual use concerns are being discussed. There should be a consistency on what goes in. So we're not trying to create like an exception for Cyprus, just to say that we continue to have conversations with our Israeli colleagues to streamline the process for inspecting and approving goods that are sensitive or on the dual use list.
Michelle, go ahead.
I have two questions. First, did the U.S. ask Qatar to expel Hamas leaders from there? Second, are you preparing for humanitarian emergencies in case a full-scale war breaks between Hezbollah and Israel?
Easiest ones yet. First answer is no. The second is, in the great tradition of those standing at this podium, I don't comment on hypotheticals.
Laura, you had your hand up in the back. Yes, you, Laura Rosen. Did you not have your hand up?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Doc.
Okay, yeah. I want to know about
So you don't have your hand up?
role and about giving relief for the Gazans to be able to go into Egypt. Is Egypt open to taking a lot of the people to Gaza to go out through that into a safe area so that Israel can deal with the Hamas battalions?
I'll comment first, and this is long-standing commentary. We believe the future of the Palestinian people of Gaza lies in Gaza, not anywhere else. Egypt has made very clear, preceding October 7th, that they also believe the future for Palestinians lies in Gaza, not in Egypt. We understand that point. We respect it. So does the government of Israel.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Are you in touch with the organizations, Palestinian organizations like the Red Crescent, as far as with these updated comms? And because we've seen, medics, for example, attacked as well by the Israelis. So
there's a humanitarian hub at El Arish in which UN agencies are represented, and of course the Egyptian Red Crescent runs that hub in close coordination for delivery of bilateral assistance, non-UN assistance, through the PRCS. And so with respect to our focus on comms, that has been directed primarily at the UN family of agencies, rather than at Palestine Red Crescent Society. But Sonali, any further comment on that?
Oh.
Yep.
And one more question. We haven't seen too many briefings with you. Should we expect more opportunities to ask you some questions?
You haven't seen them.
the F
because
are you?
I have been all but about 25 days of the last 6.5 months in the region, working the actual issues.
Yeah.
So I can't promise for the future, but thank you.
Final question.
Damn. So what's up?
The maritime corridor from the Republic of Cyprus. Do you have any updates about any possible logistic challenges, or how we move forward with that plan?
I'm sorry, I think I lost that second word about any logistics.
The maritime corridor from Cyprus, from the Republic of Cyprus to Gaza to provide humanitarian aid.
Yeah, so the update that I can give you is that we are proceeding apace and on schedule, working very closely with CENTCOM. We have colleagues in Cyprus, the government of Cyprus. We have a coalition of partners working around this, the EU, the UK, and then we're also working with CENTCOM and Israeli colleagues to set up the assistance and the beach landing spot in Gaza. And critically, we're working with UN partners to handle the distribution of assistance going into Gaza. Again, this is a humanitarian initiative. We're keeping it in line with humanitarian principles. And we hope to have more updates for you on this soon.
Can I ask more questions about JLOTS? We haven't had a chance to ask anything in the past.
If you want to ask one more question about JLOTS, then
Sure, thank you. Thank you. Can you tell me
No, I don't have time for your last question. Sorry. It's time for earnings, baby. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready. Oh, Mike, you're lucky, bro. Perfect timing, Michael. I have the earnings previews for you guys, so it is that moment. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded. We're going to take on a little bit of this style from yesterday. I have today for After Hours, we're going to go over Tesla, Visa, Enphase, Texas Instruments, STX, and Mattel. And then for tomorrow morning, Boeing, AT&T, Veritiv, Humana, General Dynamics, and Boston Scientific. So we have our work cut out for us, but if you're not familiar with what we will be doing, we will be doing the earnings previews and pricing in the options. So I'm going to go over these companies that I just named to you, and I'm going to go over some of their past earnings, what is expected from analysts versus what the company has said, how they have moved, and then we are going to go look at the option chain and see what the market maker is pricing in. Then from there, I am going to encourage you to go look for 2 standard deviations, which is the strategy and tutorial in the description of this video. Says pricing in options. If you go click that, it'll explain everything. And then from there, if there is any plays, I will let you know if I made one, and you will be able to figure it out if you have did your homework. Yes. You have homework. Either watch the tutorial or pay attention from yesterday. It's one or the other, my brother. So let's go. But Chad, be wise. I mean, the good part is I'm going to encourage you to figure out the plays on your own. So hopefully that deters some of the gambling. But even then, if I do make any plays, they're going to be low quality, low probability, high return. And hopefully I'm going to try to keep them small. But these are not the plays that are going to save your account or make you a millionaire. So don't be dumb, and don't forget that money that you need is cursed, baby. Long term, still killing it. You know that? The long term, stop it. The long... Amen. Amen. So on that note, we all on the same page. Buckaroo. Just sound good, buddy. Bud. Pal. Champ. Chief. Buckaroo. Are we good? Sound good? Oh, IBM nears acquisition of HashiCorp. Yo, who's HashiCorp? HashiCorp? Which one? REZNF? IBM buying somebody. I don't know. IBM Cloud Software. IBM is dropping on that.
So maybe people do not like the act. Ooh, options are kind of clapped a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, IBM acquiring HashiCorp cloud software provider. Datadog, are they going up too? We have that early. Datadog's going down. Interesting. Near's deal could be reached in coming days. HashiCorp. Is it HCP? Oh, they got halted? I had the other one. Damn. So you didn't even have time to trade it. Fuck. But IBM, I don't know. I kind of want to short IBM. The deal is nearing. Details for HashiCorp could come in the coming days, according to People. Market capitalization for HashiCorp is $4.9. They help set up their infrastructure cloud. That's it. IBM and Datadog. Oh, wait. It's hundreds of tech companies. That's who they're partnered with. I don't know. Yeah, they already halted it. So we got it early, but the market makers, they beat you to it somehow. But IBM only play is surprisingly people like it. I'm thinking short IBM. I kind of want to try it, but I'm a little nervous. IBM already owns Red Hat. Yeah, but people didn't like that at first, and then it helped them. So I don't know. We'll see. And Spy's still holding. Is Hashi still moving? All right, I shorted 100 shares of IBM. 183.85. So either flip or sell out before earnings. Just depends, but I'm surprised. I have not seen like another acquisition. I don't know. Was halted. Who knew? I mean, the news came. We got it early, but I think either the first automatic algo candle made it halted, but still a little difficult. Did Datadog go crazy? Did they sell off? They went up and down again. Their competition for the most part. They were partnered with Hashi, and HCP got halted literally immediately. Oh, hi, IBM. Tesla to buy Ferrari? That'd be insane. Ferrari is actually very valuable. Very, very valuable, my brother. You would be surprised. Oh, we got a little bit. We got a little bit. There you go, IBM. I don't know how high. They're still like kind of up though. They might flush here, but all right, that's good. All right, I closed out $200, $2 a share. They could still flush here, but it's good. Again, we were early, and I was kind of unsure on that one. But that was great. Quick 1.5%. Ferrari is Italy's most valuable company. I mean, I'm not surprised. Anyways, that being said, I'm sorry. We got distracted. We were supposed to be doing earnings previews. So, yeah, IBM news, we got that very early. I even made a quick little play there. So, it's still going to develop. I think there's still a little bit more room. Again, IBM is like literally hanging on for dear life right now. So, we'll find out how that plays out. But, oh, yep, even lower there. So, yalla, you could get another 1% on that. I don't know how the puts or anything valued, but shares-wise, again, we literally hit that top right there. So, I'll take it. The news is that they're buying or looking to offer to buy another company. Nice. All right, well, here's the deal. I think you already were on the same page, Buckaroo. So, I'm going to run through all the previews, and then we're going to price it all in, and then we're going to go from there. Sound good? Sounds good. So, number one, baby, Tesla.
your friend. So obviously this is going to be the most important earning of the day. I mean, everybody, all eyes on Tesla, where this leads. I still think it's a weird question of being priced in because they already had their delivery numbers and it's already moved quite insane. So we'll see how that all plays out. But as far as estimates, they're expecting revenue of $22.2 billion, 18.89 in automobiles, energy $1.73 billion, and then 2.1 in services. GAAP gross margin of 16.6%, adjusted EBITDA of $3.26 billion, adjusted EBITDA margin of 14.8, EPS of 49 cents, cash from operations $2.88 billion, IBM breaking the 180s. CapEx $2.43 billion, free cash flow $666.6 million. And then next quarter, they're expecting revenue of $25.24 billion, energy generation 1.97, services 2.3, GAAP gross margin of 17.3%, adjusted EBITDA of $3.83 billion, and adjusted EBITDA margin of 15.4, EPS of 62 cents a share, cash from operations $2.74 billion, CapEx $2.53 billion, free cash flow $534.2 million. Since last quarter, January 25th, they are down 23.3%. S&P is up by 1.8. XLY is down by 1.1. Near-term options implied 10% move. Last 4 quarters, down 12, down 9, down 10, down 10. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. So here's the deal. It's different than last earnings. So last earnings, Tesla was only pricing in like 4%. So they are pricing in more than last time, but I remember I hate this play. I hate it, man. I hate it, but I love it. Why? And then IBM, they flushed a little lower, still holding that 180. But y'all know, man, I love it and I hate it. There's something about it. It's on the preview. There's something about it. It's the allure. It's the allure of the game. Do you know? Let's see, man. You tell me. You tell me if you know what it is while I pull up the option chain. So there's that IBM. That was beautiful. You just short. You just sell if you don't own it. It's not Elon being wild. You don't know? All right, I'll tell you. The stock is down 23% on the quarter. So this is why I hate and love it, because I'm pretty sure it was like that last quarter too, and that's what also attracted me to it, and it still failed. That's why I said, I didn't say no one said it, man. Calm down. You good, baby. You good. But literally, that is the problem. I remember that's what got me to play it last time. So it's underperforming. But then this time there's room, but then this time it's pricing in 10%. So it might be priced in because last time I swear it was only pricing in like 5 or 7. I remember there was another reason why I decided to play it, but this time around it seems quite expensive. Honestly, I think it's pricing in more than it's pricing in 10%. So TD says 1435. Is that correct? 690 plus 650. 1340. Oh, that's $1 higher. That's like in the middle of that number too. I'm down. So 1340 divided by 145, 10, about 9.2%. So that's correct. So 9 to 10% is the market maker thinks that they're going to move $13 either direction. So either they're going to be at like 130 or they're going to be back at like 160-ish or even below 160. So you do the math. That's a wild range, and honestly, those are wild even price points for Tesla. I don't think I'm going to make a play on that one. Even two standard deviations, just double up this number. So that's what I'm expecting you guys to figure out. All you have to do is double up it and then see if you want to play. HCP unhalted. So HashiCorp, we don't have any value. So we have no idea what the price is on that deal. So that's the only, I guess, I don't know if you call it a problem or not. Did I get filled? All right, I threw $50 on a random Hashi. There was only one option that was showing. I took it, and now it's flashing 180 on the ask. So I think I snaked it. And then, yeah, I don't think I'm going to play Tesla. I covered the IBM short already. IBM calls. Maybe if they bounce. It's we don't even know any of the details. So like Hashi doesn't even have a price. So I just bought an option on Hashi, but I have no idea any of the info on there. So again, there's just no info. TSLL, and then VIX is on the low. Well, anyways, that was Tesla. $13.50 is what's priced in. So many things happening today. And then SPY kind of wants to go up, or at the very least, volatility's dying. IBM bouncing. That was the latest news. Again, they're buying HashiCorp. All right, so the next one is Visa. Again, they're today after the bell. They're expecting $8.62 billion in revenue, operating expenses $2.88 billion, non-GAAP operating margin 66.8, EPS $2.44. Since last quarter, they're down by 0.5%. S&P is up by 2.4, and XLF is up by 3.4. Near-term options imply 3.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 1, loss of 1, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So pretty interesting. Visa, it doesn't move a lot on earnings. All of the other credit card companies have done good so far, but then they're pricing in a decent amount for how they've moved lately. Looks like what, 890, like 920, 913. We're going 915 divided by 273.70. So pricing in 3.3, but again, it moves literally 2 to 1%. Has been the most it's moved in the last year. So the market maker, they think it's going to move $9.15 either direction. So that'd be like the 280s and whatnot. So again, factor that in for whatever strategy. If you want 2 standard deviations, just double that up and see. But again, the question is, do you think Visa can move? I think the credit card companies are appealing, but then again, we saw like 3 different names all do good. Weren't supposed to move too much, but they still they just stayed exactly 1 standard deviation. So keep that in mind. But 930, 915. So that's number 2. And then the next one is Enphase. So Enphase, They're expecting $281.1 million in revenue versus guidance of $260 to $300 million. Gross margin GAAP 45.2%. Operating margin loss of 7% GAAP, non-GAAP 16. EPS 42 cents a share. Cash flow from operations $114.5 million. CapEx $17.5 million. Free cash flow $72 million next quarter. Expecting revenue of $350.7 million. Gross margin GAAP 46.5%. Operating margin GAAP 7.5%, non-GAAP 24%. EPS 60 cents a share. Cash flow from operations $104.1 million. CapEx $17.9 million, and free cash flow of $64.9 million. Since last quarter, February 7th, they are down by 9.3%. S&P is down by 0.6, and XLI is up by 3.1. Last 4 quarters, gain of 17, loss of 15, loss of 7, and then loss of 26. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten, forward quarter revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. That's for Enphase. GTLS popping. What is this? Up $1 randomly on the chart. So Enphase, it didn't say how much it was pricing in, so let's figure that out. Enphase, those are my shares from fucking earnings a year ago. So we'll see. Actually, I could make a play on that finally. I forgot about that. Because I could still do something even my tax date on it. So let's see what they're pricing in. It moves insanity. 140. Is this the right week? $16.35. That seems to be it. Oh, wow. That's more than 10%. So $16.35. That seems to be what the market maker has priced in. That's about 14.2%. So they're pricing in 14.2. That's a lot. So $16.30 would be one standard deviation. That'd be like 130-ish or $100 flat. That's higher priced. But here's the deal. And now here's something. I mean, this is a good example. I had these on the screen. Like, keep in mind, like Spotify, they were the play yesterday that was pricing in a lot. Spotify was pricing in 10%, and they beat earnings, and they're up 15%. So take a look. The plays still went up in value, but it just wasn't as crazy. And then they weren't moving up as much in the morning. Like in the morning, these plays were actually still either break even or barely up. But then they started to climb up here a little bit. So you could use this as a guide and kind of see how it stacks up. But they're pricing in a lot. But it doesn't mean that the plays won't move. But you really need a beat. And then if it does do better, it could really go up and do its thing there. But that's Enphase. So pricing in what, $14 we said? $16.35. And then SPY about to hit a new high. And then the next one is TXN. Oh, damn, this chart. I forgot TXN, those options did not hit last time. So TXN, they're expecting $3.61 billion. SPY hitting a new high versus guidance of $345 to $375 billion. Gross margin of 56.5%. Operating margin 31.2%. EPS $1.07 versus guidance of 96 to $1.16. Next quarter expecting revenue of $3.75 billion. Gross margin of 57.2%. Operating margin of 32.4%, and EPS of $1.15. Since last quarter, January 23rd, they are down by 6.1%. S&P is up by 3.0%, and XLK is down by 2.6%. Near-term options imply 5.5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 3, loss of 5, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters.
So, interesting. They don't really move on earnings, and they have dropped every single time. They're not pricing in as much so far. I think this is the cheapest we've seen on earnings pricing in. And then it's a cheaper stock, so 70, 81, 79. We'll go 80 cents priced in. .8 divided by 1980. So 4% flat. Nice. So 8% move. I mean, oh wait, no, I'm looking at Nordstrom's. What? I'm an idiot. Oh, that's the wrong one. What company was that? TXN? I don't know how I got to JWN. Yeah, there you go. My bad. 165. 795, 770, 670, 780. 166. 4.6, 4.7. So you need a little bit more. And again, they haven't moved too much. But yeah, I don't know. Market maker thinks that TXN will move either $7.80 up or down. That's priced in. One standard deviation. That's what is priced in currently. And then STX. That was the cheapest one, though. So STX revenue 1.68 billion versus guidance of 165 plus or minus 150 million. Non-GAAP gross margin of 25.4, non-GAAP operating margin of 9.9%, EPS of 29 cents versus guidance of 25 cents plus or minus 20 cents. Cash from operations, 91 million. Free cash flow, 49.9. Capacity shipped, 104.5. Since last quarter, January 24th, they're down by 6.4. S&P is up by 2.9, and XLK is down by 3.3. Near-term options imply 7.7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 2, gain of 7, loss of 9. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters, and 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. So they're pricing in a lot. I thought they were going to price in not as much. I don't think last time. That's a second name. So Tesla and then STX, they're pricing in a decent amount. I think it's because they've moved. They're down 6%. So underperforming tech and then lagging behind the SPY in terms of gain. But like tech is down on the quarter and they're down too. April. So 680. Damn, that's a 650. We'll go 660. At about 87, 7.5%. So market maker thinks STX will move $6.60 in either direction, 7.5%. That's a lot. So again, I don't think I'll go for this one either. Last time, all of these plays were pricing in like half of that. So low key, there's a little bit more juice on the chain, bro. Oh no. And then the final one for after hours, Mattel. Toys, Bobby. So Mattel, they're expecting revenue of $833.5 million, adjusted gross margin of 46%, adjusted operating margin of loss of 5.2%, EPS loss of 13 cents a share, full year guidance, December net sales comparable year over year, adjusted EPS $1.35 to $1.45, adjusted EBITDA $975 million to $1.02 billion, adjusted gross margin 48.5% to 49%, and free cash flow of $500 million. Since last quarter, February 8th, they're down by 4%. S&P is down by 0.4 and XLY is down by 5. Last 4 quarters, break even, loss of 8, break even, and gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Mattel, May. Oh, they don't even have weeklies, so going to be a little bit harder to price. This one didn't have a pricing even on the preview. 19, so $1.80, $1.70. So again, this factors in some time, so it's not as accurate. But 175 divided by 18, 89. What? No, I did that wrong.
I did times. So 9%. I mean, not bad. A couple earnings, they've done absolutely nothing. Their biggest earnings was 9% to the 8% to the downside. So I don't know. Yeah. So market maker thinks that they can move about $1.70. That one's interesting. But I mean, $1, like $3 will be, so $1.70, around $20 will be one standard deviation. Again, it's just a cheaper play. You get a little time, but again, they had a higher value. So if you think they'll recover, because again, those earnings are forecasting a little bit of a loss. About Boeing earnings tomorrow morning, is there any chance I would want to talk about it? I think there's a high chance, Sandy, because that's next in line. So I'm done with the ones for this evening after hours. So I don't think I'm going to play any of those, to be honest with you. Maybe Tesla or Enphase, but these are all dog shit. They're all. I had Visa. I forgot to do Visa. Or no, we did do Visa. I have a play on Visa, but I might sell that one. I made a call on the morning of what was. I'm up 3% on it. But yeah, other than that, there's a couple more after the bell, but I don't have previews, and I don't think I'm going to play them. So there's still Steel Dynamics, Chubbs, Baker Hughes, and Weatherford. I do think Chubbs could be interesting because it's insurance, but I don't have a preview on them. But I don't think, and again, all the ones we went over, they were there, man. They were expensive. Why sell the V? I mean, it was cheap. I only spent $30, but I do think Visa. Where was it? It was pricing in 3.8, but they just don't move a lot. But then again, all of the credit card plays, financials have low key been fire. So maybe, but we'll come back to it. It depends if I make another play. But we're done for the evening. So no plays, 1 standard deviation or 2 standard deviation, except for Visa. But then we'll double check if we hold. But now coming into the morning, the first one is Boeing. Boeing, back to Cali. IBM, we got out of the IBM. So Boeing, the world's safest, favoritist company in the world. Revenue is expected to be $16.24 billion. Operating margin GAAP loss of 2.8. Commercial airplanes loss of 16.7. Defense loss of 0.6. Global services loss of 0.8. EPS a loss of $1.63 a share. Free cash flow loss of $4.49 billion versus guidance of loss of $4.5 to $4 billion. Since last quarter, January 30th, they're down by 15.2. S&P is up by 1.3, and XLI is up by 6.2. Near-term options imply 5.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 5, loss of 3, gain of 9, break even. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters. I don't know. There's something interesting. Not only is it underperforming, but something caught my attention. Let me price it in. I'm going to double check. But let's see. Something's kind of interesting off of first look. What is that? 167? Guess. $95 billion U.S. aid package for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan has enough Senate votes to advance. I don't want that. So 570. Or no, 870. That's 890. We'll go 880. Oh, I did the wrong price. Yeah, something's interesting about this one. Very interesting. Bowen, you'll love the way you fly. I guarantee it. Something interesting. Do you know, brother? So remember I was telling you, like with everything going on, I felt like Boeing would be pricing in a lot. But ironically enough, they're underperforming everything, but they're only pricing in 5.2%. So I don't know. Something has to already be priced in because it's either it's cheap to a degree considering everything going on, or everything is priced in and we shouldn't be expecting that much. But I'm honestly, so I was wrong. I thought Boeing would be pricing in 7, 9, maybe even 10%, but it is pricing in about 5%. So not too bad. The market maker thinks they will move $8.80 either direction. So that is one standard deviation for Boeing. So not too bad. All right, the next one I have on the list, good old AT&T. More like AT&P because it's piss. They suck. So AT&T surprisingly makes a lot of money though. Revenue, $30.5 billion. All funds is said to abandon potential sale discussion. They're expecting $30.53 billion in revenue, EBITDA of $10.95 billion, EPS 53 cents a share, CapEx of $4.84 billion, free cash flow of $2.46 billion, communications, what are these? Prepaid ads of 10.9, postpaid 429, postpaid churn 1.0. ESG metrics, full-year guidance, EBITDA, $44.7 billion, EPS, $2.15 to $2.25. Since last quarter, January 22nd, they are down 4.7. S&P is up by 2.6, and XLC is up by 4.9. Near-term options imply 4.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 7, gain of 1, and loss of 10. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. Not bad. So not pricing in as much. Remember, they were a little bit more jerky, them and Verizon. And then Verizon did good, but they still sold off. So $16.50. It's like what, 74? Yeah, 74 cents exactly. So market maker thinks AT&T will move 74 cents either direction. It's about 4.4%. 74 cents. Not bad. So not literally a little lower than, oh no, that's Boeing. I think it moved less last earnings and then more on the other one. So yeah, a little higher than where it moved last time and then almost half, a little more than half of where it moved the other time. Yeah, I think TSM's running. A lot of Chad's been calling that. It's on the high ticker now, too. But that was AT&T. The next one is Veritiv. VRT. So this one's kind of crazy. They're expecting organic growth of 6.2%, revenue of $1.62 billion versus guidance of $157 to $1,625. So analysts think they're going to come in on the high end. Adjusted operating margin 13.5 versus guidance of 12.7 to 13.5. Again on the high end. EPS 36 versus guidance of 32 to 36. Again, analysts all on the high end. Next quarter expecting organic growth of 8.9, revenue of $1.9 billion, adjusted operating margin of 17.2, and EPS of 55 cents a share. Full year guidance expecting EPS of $2.20 versus $2.26 excluding items. Revenue $7.51 billion to $7.65 billion. Operating income $1.275 to $1.32 billion. Free cash flow $800 to $850 million excluding items. Since last quarter, February 20th, Vertiv has gone up 25.9. SPY is up by 0.5. XLI is up by 3.3. Near term options imply 13.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 4, gain of 29, and gain of 11. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 17 quarters, and EPS has beaten 11 of the last 17 with 2 in line. So they are outperforming. They used to move a little crazier. Last 2 earnings, they did not move much, but you're still pricing in a pretty penny. And then this is one of those breakout stocks, Veritiv. So 780. No, 880. That's like 863. We'll go 870. But yeah, so they're pricing in 10.9. So it didn't move that much on the last two earnings, but the quarters before that, how it got here, I don't know. That one could be interesting. What is that pricing in? 8.7 on Veritiv. I don't know what that would look like. So I don't know. That one, maybe look at it, but otherwise it does look expensive. It just has like a crazy history. So that one's on you. But Veritiv, ladies and gentlemen, Veritiv. All right, the next one, Umana. Oh, brother. So I'm still worked on these shares. I got clapped on these from the beginning earnings. Remember at the beginning of the year? So they've been getting killed off the Medicaid. Again, the guidance and how much they're getting not changing. So they've been a shit show. We did good on the post earnings last time. They're expecting $28.5 billion in revenue. Benefit ratio GAAP 88.9%, adjusted operating expense SG&A 10.3%, EPS of $6.12 a share, full year guidance of 16 cents a share. Since last quarter, they're down 7.5%. S&P is up by 1.7 and XLV is up by 0.5. Tesla to terminate 2,000 employees in Fremont. Warn notice. I don't know if that's a new one or not. And then XLV up by 0.5. Near-term options imply 5.3% move. Last four quarters, loss of 12, loss of 8, loss of 7, and then gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. So they're pricing in the least they've moved in a year. Pretty low, but then again, I mean, they've moved a lot where you could be arguably pricing in a lot too. So Humana, 325, 1760. TD says 1780. We'll go 1770. $5.4. 1770. And SPY still holding up. It's actually about to hit another high. Okay, that's Humana. And then GD. General Dynamics, a little bit of defensives. They're at all-time highs. So they're expecting $10.3 billion in revenue, operating income $1.06 billion, operating margin 10.3%, EPS $2.93 a share, full year guidance total revenue $46.3 to $46.4 billion, overall operating margin of 11%, EPS $14.40 with reasonable range of $14.35 to $14.45. Since last quarter, January 23rd, they're up by 14.4. SPY is up 3, Industrials up by 6.6. Near-term options imply 3.4% move. Last four quarters, gain of 5, gain of 4, gain of 2, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Not so bad, man. Not so bad. Talk about Apple. So in the beginning, the Lord created the heavens and the earth. You know, and then he made the animals and the critters, and then he chilled on the 7th. And then, I'm leading into it. And then, after creating all these beautiful things, he said, you know, he wanted to make man to dwell, so then he created Adam. And then he made man in his image. But then he said, it is not good for man to be alone. You know that, it's not good for man to be alone. So then he took the rib of Adam and made woman. Bro, seriously? That's your response to me? That's your imagine, bro? Like, imagine I came to your office with a PowerPoint presentation about General Dynamics,
and the earnings that will be presented today. And during my presentation, you proceed to just talk about Apple, 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 talk about Apple. And then you want to seriously me? That's what I'm the seriously one? Yeah, I did presentated. Well, anyway, I didn't even get to the part about the Apple. So then it's not good for man to be alone. Anyways. Well, yeah, General Dynamics. It's only pricing in 3, so let's get to the option chain. Let's see what we got here. That's crazy. General Dynamics is like killing it for a defensive. Like absolutely wrecking it. 292.50, 420. 6, so $7. What? No, 6. Yeah, I gained 7. That says 870. I'll give it like 725. That's crazy. So I have a big gap between the TD number and what's on the option chain. That says 2.4%. So not much, but again, it seems like they have posts. I just think they're up a lot and it's expensive. But General Dynamics, $7.25 to maybe $7.50. You know what I'm saying? Pentagon calls on government of Iraq to take necessary steps to defend U.S. forces. All right, that was General Dynamics, and now the last one. Boston Scientific. They make crazy robot dogs. They do other stuff too, but like, sadly, that's all I give them credit for. But it's dope. So Boston Scientific, analysts think 8.3% organic growth versus guidance of 7 to 9. Okay, 7 to 9. I thought it was 7.9. Revenue of 3.68 implies 8.7% versus guidance of 7.5 to 9.5. Cardiovascular, $2.3 billion. Gross margin, 70.5%. Operating margin, 25.9. EPS, 51 cents a share versus guidance of 50 to 52 cents a share. Full year guidance, EPS of 223 to 227 excluding items. Revenue growth, 8.5 to 9.5 year over year. Organic growth, 8 to 9 since last quarter, January 30th. BSX is up by 9.8. S&P is up by 1.7 and XLV is down by 1.5. Near-term options imply 5.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, break even. And revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. Oh, wait, no, Boston Dynamics, you're right, it's not. I did confuse the robots. My bad. I was just testing you. I wasn't, but, you know. All right, BSX. So really does not move, but lately it just decided to move. And then they are also outperformer. And they don't have weeklies, so kind of weird what it's pricing in. I think about 5%. I just eyeballed it. I'd skip that one. But, yeah. Chattadonia. That is it for tomorrow morning. So like I said, I'm skipping a couple. So we went over Boeing, AT&T, Veritiv, Humana. I don't have ODFL. You'll have APH, Amphenol if you're interested in that. And then there'll be MHO Homes and then Biogen. I like Biogen, but surprisingly, I did not have a preview. I think Biogen's probably just related to their thing. So, I mean, honestly, I'm going to do the plays afterwards, but, I mean, I only have a couple of ideas out there. Surprisingly, but it's not that many. I don't really want to make that many plays. I have a couple of crazy ideas. We could talk about them, but for the most part, a lot of them are pricing in a lot more than last quarter, which is kind of surprising. So we will see.
Let me see. I need to check this. All right. No, I didn't make any plays yet. I just went over what was expected. I'm going to start making some plays. Just let me run some numbers real quick. I need to double check.
Software that goes into these defense systems that they are a big maker of. And they talked a lot about how that longer term, that is where the opportunity is. They also pointed out there's only a handful of players in here that can do what they do.
But a lot of consolidation.
Yeah, it's Lockheed, RTX, and a couple other companies, and that's pretty much it.
I want to end with the F-35.
Yeah.
What update did we get on the F-35?
We got
no cost there.
We got no update on the F-35.
Of cost overruns, right?
Yeah, I mean, they would not talk about this at all. They said, look, they're aware of the clawback that the Pentagon has already issued. But again, they said at the end of the day, that's not lost revenue. It's simply deferred revenue because once again, nobody else is going to deliver an F-35. It may come late, but they're the only ones who can deliver it.
This goes back to what you say. There's only, at this point, the industry has consolidated so much that there's only a few players.
Yeah.
And once you commit to a program, right, you're kind of committed on something like this.
Absolutely.
Interesting stuff. Thank you so much.
Anytime for you too.
Anytime for you. As well. As we said, Lockheed Martin shares, they did rally earlier in this session, but definitely that has kind of unwound as the day has gone on. So just a little change at this hour.
Hey, we're still seeing stocks move higher as we get closer to the close. The S&P 500 up 1.3%, the NASDAQ Composite up 1.8%, the Dow up 0.7%. Of course, Tesla happening after the bell today. Shares of Tesla right now higher by 2.3%.
And speaking of the close, Remain will be leading the close coming up next on Bloomberg Television. So that's coming your way in just about 10 minutes time. Coming up for us here at Business Week, we're going to talk a little bit about drone racing. It's apparently a thing. John Tucker knows about it. This is what he does on the weekends.
So into it. You know about drone racing?
I don't know about drone racing. I'd like to stick around for that. My show can wait.
Well, it's it's a thing, guys. We're going to get into it. That's our one more thing coming your way in just a moment.
Not Remain. I get this guy. All right.
To include NGOs working with USAID.
But yeah, we're almost done. I'll let you know if I make any plays. I'm gonna just. There's a
There's
couple I want, and then I have two crazy. Let me check a couple of options, and then I have a couple of share plays I want to do. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Also, so when the aid is loaded from Cyprus and it goes to the pier, is it going to be the U.S. military exclusively transporting that aid from Cyprus to the pier, or is it also going to be commercial vessels?
Sure. So as I understand it, what the capability allows us to do is you have the temporary pier, which is, of course, several miles offshore, which can receive both military and civilian vessels. But then it's transloaded onto the pier, put onto military vessels, logistic support vessels, which are U.S. military. Those are the vessels that will then take the aid to the to the causeway, where it's then loaded onto non-military trucks, driven by NGOs that will then take the aid off the causeway into an assembly area and then for further distribution throughout Gaza.
So the U.S. military will not be driving those trucks on the causeway?
As I understand, that is correct. Yep. All right, let me go to the phone here real quick. Tony Capaccio, Bloomberg.
Hey, Tony.
Hi, Pat. On Ukraine and upcoming PDA, what gives you confidence that the DoD is going to be able to move within days to get all this equipment and get it transported in transit to Ukraine? Is it because of the basing structure already in place? And has DoD kind of earmarked a shopping list of items that you're ready to pull the trigger on once the president signs the legislation?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Well,
Kirk on the high.
You've been following, thanks to organizations
Kirkland's
like the
and
Security
HCP still up.
Assistance Group Ukraine, and plus our efforts with international allies and partners. We have created a very robust logistics network to enable the delivery of aid into Ukraine. So again, more to follow in terms of what the specific security assistance will entail. But there are, certain things that, of course, we can work to have get there faster. And so, again, we're going to do everything we can to lean forward, employ that robust logistics network capability, employ the relationships that we've built with our international allies and partners to get aid there quickly.
Okay, thanks.
Let me go to Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Jeff Shogel.
Thank you. I'm seeing media reports that the next military assistance package to Ukraine, once the president signs it, will be $1 billion. Now, the Senate has passed cloture on this, so now it's just waiting an up or down vote.
Day one
Is
bio
DoD
gets
at the
FDA
point
accelerated
where it can
approval.
publicly confirm the $1 billion figure?
What's day one
Thank you.
bio?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I've seen those press reports. I don't have anything to provide at this time, and of course, I'm not going to get ahead of the process. As you highlight, we first need the Senate
Dawn?
to vote, and then Congress to send
Oh, that was
the
earlier.
National
They're already up
Security
90
supplemental bill
or
to
9.
the president to be signed into law. And so once he signs that, we'll
Unless
be in a
that's
better
coming out
position
now.
to discuss any potential security assistance packages to include the details of what would be in that package. Thank you. Come back into the room here. Yes, sir.
Thank you, General. State Department has actually published the annual country report on human rights practices, and in that report there was the section for Israel, focusing on the Gaza war and the casualties amongst the civilians, journalists, and international human rights workers. Is there any new precautions that the Pentagon will take against the Israeli army, or about the arms support that you are providing to Israel in this framework? Any restrictions, future restrictions?
Yeah, thanks. I don't have anything to announce today other than, again, we continue to discuss the importance of civilian safety and the importance of delivering humanitarian assistance to those in need within Gaza with our Israeli counterparts on nearly every single conversation that we have, and we'll continue to have those conversations. Let me go to Missy and then we'll go to Carla.
Is it still true that the DoD has not received a plan from the Israelis for their evacuation of civilians from Rafah, or the military operation that they're going to do? Because now there's been some reports, like from the AP and others, showing that tent cities being built up around Han Yunis, suggesting that they're beginning the evacuation plan. Have you guys gotten any more clear information from the Israelis on that?
Sure. So, with the caveat that I'd refer you to the IDF to speak specifically to their operations, I can tell you that coming out of the recent meeting that was hosted by the White House, the U.S. and Israel have agreed on the shared objective to see
Three
Hamas
Harris
defeated
cuts
in
5% of
Rafah.
workforce.
They shared their thinking. We've shared ours. But
We
in
shared
terms
ours.
of what their
All
plan
right.
looks.
And then, not a recommendation. I made all my plays. Actually, there's only 2 that I'm considering now, but I made a play on AT&T. I only did calls on AT&T, 2 standard deviation. I grabbed more than one. I spent less than $20 total, but I only grabbed calls for May 17th. So instead of going next week, I went to May 17th, and then I grabbed 2 standard deviations. AT&T was pricing. I don't really like it as much. It's just pricing in the least amount. Last 2 earnings, it didn't do anything. Verizon had good earnings, and then last earnings before that, it was moving 10-15% in that value mode. So that's the only other one. I think every other play was dog shit. Boeing, I considered Boeing, but I priced it in for 2 standard deviations, and unfortunately, 2 standard deviations is going to cost you $100 both ways. So you're going to be spending $200 if you want to play it round trip. But if you want 3 standard deviations, it's cheap on Boeing. But then at that point, I think you could just wait till tomorrow morning. You don't really have to play it now. So that's it. 2 standard deviations. Go to the description of this video, and it says how to price options or pricing options, and watch that, and you'll never miss anything on here. You'll get all of the earnings previews we're gonna do for the next month or 2. So yeah, Boeing was enticing because I thought it would price in more, but it's still a little expensive. And then I have 2 ideas. I could do nothing also. I could just walk away with AT&T being the play, but I have 2 plays that I want to make. So one, Enphase. Remember, I have old shares from about a year and a half ago at this point. I have old shares of Enphase. I don't want to play options, but I would be down for an average down just on earnings to hopefully flip out of it or get a good average, limit losses, and then finally close. I could either do that on Enphase or I could do it on Humana. Oh, yeah, I have Visa. I forgot. Or I could do that on Humana, or I sit and do nothing and then just keep holding them. So that is something I'm considering. I'll let you guys chew on that. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We have power hour to think about it, but those are play ideas that I have. I bought a call AT&T, yeah. 2 standard. And then I have a Visa that I grabbed in the morning. I want to sell it, and then you guys are like, why sell it? I spent $30, but like I'm not too, like, I don't know, I'm not too sold on it in a weird way. But then again, Visa, it's the same place from last earnings. Sit on hands. Could wait. Winner, chicken dinner, do nothing. All right, we'll see, man. We'll see. Tesla, another one? My goodness. Just let Visa run. All right, well, we'll see. Let me go to the bathroom. You know, look away, look outside, blink a little bit.
That Joe referred to. What's going on with the TikTok ban in this latest measure?
And the everything war, Amazon's ruthless quest to own the world and remake corporate power is the subject of a new book. It's all next.
Get storage that puts...
Yeah, that was leading. It's leading. Netflix still going. Again, those plays were beautiful, man. And now the question is, do you ride the Netflix or do you take a good gain? You almost have 250% on the Netflix. Again, those are just from... Again, we hit the other Netflixes before, but we've also let some Netflix expire. But like I said here, 580. If Netflix gets above 580, he's back in business. He's back in business. Yeah, you're right there, bro. Right there. Oh, power, they're already back.
2% on the day, near
Beautiful.
the highs of the session. The NASDAQ 100 also feeling the love, up even higher, 1.7%. And the likes of those semiconductor stocks like NVIDIA also feeling those gains. You have the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index up nearly 2.6% on the day. Even the bond market here getting a bid, Romaine. Of course, some softer economic data this morning, as well as a record auction in that 2-year.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second, but let's talk about the Mag 7. 6 days of losses for that cohort here. Well, that's now giving way to back-to-back gains, the strongest 2-day surge right now for the group since the start of March. For the Mag 7 reporting this week, and as Pastanus once said, the stakes is high. Those 7 mega cap stocks making up 29% of the weighting in the S&P, 35% of the weighting of the NASDAQ 100. So as they go, so too goes the market. 5 of the 7 are projected to report double-digit percentage gains in earnings and in revenue, with Apple and Tesla the only outliers. Apple earnings still a week away, but Tesla set to post in just about an hour or so from now. Stay tuned, full coverage up ahead. Now, not everyone is sold on the rebound rally. JP Morgan strategist Marko Kolanovic says that while earnings may stabilize price action in the near term, he's actually concerned about complacency in some of those equity valuations. He posted a laundry list of reasons he sees softness ahead. That includes rising bond yields, elevated oil prices, high stock market concentration as well. Goldman Sachs tactical specialist Scott Rubner agrees, saying his bank's trading desk, it shows CTA momentum traders right now modeled to sell stocks over the next week, no matter which way the markets go. And here's one reason why. While forecasts for earnings growth point to continued economic strength, those pairwise stock correlations within the broader equity market, they started out the month of April at multi-year lows. And stock bond correlation, Shanali, they have been flirting with re-entering negative territory. That typically is a sign of more softness ahead.
I have some more signs for you, too. We're talking about those earnings expectations and just how much this quarter really matters, Romaine. Because when you look at the Magnificent Seven, the expectations for the first quarter alone, it is really expected to drive the S&P here to the tune of 38% EPS higher just for that Mag 7. That's even with profit, except this is softened over there over at Tesla. Now, if you look outside the Magnificent Seven, it's a much different story. Expected declines on the first quarter, but even with Romaine, the Magnificent Seven here, you still have expected softening throughout the year. So it begs the question on whether the first quarter results are enough to lift this market higher for the year.
All right, one big pillar, of course, of the equity market, one big pillar of any potential gains remains earnings, but the float market also, of course, still focused on macro, still focused on monetary policy as all of those elements sort of mash up together today and over the next week and a half. Ash Alencar joining us right now, Global Head of Asset Allocation and Portfolio Manager at Janice Henderson to help us kick off to those closing bells. And Ash, I do want to start off on monetary policy and more importantly, some of the inflation expectations, because before this earnings season started, that really was the narrative out there on Wall Street. And I know it takes a back seat, at least this week, but it's going to rear its head in a big way in just about a week's time.
Well, thanks for having me on. I think at this point in the cycle of monetary policy, it's important, if not essential, for us to ask the following question and reconcile the following facts. How can inflation drop from its peak of 9% in 2023 to about 3.5% today, yet the impact on economic growth, the impact on economic activity has been minimal at most? Where are these so-called lagged effects? And this is despite the fact that the Fed has increased the cost of financing, has withdrawn the supply of money from the system at the fastest rate in nearly 4 decades. So why hasn't there been any consequences on the overall economy? And I believe the answer is quite simple. Monetary conditions have not been as tight as we think they are. At a Fed funds rate of 5.25%, if the neutral rate is 2.5%, which is the Fed's believed level of where economic growth and labor, the strength of the labor market is not too cold, it's not too hot, it's just about right, that certainly tells you monetary conditions are very tight, because it's a 300 basis point spread between the overnight interest rate and the neutral rate. But what if the neutral rate is much higher than 2.5%? What if it's closer to 5%? Then at a 5.25 Fed funds rate, monetary conditions are nowhere near being tight. The price of money, the cost of financing is nowhere near being expensive.
So Ash,
everything is about fair.
But Ash, if that is the case, about fair, is there a consequence to that? Or are you basically describing, I guess, that kind of proverbial Goldilocks scenario?
So there's a big consequence to that. And the big consequence to that, which is relevant today, if monetary conditions aren't tight, it's going to be very, very difficult, for inflation to fall back to 2%. This 9% drop, or the drop of inflation from 9% to 3.5%, it likely had everything to do with supply coming back online and very little to do with monetary tightening, very little to do with the actions the Fed took to increase the price of money, to increase the cost of financing. So to get you back to 2%, the mantra has to switch to higher for longer.
Ash.
The mantra has to switch away from pivoting towards accommodation anytime soon.
But what do you think about this neutral rate? Do you think that the reason it's drifting higher is in part because of growth, or do you think that growth might suffer? You look at some of the economic data weakening just this morning, and investors are shrugging it off, thinking that maybe we can get those rate cuts on the horizon. But people are not talking enough about this potential stagflation scenario. How would that read across?
Yeah, so why do I believe that the neutral rate is higher? It has everything to do with productivity. If you remember back to the 1990s, Greenspan believed the neutral rate here in the U.S.
Yeah, Biden is live right now. I don't know. I think he's good though. I'm still contemplating. I went and I grabbed a protein. I thought for a little bit. So you went with the bone calls. Good luck. again, I think Boeing, I thought I'd be pricing in more, so that's the good part. I'm contemplating on doubling down on any losers that have earnings right now. Again, either Enphase or Humana. But it's tough. It's tough. Doing nothing is always an option. I could always wait and snag some. But again, if there is going to be some big movements, now would be the time. I'm still in Netflix. So our Netflix options are up 200%. So we'll see. And then again, it is like this is the gap for you're like $4 away, $5.80. That's what sucks because if it gets above there, there's a lot of upside there to fill that gap on earnings. Otherwise, if it rejects, I mean, it could come back down. Well, we got a good bottom tick on it. I grabbed AT&T. That's my only one. Otherwise, every earnings is pricing in a lot. Tesla is pricing in 10%. Last earnings, I swear it was like 5 or I'm sure I have the screenshot somewhere. Maybe if I go find it. If I really want to look, I think I kind of do. But I swear Tesla was pricing in, I swear it was like 4% last time. But every other play, even Texas Instruments, STX, they were pricing in like 2-3% last time. And this time it's like 7-8%. Yesterday's plays didn't do too bad. UPS, that one was good in the morning and then failed. And then GM did nothing. But again, GM was a lot cheaper. And then the GEs hit at like 200%, I think, 200-300%. And then we're still out of the money and we got a little bit of time on those. So if you sold the GE, I think you would have lost like $30 out of all the plays, I think. Or maybe even made or broken even. On Netflix, I have till next week. I want to see Tesla's earnings. It was January. Yeah, Vert. That's their last one. I still have all these previews from last time. That's why I'm like, huh. Toast, DraftKings. Where the hell is Tesla? Twilio, KHC, Zillow, Lyft. Oh, that's February. Tesla's hiding. Square, I wish I could tell you. Netflix, that's Netflix, 8.1. Yeah, look, TXN, 4. This time, I think it's pricing in 7. That's a little nuts. That's from last earnings. I'm trying to find the Tesla. Delta. No, I don't see it. I can't find the Tesla for some reason. He's hiding. People talking about Elon leaving if the proxy thing doesn't pass. That'd be wild. I think, remember he talked about, he was just saying like putting AI stuff under it, under Tesla. I think he'll try to like work on other things. But yeah. Oh no, like I said, I only want either the double down plays or not, but I'm still kind of on the fence. The proxy thing is he wants the $59 or $60 billion pay package. He's trying to get that again. And then he is trying to move the company headquarters out of Delaware into Texas. Why hold my Netflix play when you're up already? I don't know, man. I don't know. $60 billion pay. That's impressive. It's impressive. Yeah, they're doing good. 570 again. 580 is. I'm going to see how it trades around there. There's one other thing I wanted to see. Again, we have the Visa. Again, the GEs, like we said, those worked out a little bit. Would he sell his shares if he left? No. He doesn't have to unless he wanted to. I doubt he would. Again, remember, Elon's thing is he's trying to get more shares. Let's see. Can you put $60 billion in a bill and get $3 billion? Yeah, you would do it in a more like efficient way, like a money market or buying like a physical bond, because even then that 0.05% fee is a lot, and then you want to make sure there's no slippage. So ideally you would probably buy a bond with that large of an amount. But yeah. It sucks Humana's on the top end. So that's like even. Oof. They're still even trading a shit ton. These aren't even earnings. Anything tomorrow pre-market? Just AT&T. That was the only other one. Sold ourselves. Screw it. Well, good luck, man. Good luck. So far. I mean, people like it. I get asked about that thing a lot. BSX is pre-market. I'm not playing that. So AT&T, that was the only play I settled on. And then how much? We got 45 minutes left. Not bad, bro. Not bad. Alrighty, am I out? I'm out. I made another move. So just in case, if I do want to make some plays. But I took profits on Nordstrom's. So I sold out. I got about just under 2.3K. But yeah, got out of that. And then if it ever drops back down, we'll buy it again. I think it's going to go to 20. And I think you might get a little bit more. But like I said, I'm just going to play the back and forth. No, I bought this a couple of days ago. But, I mean, it just, I don't know. It doesn't, just did its thing, man. Did its thing. But GG's. So I'm out of that. Tesla, Microsoft. What was the other one? And then Visa. And then again, we still have the Netflixes. I'm waiting to see 580. Elf has been on the high. Netflix. I mean, the plays are up a lot. So I think Netflix is going to move around for sure. I mean, it's either going to break out from the sell and try to recover a little bit here, or it fails here, and then your new range is going to be pretty much 580 to 540-ish, if that makes any sense. So if you can't hold here, you're probably going to get banished to 580 to 540, maybe even lower. So that $40 range, or if you get above here, 580, back up to even 630. All right. But yeah, I think we're done. I think we're done with earnings place. That's it. If I change my mind, I'll let you know. Otherwise, good luck. And then again, we just sold Nordstrom, so that was a good one. Good arbitrage on the buyouts. Still in the gill. That's the only one. That's the other one we need to monetize. And KSS, if you did get that one did good. And we got 40 minutes remaining. Tesla, I don't have a play on it. It's pricing in a lot. Like I'm telling you, compared to last earnings, Tesla wasn't pricing in that much. It was underperforming. That's why I wanted to play it. But this time around, Tesla, I mean, it has a lot of juice. It has a lot of juice, so it's not cheap. I think the range, like one standard deviation on Tesla, it's literally pointing to either 130-ish. I believe it's like a $15 pricing in, 130-ish or like 160. So, which is crazy because then it's like it either gets back up to here where it just was and there's a lot more upside from there, or 130. And then like I told you, if you start hitting 130, it's like you're going to hit 100. So it's a pretty wild one, but this time around it's pricing in a lot. They've moved, a decent amount every other earnings, so we'll see. Tesla will be interesting from afar. Indeed, my brother, indeed. TLT break even. Yeah, I mean, remember, all day it started off lower. You got your little relief, kind of, like towards the end of last week. Not really, but, I mean, remember, this was all just off the data. So, I mean, market really liked it, but remember, the whole bond land is still weak, but there was a good bond auction, too. I forgot about that. The 2 here. See, Celis. Oh, Meta. I don't have a play yet, but Meta will be. I mean, I don't know if there's anything. I don't think Tesla's going to affect Meta too much. But just general sympathy. But yeah, Meta is one to keep in mind. Nat Gas running. Meta will not be cheap. Damn, Meta's pricing in 10%. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to play Meta. That's insane, actually. That is absolutely insane. FTC bans non-compete agreements for workers? Oh? Like in general? That's crazy. But even then, Meta, that's kind of nuts. Philip Morris, that's still going from the beginning of the day. Again, earnings, tobacco. But like, yo, this is crazy. Meta is chilling at 500, and it's pricing in like $40 for earnings. So it's pricing in just under 10%. But that's kind of nuts to think about. That means what? Either go back to 460, or then it goes up to new high, 10, 20 bucks higher. I guess it's moved a lot. Yeah, but that one, I think Meta is at the center of both the consumer and then the AI stuff. Philip Morris, they're printing on the high ticker again. And then Tesla is after hours, so no plays here for earnings on that except for AT&T. FBI security director. TikTok represents national security concern. It's in 7 minutes till 3:30 ramp. Yeah, Philip Morris up 3. I think, again, it's ultra earnings on Thursday morning. Tomorrow is Wednesday. You got 1,000 on the PM calls? Nice. I thought PM would get, or Ultra would get a little more sympathy. Apple, they held up. That's going to be again, Apple's still down 20% from their last high. Or like all-time high. General Motors voluntary separation program was complete. I don't know what that means. AT&T, I only went call side. Stock is cheap, so the puts don't really have a good risk reward because it's limited. Square's still going up, man. And then the PayPal. Look at the PayPal. This guy. I forgot about PayPal. That's going to be interesting for earnings. And then let's see the long term. Long term did come up today, which was nice considering the pain for the last month. I could buy the whole chain. Go away. When would you buy the whole chain? I mean, if there wasn't that many options available, you know, if it was like more illiquid to say the least, maybe that could be a time. So, long term. So this is the long term on the month. You hit your high and then proceeded to die, asking many questions like why. So then here's your year to date. It's crazy to think this is where you were at January. Even then, remember those first couple days of January? And then afterwards, we started getting clobbered. Then you had some earnings, bro. But this is 172. So we're going to be like back up to here. We're going to be back up to March. Where'd that be? Still low, though. It's still going to be like in between here. You really like the new Uncle song? Hey, man, baby. I like it, too. It's a good one. NQ/EOS. Got my pronouns right. What's the volume like? I haven't even looked at the dollar yet. Volume very low. 43. We might do yesterday's volume, but it is the last 2 days of bouncing up here. I mean, it has been lower volume. So unfortunately, I mean, you do have your relief, but remember what I was telling you guys on the watch list yesterday. It's not real. Nothing is real. It could either go a lot higher or just as easily as we got it, it could be taken away. Is it just a little bounce right now? I mean, we got to let that data. And then again, today's data is supported, but the bonds are now starting to slip a little bit. Visa running up. Netflix is still going too. So that one's nice. I don't know if the Visas didn't really get like earnings hype. Up 6%. Oh no, if those do like 100% somehow by close, I'm down to sell them. Otherwise, I'll ride them out if y'all insist. Smuckers, I've been seeing that all day. Again, wait for 580 on Netflix. And then Visa, only 0.69. AXP was hitting highs earlier. NVIDIA is running into the highs almost 4%. So again, even your little chip recovery today, that still found a way to hold up. Celsius. I forgot about that one. We had a good play on that last time. Damn, it's at 72. I just recovered all of that. Man, this has been it was a wild earnings, and then like a wild like intra earnings. It was just like the end of it, and it just got weird. My goodness, chatted down here. Market on close, I do not know. I think you'll get an early number in about 2 minutes, and then we could go from there. My prediction for Tesla, I don't know. I'll pray that they hold up. I think they're at a weird spot, and I don't know if it's priced in or not. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think this margin would be their lowest margin in like 5 years or something. So we'll see, but hopefully they just don't come out with any bad news. And I don't know what Elon can talk about unless it rhymes with smargin. Like at this point, unless it rhymes with a bunch of schmales and increasing smargins, I don't know what would, I don't know if anything works anymore. Does that make sense? Like the Elon charm is fading. Like, I don't know. I guess it's just like it's like the pretty privilege is fading away. Like it's not the same thing. Like Elon, does that make sense? At this point, like the way it's been playing, like it doesn't matter what Elon says anymore. You can say whatever you want. You can hype it up. You can be so cool and futuristic. But at this point, all that matters is that like margin and the sales. Like that is something that, it's not a bad word. I'm just messing around. But when it's all said and done, unless there's like real margin increase or sales, the way the company is right now and like how it's been, it's like nothing's going to get investors excited. You're not even getting short. Isn't it funny? Tesla is the worst stock in the S&P on the year. And I have not heard the word short squeeze. There was a time when anytime Tesla was red, they'd be like, we're going to short squeeze it. It's like you don't even have the same like mafia behind it. And like everybody just like wants, it's so weird, but the hype and getting everybody on board, like you kind of need some numbers or some excitement, and the same stuff just ain't doing it no more. If you go on the Webull chat in Tesla, you'll see tons of messages since it was 180. Hey man, Webull, it's a different Wild West. Can you blame Bill? Why would you blame Bill? Like rates? I don't know, man. I still like Elon, but again, like I'm even shocked the stock took such a dive. And it's like, it's weird. But then again, like, people don't wear bell bottoms anymore. But I do think Tesla is the best EV company in the world still. Kathy still thinks it's worth $10 trillion. I mean, it's a great company. That's it. It's just this is its first like real drop in a minute, and it's like actually being tested. So let's see if it comes out the fire. It has every other time, substantially stronger. So we'll even find out. Bonds going red. They're about to give up all of the PMI gains. There was even a good bond auction, but I guess it wasn't good enough. Tesla for the right price, man. SPY's even coming down a little bit. I mean, we topped out maybe like 20 minutes ago. Let's see. Boston Scientific. 5068. I mean, BYD, but that's China. Like, I don't know if we'll ever see a BYD in America. Yeah, you're down 10 points from the high, just under that. 8 points. Tesla might be the next Enron when people think about it. No. It's like, have you been to California? I don't know if you have, but like the weird part about it, there's Teslas everywhere. This is a car like, oh yeah, dude, it's everywhere. I don't know. So like Tesla lives in multiple worlds. You know, it's like it's on the internet. There's Elon Musk. But like the car itself, like the brand, the product, bro, it's everywhere. It's actually like everywhere. You will see more Teslas than Toyotas sometimes in Cali, which is a wild concept. Enron was everywhere. It was, but like it was a different, like, I don't know, it was like a utility, you know? So it was kind of, it got there just through like agreements and deals and like shady deals on that sense. It's not like people were going out of their way pre-ordering Enron, you know, like, and then doing this for years at that. Model Y is the #1 selling car globally and in California. He said hybrid cars is the hot topic. Man, I've been telling y'all that. Because it's true. I saw a meme the other day and it showed a Prius. And it was like, look at this beautiful car. 50 miles a gallon. Base model starts at like 27,000. It was like, you have to be insane to choose an EV over this. Like, that's it. Like, and I mean, again, I think a hybrid, great idea. And then the Prius, I love it. I always got to love a Prius. Am I going to keep holding the Netflix calls? I have no idea. I said when I made the play, I said just don't ask me about it. Otherwise, I mean, comment it on the watch list. So if you have anything you want, go on yesterday's watch list and comment it. And if it's play related, and I'll make sure I get you your answer. Otherwise, I don't know. I have no idea. You know, I'm going to just embrace the uncertainty, you know? Can I ask about the gold short? I will give an update on the watch list if you already missed what happened. But it's good. Don't, you know, all is well in land of Chattadonia. We saw that that thing was at like 9. And SAP, that was the earnings that went up. They're actually really taking off now. GE was just hitting highs. We still have that one too. Don't ask me nothing. Well, I mean, about the plays, especially if we've already covered it, or, you know, I'll just have a defined time to go over them. I think on the watch list is a great time, and we could give those updates instead of continuously. So, yeah. I got you. But anything else? I mean, we could talk everything. We already went over the earnings, data. You'll get a little bit more data. I think you get ISM, or don't you get the services side? You're going to get another set of data, actually, and then GDP on Thursday. No, you'll get durable goods tomorrow. Still not bad. And then 5-year bonds. Oh, the frizzle paper. Yeah. I forgot. You guys thought it, dude, I thought it was fake. I was like, this is great. But like, oh, it has like his name in it here. I'm not going to dox homie.
Do you guys want me to? You want me to read you the Frizzle paper? Because like I could have the AI do it. But like this is real. So literally, Chad had an essay assignment. Bradley Frizzle PDF. He submitted it. Oh. And like this is a real college like course. He got a 43 out of 45. Very proud of him. I read it this morning. It gave me a good laugh. All right, let me see. Let me see if I could have Josh AI have a stab at it. It's called Small Business Interview. But it's called Bradley Frizzle, the Peach Farmer. Honestly, it seems pretty captivating. It'll hook you. It's not like it's pretty good. Oh wow, this is weird. I don't know if I have good formatting. Let me see if this might work. All right, give Josh AI a second. All right, the formatting's a little weird, so I don't know. Josh AI. I have no idea how this is going to play out. I hope I don't butcher it, bro. I think, bro, it's just about the cult, it seems like. I kind of want a royalty on this now. 4,000. All right, all right, Josh AI is working. It's a weird format. Josh AI is going to butcher this hardcore. So good luck. A+++. So this is a real one. I'm going to get you guys this. This is the email. This is the actual thing. It's called Bradley Frizzle. From being a farmer to a businessman. I hope you guys are ready. All right. Here it is. Bradley Frizzle, from being a farmer to a businessman. Bradley Frizzle stands out as a testament to the transformative power of passion, resilience, and strategic vision. He started as a peach farmer and became a successful real estate investor. Bradley's journey is one to hear and listen from, to understand the boundless possibilities that await those who dare to dream and persevere against all odds. Bradley's entrepreneurial journey all started from his roots as a peach farmer. He was tired of living under the constraints of traditional farming practices and wanted to explore new horizons for his future. Bradley boldly decided to transition from peach farming to real estate investment using his knowledge of land development. He started reading books about business and stumbled upon a book called The Richest Man in Babylon by George S. Clason. As he continued to gain knowledge about investments, he stumbled upon a real estate agent who told him about the wealth behind owning assets. Bradley didn't have much money saved up at this time, but with the agent's help, he closed on his first property in 2015. After a while, he ended up selling this property for a good amount of profit, and from there, he began acquiring properties with a keen eye for potential growth and development. He now owns a good number of long-term investment properties, and he needed
additional support. He strategically created a team that was handpicked by him personally who shared the same passion as he did. Through careful mentorship and empowerment, he created a positive and healthy culture within his team. To this day, he has about 25 trusting team members all around the country, mostly real estate agents.
It's 100,
focus
sir.
on
It's
finding
100.
deals and helping each
I
other
think it's
out
like 120,
to be
actually.
successful during the COVID pandemic. He and his team faced many unforeseen challenges, just like other businesses worldwide. The sudden halt in the economy strained Bradley's real estate and business, but because of his expertise, he wasn't as concerned because of his long-term strategy. If he could go back in time, he would have taken this epidemic as an opportunity instead of a hurdle, since everything went up in price after everything. And reflecting on his experiences, Bradley acknowledges certain lessons he wished he had learned earlier in his journey: the importance of strategic partnerships in building a strong financial foundation are among the keys he now values dearly. He emphasizes the significance of perseverance, adaptability, and determination in business. He urges everyone to be passionate about their goals and never lose sight of their future. Reflection write-up. Based on Bradley Frizzle's journey, I could outline a couple of principles from reading It's All a Myth. I would encourage Mr. Frizzle to stay active and alert to industry trends, especially in today's economy. Whether adopting new technologies for property management or exploring alternative investment strategies, embracing innovation will position his business for sustained success. In addition, developing a strategic plan that outlines clear goals, objectives, and action steps for achieving long-term success will position him better for when another unexpected event arises. Considering this, preparing for problems is always important for business, and Bradley is not immune to this.
Like one more
Market
minute of
volatility could arise in the world of real estate, and the fluctuations in the market could pose a significant threat to his business. To mitigate this, he should maintain a diverse portfolio and stay vigilant. Bradley most likely falls into the early adolescent stage. To break this business down into the E-Myth stages, he is still involved in every aspect of the business, but is also focused on growth and sustainability. I've learned a few key takeaways from this interview, including the importance of passion and vision and the value of continuous learning. Bradley's journey highlighted the significance of driving entrepreneurial success by committing to his visions and having a hunger to learn and be open-minded. He serves as a compelling example of the potential of entrepreneurship and the rewards that await those who pursue their dreams with passion.
That's it. Wow, that was inspiring. So, I don't know that. I think I'm getting this. I feel like he told his teacher that the story of Bradley Frizzle, the peach farmer, I feel like that's the impression that I'm getting. I feel like, because he had to do like a write-up and then compare it to like a book. But I think he told his teacher, from being a farmer to a businessman, I think he set out the legend of Bradley Frizzle. And I think he was like, oh, you don't know the legend of Bradley Frizzle, the peach farmer? Oh, teacher. And the teacher's like, all right, word. It's like, this guy sounds inspiring. Well, that was great. That was great. Hey, man, I got a 43 out of 45 in college. So, Chad, you could do anything. You could accomplish anything. You know what I'm saying? Anything. Anything is possible. SSP exploring a sale. Scripps EW. Is this Health? It's Ohio. I think, is this a small, like, medical company? SSP on the high? A little bit. Exploring sale of Black Culture Broadcast Network. Oh, no. It's Black Culture Broadcast? I have no idea what it is then. Because I thought this was a health company. I thought it was Scripps Health. Elf on the High. GE's like actually running. Again, these are all-time highs for GM. Oh, no, it's like actually just starting. Go, GE, go. SSP popping a little bit more. Again, I don't have any other info besides what the chat posted there. Netflix right below. How much time we have? 12 minutes? 12 minutes. We just heard the story of Bradley Frizzle, the peach farmer. Inspiring. It's amazing. Market on close coming up. Rumble on the low. SSP still dancing around. I mean, SPY, where are we at? And then where's like gold and oil? So gold stopped moving. Again, hit the lows in the morning. Been bouncing today, but still down. Oil recovered. Oh, man. Danny. We're talking about it right here. He went crazy. Visa, I have a play on it, but I don't know. I'm not feeling it as much as the Chad, but a lot of Chads like it. But then again, like all the financials have been good. I have a play. I have a $30 play, 2 standard deviations. It's up 30%. I want to dump it, bro. Let me dump it. I'm going to dump it probably. How much time I got? You got 10 more minutes. It already went up 30%. I'll make $10. I'm kind of down. Can't complain. Visa. Can't you see? Sometimes the Visa hypnotize me. Market on close, 402 billion to the sell side. Mm. 81 on oil. Ride it out with you. I want to, but I don't. I don't know. Because I still feel like it has to move up a lot. Let's see. Biggie. Prepare for a land. We got 10 minutes. Don't get me nervous. You know, scare me. What V contract? If you could figure out 2 standard deviations, you'll find it. I just did a call, 2 standard deviations. One of them, I bought it in the morning. It's up now. A little pre-earnings gain, but like I said, I didn't sell it yet. I want to, though. I'm looking at it now. I mean, we got a little bit of time. If it, like, really goes, it's already starting to, like, get juicier, you know? Yours is probably closer. Mine was really cheap. It wasn't that bad. But, like, it's not, like, cheap. I mean, technically, they're only pricing in 3%, I think, but Visa doesn't move. I mean, honest, I'll hold it. Because that's the thing. Visa just has a bad history of moving after earnings, but it's not like it's pricing in a lot. It's only 3%. But then the last 4 earnings, it's only moved 2%, I think, at max. So that's the only thing about it. AXP and Dow. Yeah, that AXP post earnings, man. That one was it. That one is it. Oh, call LT so he could play Tesla. I don't know. Does he like to play Tesla still? But like I'm saying, Tesla,
maybe this time around, since it's pricing in more, it actually moves. But, I mean, the thing they got going is they're the underperformer. And then the last time they were down 7 days in a row, they proceeded to go insane. And then Young GE still doing good. Netflix, come on, buddy. And then you already had 10-minute rigged, final 5 in about a minute and a half. Is he too Hollywood for earnings plays? Nah, he's been answering my calls. It's good. He's gotten a little less Hollywood. I don't know. Do are his videos already getting less views or something? But yeah, he has. He answered my call. He did it. He helped me out with a deal the other day. It was good. So other than that, I think he'd be down. I just don't want to spend. I'm just trying to save me some money. I don't, you know what I'm saying? You know, lending tips. He always wants to play. All right, final 5, 45 seconds. A CDC warning? No, already? The day is wrapping up, Chatadonia. The day is wrapping up. My goodness. Yeah, so we're getting close to it. I might as well let you guys know. It's going to get really loud here soon. The day, I can't believe we're going to be here for earnings, so I will stick around for Tesla and all that good stuff. But the day is about to close, man. I can't believe it. So I'm here to let you know that the end of the day gets really loud, and that's why if you hear me say earmuffs, I would consider that a warning to protect yourself and mute your speakers, because it is going to get extremely loud in here. So after a couple of years of streaming, I mean, this is new information, but I learned how serious loud noises really are to people's health. I didn't know what loud noises unexpectedly could do to people. I learned that it ruins lives, it ruins relationships, it could hurt reproduction, it does a lot of things. People have even said Zika. It's crazy, like things coming back, polio, all sorts of stuff, not to mention just the general ear bleeding and everything else in between. So I want you guys safe. You guys don't deserve anything of that nature. So I want to make sure you guys are protected and just show my appreciation for everything you guys have done, even all day today. So whenever I say earmuffs, just make sure you know what's going to happen and mute your speakers, protect your children, your animals, your friends, family, get them to safety, anybody around you, you know, and maybe wear your glasses if you're worried about that. And that's it, man. That's it. So earmuffs is the key word, okay? Earmuffs is the key word. So we'll find out. Get ready. Oh, wait, how much time do I have? So a little bit of time. All right. All right, earmuffs. This is not a warning. I'm looking, though. I kind of want to I think I might make another move here, but earmuffs. Earmuffs. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approaches. We make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 60 degrees, strong winds, but otherwise clear weather, looking like a good day, especially if you bought the dip, even though the market's still wrecked on the month. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. Yeah, as always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down the flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, Chattadonia. It's game time. It's game time. We got to finalize it. We got to finalize it. All right, I'm going to get my final place. What the hell? Why is it so small? Oh, Chad, you only have 1 minute! 32754. All right, I added Humana. I did 75 shares. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I'm making my average. Yeah, and I'm down 12. So if they surprise, I go break even. If not, I get triple racked. So let's do it, baby. That's it. You have 30 seconds remaining. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time to wrap it up and bring it home. You have less than 15 seconds remaining. Shares, futures, options, everything. You better wrap up your mind, make up your mind, bring it home. That's it. Tell a friend, tell the family, but it is time, and we are bringing it into the end. But you have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now, baby. Drop that GG. Let's go. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated, contributed, brought something to the table. Plays, those vibes, info, personalities. Way to hold it down. Way to be in the action. Way to stay in the game. And big shout out if you got the long term, baby. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. All the people who held it down. Y'all doing donations. Y'all were showing love. Y'all are positive. Again, we're waiting for the earnings, but good game. I hope you know we stronger as one in Twitch. It's still banned, kind of. It's weird, but I love you. And I still love to see you here, baby. You know it's still here, baby. We still got it, baby, but we stronger as one. Thank you for the support, baby. God bless you all. Shout out Chattadonia, baby. Hey, man, let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Hey, listen, without a GG, you're going to get banned. I'm just saying, without a GG, that's it. Without a GG, you ain't got sports percent. Don't ask me about it. Without the G, I think TXN already came out, but good game, baby. That's it. Good game, good game. I'll see you, God willing, tomorrow. Good game, good game, good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Oh, we haven't heard this in a little bit. Oh, it's kind of down. Let it ride. I'm waiting. We're waiting on Tesla earnings right now. I will let you guys know when it comes out. Other than that, I think TXN, they're already moving. But thank you for being here, Chad. I love you. That's the day, baby. That's Tuesday. We get a little bit more. The data today had a lot. Again, your ISM or your PMIs. But now we wait for Ed.
I don't drive a fucking EV.
Oh yeah, great occasion, huh?
Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week.
Next, I don't even know lyrics anymore.
Think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing.
Yeah, TXN's up 6. They were pricing around 7, 8 or 8, but they're starting to move. TXN could have been a popper there.
If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, thinking Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change.
Yeah, Texas Instruments 1.1. They see second quarter revenue 365 to 395. I think they beat and guided up.
Gas tank still on empty.
Yeah, they guided up by 200 million.
I think I just missed
they beat on this quarter.
A Prius when they let me mine.
$1.20 EPS. Yeah, they killed it. They even beat the top end.
In my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is fast.
Oh, Tesla! Tesla!
It took me 30 minutes.
Hold on, I don't have it yet. Where is it?
I came to California.
Hold on, I don't have it here. I don't have Tesla out. Again, what's it called? They beat Texas Instruments did good. I do not have Tesla out yet. Goldman shares surge, reaching new all-time high. Quartz, I don't see it yet. No Tesla. I don't know. Tesla's up 5% somehow. Oh, Troy has adjusted EPS 45 cents, estimate 52. Unless did they put it on the website? IR Tesla. Adjusted EPS 45 versus estimate of 51. Free cash flow negative 2.5 billion. Still sees notably lower volume growth for 2024. So again, these aren't hitting across the wire just yet, but again, Troy and Jesus have numbers. Still see notable revenue. First quarter revenue 21.3, estimate 22.3. April 23rd. Yeah, it's on the website. Yeah, production. Oh, no. That's production and delivery. Tesla one. I mean, it's up. It was pricing in 10. It's already there, but it looks like they missed. I'm not seeing the guidance, but they missed on EPS and revenue. I want the margin number. It's not on the IR website, but again, people already have the report for now. I think it usually comes around 405, but okay, there's Mattel and a bunch of others. Seagate, Enphase, and a couple of others there. Seagate's, Enphase, Mattel. They bought the dip. I mean, it depends if you're in the money or not. Oh, there you go. It's on the website. Oh, yeah, it's on the slides. Oh, wait. And this guy? Was that Jonah? Jonah Hill? So, gap operating 1.2. Whoever said carpool is faster. 2.1 operating income. 2.4. They did 1.2. Cash flow of 200,000. Again, I don't have anything compared to the guidance. Automotive revenues 21.53. And I'm assuming this is their guidance. Or is this for this quarter? Yeah, Q3. They're expecting a lot lower growth on the autos. Where's margin? 15.9. That's higher, so they're expecting a higher margin the next quarter by 0.5%. I honestly think that's the only good thing there. But then again, the stock is up 10. I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't as bad. Could have been worse. Never thought Tesla would get the benefit that as of late. I think the margin is the only thing. Sales are still low, but margin could have taken a hotter beating, I think. Even then, for this quarter, margin came in at 17.6. Oh, shit. Yeah, so that's why you're up. That's it. That's all that matters. So gross margin was 17.6. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, that was still 1% higher. Where's gap? Where's operating margin? 8.2. EBITDA margin 14.8. Yeah, 15. They did good on that and guided higher. Visa pump. Woohoo!
At Q4, isn't? I'm pretty sure this is their Q4 2023. Yeah, Visa is up 4. Hey, Chattadonia, let's go. I kept it. Woohoo! But then again, this is what the other ones did. All the other like plays that like hit, they went one standard deviation, and then they just stopped. So this is one standard deviation. Your first 2 candles are literally what Visa was pricing in. Let me get those to each other talking Tessie. Again, I think Tesla just beat on margin. I think the numbers were bad and still some of the bad news, but I think Tesla is solely up on margin. And then Tesla is kind of dropping here a little bit. Enphase dump. Their earnings came out a little bit ago. Yeah, Enphase is on the low. Oof. Enphase down 5. They're probably going to go to 100. So Visa EPS 251. Adjusted EPS 251. EPS 229. Is it? So, yeah, they beat on that. Visa net revenue 4.7. And then total revenue 8.8. So they beat by 200 million. And then I don't have any Visa guidance, but Visa did beat. I don't think we were even looking out for any of their guidance. You'll have to wait for their conference call probably. And that's Tesla. So again, I do think Tesla all margin.
Not yet. Not yet, John. Have not come across something. And there may be something within these numbers that when you start crunching them and going through it and you say, okay, not as bad as we were expecting. Or when you look at the energy storage business, maybe there's some indication of some
everything missed on Tesla.
Will give people some optimism
here.
And
then they said they're going to accelerate
nothing
things.
At this point that you can hang
try
your
to
hat on
speed
and
it
say,
up,
well,
but
that's
it's
exactly
all that
why the stock
margin
has
was the
moved
only
up.
reason they didn't die.
We know we got 31 pages in this report to go through, so Phil, we'll let you get back to it. In the meantime, just taking a look, even at page 1 here, John, I mean, they're talking about increased AI training compute by more than 130% in Q1, record energy storage deployment, produced over 1,000 Cybertrucks. We don't really talk very much about Cybertrucks in a single week in April, and talking again about the fact that the future is not only electric, but quote unquote also autonomous, perhaps teasing ahead to that robotaxi announcement we get in August.
Yeah.
I know. You're very skeptical about this.
I'm just saying be careful out there. It's a stock that's being watched very.
Yeah, so, and then Enphase revenue 263.3 versus estimate of 276, gross margin 43.9 versus 48.5 a year ago. They guided 290 to 330. Estimate was 346. And then GAAP gross margin 42 to 45, non-GAAP gross margin 44 to 47, and operating expenses 78 to 82, excluding 50 million charge. And then GAAP, non-GAAP annualized effective IRA benefit of 17 to 19. So they're just their stock structure sheet on Enphase, and then the margin and guidance is a little lower. The margin, Tesla. Everybody thought Tesla's margin was going to get killed. They thought the sales was going to go down and the margin was going to get murdered, but they were able to, the margin was better than expected, and margin guidance for next quarter on Tesla, that's actually positive. So that's the only thing I think that's keeping Tesla up, because people did expect this to be the worst margin quarter, and it wasn't. It was actually better than expected. That's my take on it. Otherwise, it looks like a pure miss all across. And then it's not, I don't think guidance is even, the guidance numbers are still lower on sales, but it is the margin, which is still good. Year over year, Visa payments volume up 8, excluding intra-Europe up 16. So I don't know, man. Visa's good. I don't have any guidance yet on that. That's Wall Street Journal. Tesla reports sharp drop in first quarter earnings. I hope Visa runs. That'll be dope. Because I think if it does go crazy from here, even if it hits like 5%, I think those options will wake up. Yo, Visa, what are you doing, bro? You see that candle, bro? Tesla beat, kind of. Not really. They beat on margin. Everything else missed. But then again, I think that could have been good enough. Some people putting out the could have been worse narrative. They lost $2 billion. Yeah, the free cash flow dropped significantly. They didn't do good. I mean, it wasn't a good quarter, especially compared to some of their other good quarters. It just was not. But then again, the margin, I remember this morning people were talking about this being absolutely the worst margin in like 5 years or even in their history, I think. Something ridiculous. SPR, Boeing they said the talks were doing good today. Tesla, bad news priced in, margin went up, so earnings wasn't as bad. Going up makes sense. I could get behind that. And then Visa, they beat again, just revenue. Everything was total up. I don't have any guidance on Visa. And then Enphase was a miss. Was there anything else? I think that's it. I think now we wait for the morning. Texas Instruments beat, and they actually moved. They moved 7. And then I think STX, I don't know how they did. And then Visa. So we'll see Visa and Tesla. Tesla's still going, but Chatadonia, I think that's it, man. I'm not going to listen to the Tesla conference call. Why listen to the Tesla conference call when you could just go on Twitter and read Elon's tweets, and then you could go on Spotify and then just listen to Uncle. You know what I'm saying?
All right, guys, let's finish the blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired? Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place, all in one take. I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food. Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Camping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking and what's on side. Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
CG's, baby. CG's. I think on it, there's not, I don't know if there's a Guinness Book of World Records, but not too many rap songs include the word onomatopoeia. That is true. That word does not appear too often in everyday language. Onomatopoeia. I know, man. I know. It's wild. But Chatadonia, onomatopoeia, I don't know. Tesla sounds weird, man. I don't know what Tesla. They don't make a sound, actually. You ever had a Tesla drive up behind you, man? That's it, man. I said, you know how many murders have almost been perpetrated in a Tesla charging parking lot? You have no ideas. Earphones and Teslas are bad ideas, okay? But Chatadonia, I love you all. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it, man. I hope you have enjoyed your life, your daily life, every day. I can't believe the day is already over. It's gone by. We're about to be middle of the week. That means coal real estate tomorrow. And then it means a little bit more data. We're going to get durable goods, more earnings in the morning, the big mega caps after the bell. I don't know, man. So maybe it's all just starting. So I hope you guys are ready for it. But that's it. We've gone through a lot already. That is the day. I will see you all. Thank you again for the opportunity. My members holding it down. My non-members, everybody being positive. Y'all with the fam. My PHILO Warriors, baby. Let's go.
So God bless you. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. You can check out the links. You know, you be an explorer. You'll find out how to price in options and all that. You'll figure it out. You gonna figure it out or not? I don't know. I don't know, baby. You never know, homie. Might need to cut rates, homie. You need to pump your brakes and cut rates, pal. Yeah, bop, 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 bop. Yeah. I don't think we did any remixes today, did we? My best friend Pal used to say, one of my best friends from back in the day, down the street from Rate Cuts, a school for the Vocas, he nicknamed me K-Pal, J-Pal, so they would leave me alone. Rate Cuts with the, oh, no, okay. Oh, we didn't do it. I know, Josh gets a Trump voice, and now you don't hear a remix. I know, I heard, I'm surprised you don't have Nigel. I hear the border's open. Anybody could come across. You could just walk on over. I'm surprised Nigel didn't bring his family. I'm surprised you don't hear him. Weird. I know. It's good. Don't worry, I think he'll vote for Donald. I don't know. Sometimes Josh sounds like a Democrat. I know. He says a lot of weird things. I don't know if he bought the shoes. Yes, he reads his Bible, but I don't know. We'll see. You never know. The world's messed up. So, Chad, either way, I love you, man. So I'll see y'all on the watch list, okay? Thank you again for being here. Go. I got distracted. Go read the books, okay? Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs New Living Translation. I'm the strangest sacred in the world. Chattadonia, don't forget why we here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby. And why it's a battle. And in battle, you need to know yourself, my friend. Oh, if anything, whether you know the enemy or not, I hope you know yourself, baby. Oh, why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chattadonia, that's it, man. You have a wonderful day. I'll see y'all later. All right, man. I said, don't worry. That's it. You see, they go to the morning. He gonna have more. They gonna stay. But that's it, man. I'll see you on the watch list. And listen, if you have any questions on go to today's watch list and comment on today's watch list with any question, and I'll make sure I answer it. But then, depending on, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'm like, nah, man, nah. Okay, good. Sounds good. All right, I'll see you there. I love you. God bless you. And peace. Out. Yeah, hey, listen. I don't like this new Donald voice. Fuck him. You guys are getting way too into it. Fuck this. I'm the fucking president now. Even though I talk about Donald, and you know, Don, everything you tell me about, he's not your fucking president. I am. Okay? You understand? And my fault, my bad. I didn't mean to bring him up so many times. I'm the president. The fuck is going on here? I still got, how many is that? Till the month of, and I still the president. It's not hyperbole. I mean it. When you guys talk, you keep talking about Trump and Trump. I don't even play a trumpet. Fuck you. I know. You can't stop talking about me. Yes, and you know what I did? I got rid of ISIS. El-Baghdadi. He died like a dog. And now I'm coming back. Hezbollah, Israel, Ukraine. I'll end it all. All he does is start wars and talk about me. Yeah, fuck you. You know what I did? I lowered drug prices. I know you did, Joey boy. That was my idea. Yeah, fuck you. I did it. I know. I could give you more ideas, too. I said close the border. Now it's rampant. What happened? Did you run out of cages? They said I did it. It was you and Obama. I know. It's tough. Yeah, fuck you. I still fucking have employment. And you're gonna fucking take away abortion, you fucking weirdo. Well, you could do. I'll let the states decide. But I think American people have decided. Unless they're a little cuckoo. Unless they've gone crazy. I don't know. Well, If they don't let them debate, I'll have the debate, Chad. But I have to go. Goodbye. I know, the fake news. They won't let me leave. I have to go to court. Okay.